Yo, good morning, yo. Yo, good morning, sir. How fares it in internet land? How fares it in the internet world, sir? Has the world still gone mad? I think everyone's gone mad. You agree? I don't know, man. Hard to trust people on the internet. The world has gone mad. Trust only but your demons. And Mochi. Demon Mochi? Actually, try and put this on my... What side is this on? This side? No. Actually, sure. Such a weird mic. Let's just try and put this properly, because this is not working out. Is this gonna work? That should be a bit better. Claudia, buddy, yo. We're gonna be here for a little bit this morning. I haven't streamed on this channel in about 20 days, so I figured I'd get on and do something. So that's the goal. I just wanna... I technically haven't done Warhammer in about 20 days. Same thing with League. I haven't done either of these things in a while. Been a long time. Yo. Eggers is fine. I liked Lighthouse. What was it? Was it Lighthouse? It's the one with Pattinson and Defoe. Was that Lighthouse? I forgot the name of that one. I preferred that one to Nosferatu. Nosferatu was fine. The Skarsgård as like Count Olaf was just kind of like, he was all right. Yeah. I do like his movies though. I just think Lighthouse is a bit better. Certainly more intimate, I should say.
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
What's up, killer? Just here to complain about Europe temperature.
That sounds about right. Mad Bro, hello, sir. Isn't it really bad there right now? Thank you, buddy. Aren't you guys, like, burning? God realized the British are overseas, so, like, everyone has to suffer. Jesus. Do you guys have air conditioning? Well, I don't really do 3D printing right now. A lot of the stuff that I have to do is, like, Warhammer centered, but, you know, never say never. I know the Dwemer, though. I just haven't played... Skyrim. Aren't the Skyrim dwarves not really dwarves, though? Don't they look kind of, like, elvish, for what I can remember? Aren't they kind of weird? Maybe I'm wrong. That might have been a different game, different franchise. Dude, global warming. Ew, short elves. Anything's good on TF, bro. All of it's good. Not gonna be here for the reveals. They might be doing dwarves today. Technically, the Fire Slayers still haven't got anything, and that new AOS, like, dwarf alliance army is supposed to be somewhere around the corner, so... Yeah. I'm gonna go with... We're gonna see ogres, we're gonna maybe see some Fire Slayers, and we're gonna maybe see, like, a Chaos Dragon. Yeah. These are just terrain pieces. Technically, this is an old basing kit from, like, I think, 1st edition AOS that I had. Because now that I actually, in my complete burnout state for the last, like, 2 weeks, I, cobbled together a gaming table from, like, pieces that I can kind of fold up and take with me. So me and Ivana have been playing Spearhead, so I'm more inclined to kind of build terrain now. So I'm just going through my bins of shit, and I've got, like, terrain pieces and accent pieces, scatter pieces, whatever it may be. 1 p.m. EST. I don't think they're going to drop it today. Technically, I feel like the ogres are going to be today, and then they're going to drop, like, the dwarves at the very end of, like, the edition. Or, like, as the launch of the new edition, I should say, maybe. But they are going to show probably maybe a Fire Slayer thing. I mean, they had images of a Fire Slayer, like a rumor engine, which would be cool. It's like one of the last armies to get updated. They're kind of just nothing. It would be lovely to see. Yeah, we're going to stream it. That's the goal. So we're going to stream that, and then we're going to go stream League after the reveal show. So I'm just going to sit here and clean mold lines for a bit. And then we're going to stream it, and then we're going to take a little break, and then I'll come back and do League. It's going to be in a few hours, though. It's not even close. We're at about, like, what, 8 a.m.? It's supposed to be at 1. So 5 hours from now. 5 hours of CBT. I think this is supposed to be their non-40K show, but there's going to be 40K stuff for sure. Like every show there is. You need the obligatory 40K. Yeah, peace, man. Take it easy. I just want to see a Fire Slayer at this point, I suppose. That's probably it. I don't think there's going to be a big dwarf reveal. It's the ogre reveal. Because the ogres need a revamp. Like, you need to shift everything out of Age of Sigmar and put it into Old World and then give ogres in Age of Sigmar. Like, they need it more than the dwarves. Like, the dwarves don't necessarily need an update in AOS, outside of maybe, like, you know, a new faction, but AOS ogres. Because they're still using fantasy ogres for Age of Sigmar. Like, I was looking at a... I was in a game store recently, and I was looking at, like, the spearheads. The ogre spearhead box is like 3 to 4 times the size of a regular spearhead because they're still using the old injection molded like fantasy sprues, which were just so inefficient, right? Like you had like a body and a head, and like the sprue was like 5 times the size it should be. So it looked like you were getting a lot more, but in reality, you're just getting plastic sprues. So they need like a full revamp. Like they're using straight up fantasy minis, right? And now that the old world's back, it's like put that in fantasy and then leave the new stuff in Age of Sigmar. Like, you want that distinction, right? We're after you, buddy. You have to learn 11th edition. I mean, you want to come here and play games? I mean, I don't even have a 40k army done. I don't have my Votan done. Votan are kind of like the end of my to-do list currently. Right now, it's like Spearhead and then a variety of things. I have to do a project. And then I got to do, in between all of that, probably terrain. If I had a beater army, I'd say sure. Like, Facebook Marketplace used, like, pube-infested, poorly glued, sprue, mold line, like, riddled pieces, but yeah. Ogres, if they make good Rhinox riders. Mornfang Cavalry. They look pretty good still. I mean, I think the old ones were from Forge World, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they're pretty aged, but they're good for fantasy. You know, you just need new models for, like, Age of Sigmar to have that distinction. Yeah, we've played Spearhead. I've lost both games. You have to get first turn. If you don't get first turn in Spearhead as Fire Slayers, you automatically lose. Your entire army is just stuck in their deployment zone. You can't take objectives. You've got an army that ignores everything on the board, moves twice as fast, versus an army that needs first turn, and you have to pop your runes to even, like, get across the map. So, yeah. You don't get first turn, you don't win. Simple as that. Yeah. Well, as I said, me and I put together the IKEA table. So I'm trying to figure out how to get, like, the full tabletop, but yeah, I think once you get a table, your mind kind of warps into, like, you know, maybe I should do more of the hobby, not less. 25 Volkites, 5 Hearthguard, and then a Battlesmith. It's a very, like, in-your-face thing, but it has no utility. Like, the utility comes from your character, but, like, there's no... what's the word for it? There's no maneuverability. Let's just say that. You run up the board, you pop your runes, and you try and kill everything on the objectives, and then you continue forward. That's basically it. That's all you can do. You castle up and move up. You need to get first turn. It's a little bit... It's a little one-dimensional. I mean, I've got the Caradron ones. The Caradron spearheads are a little bit more dimensional because you have, like, actual phases, right? The Fire Slayer phases are more of, like, movement, charge, and fighting, but, like, beyond that, you've got, like, an ability for throwing axes, and that's really just it. It's a very one-dimensional spearhead. That's why I'm hoping today they at least show the second spearhead, because most armies have, like, 2 to 3. Fire Slayers only have 1, and their 1 is just a bunch of, like, standard dudes. Glint, you're... Oh, Raptor, have you played 11th edition? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, technically, they are releasing new Fire Slayers because we've seen a rumor engine of a Fire Slayer. Like, I know they're going to be around, but the question is in how much are they going to be around, right? Because if they make this big coalition of, like, Fire Slayers, Caradron, and then, like, your typical Dispossessed, they're each going to fill their own little niche. So, like, the Dispossessed are going to be more of, like, the trudging anvil, you know, big shield walls, kind of slow and purposeful. And then you've got the Fire Slayers, which is, like, Berserkers. Your typical Slayers are going to go in, deal damage very fast. And then the Caradron, which are going to be more of, like, movement, shooting, you know, skirmishing. They're supposed to merge them into one, like a grand Dispossessed army, you know, Grombrindle going around kind of seeing what's going on with them being just a shattered race in general. You know, they all went off and did their own thing. So ideally, if they do make a book and they're all together, they're all going to complement, like, each other. Which I think is the right way to do it, right? Because, like, they're very, very, like, typical, like, one-dimensional.
Good crafty day, Captain.
So it's like you take those dimensions, Fire Slayers, melee, Caradron, shooting, movement, you know, you throw them together, you've got, like, a pretty decent, you know, mix of things. Memorio, buddy. They changed too much, and my old list isn't legal. I gotcha. Well, you're still playing Dark Eldar, right? Are the Harlequins even a thing in 40k still? Are they gone? Do they still sell them? Oh, gotcha, yeah. I heard they were pretty good back in the day. I think I fought them maybe a handful of times, but it wasn't, like, often. I don't think many people wanted to play Harlequins. Well, that's most Eldar stuff, right? That's kind of their whole gimmick, anyways. Just frail but fast and hard hitting. Usually. Fragile. Yeah, yeah. Well, they don't have the codex anymore, right? Like Harlequins are no, are they again? They're playable, but they're more of like what, a detachment or something. I don't know how current 40k is. Like I don't think I even played 10th. Did I play 10th edition? I think I played 9th edition. I think that was the last edition I played. Because 10th edition was what, Leviathan, and then this one is Armageddon. I think I was playing during what was it, Dark Imperium, whatever that 9th was. Played at 10th and then at the start and quit. It might have been 10th. I can't remember. What was the when did Gilliman come out? Was that 10th? I just haven't played 40k in a while. I played the older editions. Oh, Gilliman was 8th edition. When was COVID? When was COVID? What edition was COVID? What was the Z's edition? 8th and the 9th? Okay, so I probably did 8th edition, 9th edition. I didn't play 10. Maybe I played a little bit of 10, but I did not play, obviously, nothing in 11. Yeah, 40k right now is just, I gotta figure out what to do. Like, I know I'm doing the Votan for sure. Technically, I had the Votan when they first came out, but they just weren't as inspiring. I didn't find them as fun as, like, all the other stuff I was working on. No, the ogres are coming back. Yeah, they're coming back. Well, today's going to be most likely an ogre reveal for Age of Sigmar. They're one of the last armies to not have any Age of Sigmar stuff in, like, abundance. Their whole range is, like, straight up ripped from fantasy, right? And they want to get away from that. Because now that fantasy's back, they have a reason to resell everything in that range instead of, like, keeping them in Age of Sigmar. So you're going to get new ogres. I mean, it was already revealed in, like, the rumor engine. You had, like, the gut plate. So we know they're showing up today. And they're going to get, like, a full range refresh. Most likely. The goal is to get everything fantasy out of Age of Sigmar. The Dreadholds, aren't those really expensive? Didn't they have like an old Chaos board for Age of Sigmar, I think like first edition? And now it's like $1,000 or something, like $2,000. Because there was a lot of like really interesting older terrain. Now they just don't have all of it for sale for, I'm sure, mold reasons and, you know, planning things and sales, but well, some stuff has been kept around. I mean, what's interesting is that they're still selling the Night Goblins as like the standard troop, which I think the Night Goblins should get an update for Age of Sigmar, and then you can throw the older ones back into like Fantasy instead of using like the 6th edition Night Goblins. I think it was 6th edition. It's like 5th or 6th. I believe it was 6th. The ones in Old World with like the big hands and big heads, those are, I believe those are 6th edition, yeah. Because they had a short-lived, like, what I wouldn't call it short-lived, but they had a few very specific like 6th edition sculpts that had come out. It was kind of like their whole rebrand, refresh of the range where everything was a little bit more tonally different, a little bit more grim dark, you could say. So they had like the dwarves, they had Skaven, Greenskins, they had a bunch of other ones, but no, the AOS ones are 7th edition. I believe those are 7th. Yeah, so in like a full edition, I believe they kind of phased out a certain aesthetic and then went with like updated sculpts. Yeah. Here, let me actually look up, just to be sure, what edition those first ones came out in. I'm going to assume 6th. Most of them were updated for 6th. Night Goblin plastic kit. I'm going to say 6th. Oh my god, it was 5th edition. 5th edition. Okay. Oh, the dwarves, I think, were out in 6th. And then 7th edition was the update. Okay. So at least I was right in that regard. I don't know what the fuck that was. 5th edition. Come to think of it, I think a lot of stuff was actually released in 5th. I think I was thinking more of like the super old hammer stuff, like 4th edition look. Because everything was pretty punchy. Everything was very bold, very like stylized to be just kind of looked at and say, wow, that's fucking colorful as shit. Okay, so 5th edition. Still good sculpts. They're not my favorite. Like, I prefer the 7th edition Night Goblins, personally, but yeah. Yeah. You'll see a lot of Skaven like that. They had a dwarf kit that was very, very short-lived. Let's see. Remind me. Okay. The plastic dwarves were 6th edition. I got, yeah, there you go. I figured most things were around that time, but no. That was a very, very short-lived kit, though. It's like one of the most infamously, like, short-lived kind of, sought-after kits was the, plastic Dwarf Warriors when they first came out as, like, the new aesthetic. Just get a refund, bro. eBay's pretty good with refunds. You shouldn't really have a problem. Refund. Was it a reputable seller? eBay is usually pretty good, so. Parking, hello, sir. You can open up a case with eBay, by the way. You don't have to wait for that long. Oh, he might be away on vacation then. Did you see that? Because that could also be a thing. If he's reputable, great. If not, I mean... I've had issues with eBay, but usually they take care of you. Well, open up a case with eBay and say the seller hasn't shipped them, the seller isn't responding, I'd like my money back. So open up a case with eBay, literally escalate it. They'll take care of you. You don't have to wait. And then if he gets back to you, great. If he doesn't, you get your money back. Yeah. Just, it's not like, you're not going to go into some legal process, dude. It's just like a typical, you know, where's my shit? I paid for it. Goodbye. Yeah, it's really easy. €80 for 10? Nah, it's probably around-ish. It just depends. I thought about building a 6th edition Dwarf Army. I've got the plastics. I'm just missing some metals. It's just I don't think I'd ever go back and play 6th edition. Technically, I played 7th, but, you know, that's kind of a niche in today's climate, considering most people just play Old World. $120. Well, it's eBay, right? Like, you're never really going to get what you want. Not to mention eBay takes fees, so he probably made a lot less if they're selling at 80 for 10. But it's, again, it's eBay. Anakin, hello, sir. It's just another army, though. I didn't have it yet. I think that's in August. So we're not there yet, unfortunately. Ideally, it's nothing bad, but who knows? Life has its ways of making things terrible or good when you least expect them. This is just like terrain. These are just, this was an old basing kit from Age of Sigmar when it like first came out. And, or it may have been first or second edition, I can't remember. Shattered Domain. But anyways, this is supposed to be a basing kit for minis, but I'm making it like little scatter terrain. So, I'm just trying to clean up the edges. And then I've got a bunch of other stuff, terrain-wise, that I've had in my pile for a little bit. Technically, this could even look like a fucking Warhammer Fantasy piece. I mean, that's clearly a warrior priest. Like, it even looks like the old warrior priest where they've got, like, the little headband, whatever the hell that is, the metal wrapping. Yeah, it's just a warrior priest. Although I'm sure even in this edition, when this came out, you literally had this as, like, Cities of Sigmar stuff. The free guilds. Because they did not have their own range yet. Where is the other stuff that I finished? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, it's just a bunch of big, It's supposed to be used for bases. I don't know of many people who use these on bases, but they make pretty interesting, like, little scatter pieces on a board. You paint them, you put a bit of flock, you make them look kind of, worn over and covered up by nature and flavor. You've got yourself some flavor bits. And because I have them, why not use them? I have a space to game now, so I'm like, eh. That's a cool thing. No, this is Age of Sigmar. This is for AOS, so it's not anywhere near 40k. $40k is probably my least involved thing currently. It's like most things. You're really, really, really into it, and then you're like, take a break. Everyone needs a break. You gotta collect all the Warhammers, the 40,000 Warhammers. 41,000. Yeah, taking a break is good, though. I mean, sometimes you don't want to go back, but it's a lot of mental strength to kind of say, you know what, let's do more. Mental fortitude. Brains are just weird, man. And I mean, when it comes to hobby projects, it's a lot of fucking work. This is work, is what this is. You can have fun doing it. Work can be fun, but this is work. Wolf Shark, hello, sir. This is work. One p.m. 1 p.m. my time, so it's about 4.5 hours away, which I will be watching it on stream. Because we got some dwarf stuff, I hope. Hopefully. Send me the Dowie. Send me the dwarves. The Duardian Age of Sigmar trademark. Yeah, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. EST. Yeah, I still play League. I just haven't... I think I played it 2 days ago. I gotta play some League this afternoon. Tom, thank you, sir. We're good. We're just getting back to normal. We have a lot to do. So we're just kind of chugging through it. And also, I don't blame you for not being on this website. Twitch is literally like... Whatever Twitch is doing, I mean, it's fucking stupid. Any stream you join, you've got like 3 minutes of ads, and then when you get in, it's like... I don't really want to watch this anymore. There's too many fucking ads on this website. For shit no one wants to fucking buy. Like, it's just garbage, bro. It's like the most deterring thing is just getting ads. It is, it's horrible. Start a Kick account. I have a Kick account. Listen, if I'm gonna be fed blood money, gambling money, arms dealing fucking funds, so be it. I don't know if there's... Are there ads on Kick? Kick is like Gotham City streaming. It's like half the streams you go to, there's like crime and violence and public nuisances. Gambling. It's just Gotham City. I'm sure Kick has gotten better, but yeah, it had a terrible reputation at first. World Star. As World Star streaming, literally. It's like you're not streaming Warhammer on Kick, you're like actually like beating someone with a Warhammer. It's like, this is Warhammer 40k, bro. I'm stealing $40,000 with a Warhammer. It's like, all right. Pretty sure, yeah. I mean, that could have happened anywhere, man. That's like, it just doesn't help Kick's reputation. Every time you hear something bad about Kick, it's like, that's Kick for you, but... Ain't that a kick in the head? Yeah. I mean, I think the worst website's, what, Rumble? Isn't Rumble a thing? Rumble is like Kick's father. It's like even more degenerate and like criminal. Yeah, I'm not, whatever goes on on those websites stays on those websites until you see them on Twitter. No, Rumble's a website. That's a website too. It's like a streaming website, no? It's like if you've been banned on Kick and Twitch, you go to Rumble or something. Like, how do you even get banned, man? What are you doing? Play some video games or something, you know? I was put on this planet to make everyone's lives miserable. And I'm going to live stream it. It's like, all right. Yeah, there's a website for everything, bro. Don't go looking. Well, yeah, they're everywhere. I mean, Twitch is no stranger to weird streams or suspects. I mean, live and let live, but like, don't go break the law. Live and let live. Gooning isn't against the law, but like, you know what I mean? Live stream fails. I've been there a few times. I was on that a few times, actually, I'm sure. I think the only subreddit I open these days is probably just Bugman's. The Bugman's subreddit. I think I was on the IKEA subreddit recently. It was just kind of funny. I like IKEA. It's like, yes, the Swedish, they're so good at everything. And then it's like, made in India. All products are made anywhere but where they're supposedly made. That's just business. I lose my way on the subreddit. You know, IKEA is not that confusing, to be fair. They have, like, signs and things, but it is a pretty crazy place. It could make an interesting liminal... It's not backrooms, it's like IKEA. You get stalked by fucking, like, Swedish meatball mutants. That's just how we're wired. IKEA, like every other store to me, is just an avenue for, like, thinking of Warhammer things. That's really what it's turned into. It's like, why do you have to go to IKEA? I don't know. Look for some Warhammer storage solutions. There's an infinite IKEA SCP. I'm not surprised. IKEA is very... If you got lost in IKEA at night and it was dark, you'd feel like you're probably being stalked. I don't think that would be a crime. That would be such a crime. I mean, the first minis I painted, I'm sure I used GW paint, but, like, I never primed anything, so it would just kind of scrape off. When you start mini painting and you have no direction whatsoever, you just kind of roll with it, and when you roll with it, you just fuck up. But that's how you learn. You do what you do. You know, you could make it work, though. I don't think it'd be amazing, but, like, you can make anything work if you're good enough. I think he did something like that, yeah. If you like painting and you like experimenting, I mean, why not? Especially if you're a content creator. I painted these Nurgle minis with the toilet secretions. It's like, yeah, content. I'm sure people have done it. The world is a very large place. People have done a lot of weird shit. It's lore accurate for the player base and the minis. Tibero, yo, buddy. Yeah, we haven't streamed on this channel in a little while. But I do need to make it a regular thing because this is a regular part of my life. Well, people use bones for whatever. People use bones for a lot of different things. Or you just make them. Fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre Warhammer table. That'd be disturbing. The table is the player. Yeah, basically. When I was young, I was doing, literally whatever was out in nature. You go out, you get stones, you get twigs, you get moss, you just kind of, like, bake it. You glue it down with, like, a hot glue gun to some cardboard, and you've got yourself terrain. Or you get the official stuff. A bit of both. Wargaming has always been kind of just doing your own thing. Ew. That'd be disgusting. Sky's the limit. Your hobby, your choice. Just don't do anything people don't want to interact with, you know what I mean? It's like, you can make your giant anime goth girl fucking statues for tabletop, but not everyone's going to want to be like, whoa, all right. But you do you. Oh, I forgot to mention, if anyone cares, I have an Instagram now. I totally forgot I made an Instagram for this account, which there are 0 posts on it, but maybe one day. I think every Warhammer person needs an Instagram. That's kind of like the standard, so I made one. So it should be below stream on the link tree. I didn't make it yet in terms of like on the actual page, but it's just in the link tree. No bikini photos. Well, Instagram is just like your typical like war game space for photos. Well, I mean, yeah, I've seen some weird conversions over the years. People who just need to not convert stuff. Yeah, the hobby is your thing, but like, brother. It's just weird. Well, I usually post them to Twitter. Again, I haven't really been on the internet for about 2 weeks. So I've just kind of been away from everything, but yeah. Well, I've seen some weird shit with slavery and stuff with Warhammer minis. It's fucking weird, bro. People are just degenerates. There's a lot of weird shit out there. And we're talking in, like, the context of, like, Warhammer, not historics. Like, it's just fucking weird. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's like, what are you doing, brother? Yeah. It's on, yeah, exactly. No one's gonna bring that in person. You'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, all right, dude, live your life, I guess. Okay. Okay. Weird. It's not common. Although I'd like to say most Warhammer fans are kind of sane, they're not. They're passionate. Warhammer fans are passionate.
Tobias, if I saw you IRL I would drop on all fours, skitter to the tallest nearby structure and screech to call the horde. JK, I would marvel at your majesty from a respectful distance and go on about my day. Very happy to catch a stream cap. Peace and love.
Ayavitas, thank you, sir. That's not far from the truth. I've heard people, or rather, I've seen people do that. So you wouldn't be the first. Yeah, thank you, sir. You gotta signal the horde like a fucking Left 4 Dead villain. Yeah. What's with the heat wave overseas? Like, why is it so hot right now? I heard it was getting really bad. Here, it's not so bad. Here, it's pretty cool. I've had my AC on, but climate change. If anything, that does point to it. It's the government artificially warming the planet. They're priming the alien spaceships below the crust. Once superheated, they'll take over the world. Their fusion reactors will be en masse ready to destroy us. Well, I mean, it gets hot here. It's not always cold. Like, your very stereotypical view of Canada is, like, snow with animals and shit, but it gets really disgusting here. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Everyone's always got their very stereotypical view of something, if you've never been. Specifically places. It's like, yeah, I saw this on Google Images. Let me actually see how hot it is right now. Right now it's 17. It's actually 18. Yeah. Pretty nice out. It's going up to like 20 later today. It's nothing. It is reasonably chilled. Shirt weather. Beanie weather.
When I finally visit Toronto, my first stops will be Swiss Chalet, Mucho Burrito, Mr. Sub, and Wacky Wings, followed by the Royal Ontario Museum. Any other suggestions?
I don't even know where Wacky Wings is. You know what's weird? I was watching like a documentary. I thought it was like AI at some point, because like half the people who do like these weird little documentary things on YouTube have like very like monotone AI sounding voices. I didn't know this at the time, but Swiss LA and Harvey's are both very Canadian. Specifically, I think it was Toronto. So where I live. So you'd have to try Harvey's. Swiss Chalet is it's like a rotisserie. Well, technically it could be fast food because there are drive-throughs, but Harvey's and Swiss Chalet are both owned by the same company. Technically, the same guy made the damn two stores, two businesses. Yeah, so you'd have to try Harvey's as well. Swiss Chalet has nothing to do with Swiss. It has nothing to do with Switzerland. It is just a rotisserie chicken restaurant. The best rotisserie chicken restaurant in Canada is Scores. If you ever have a chance at eating in Scores, I believe they're only in Quebec. I mean, it is so... That's such a great place. It's so tasty. Everything else is like, it's all right. They used to have the treasure chest. When I was young, I would be picking through that every time I was there. Now they don't. Times have changed. Kids have changed. Restaurants have changed. COVID changed that as well. Like, a lot of things have happened since then. Whataburger, Chick-fil-A. I've had Chick-fil-A like twice. It was fine. I think Five Guys as well is supposed to be pretty good. I certainly haven't had everything, but everyone likes them, so they have to be good, right? One of my new favorite found foods comes out of a pizza chain called Pizzaolio. And it's the honey hot pizza out of Pizzaolio. Their honey hot pizza is just so good. I dare say one of the best I've ever tasted. $20 right now. 18. This community is amazing. You said, watching you building your minis inspired me to follow and discover my hobbies. I'm building a 3D printed dragon head with resin and stonework. It has amethyst, onyx, garnet, and I'm loving it. Thank you so much. You rock. Hey, thank you, sir. That's awesome. Are you doing it out of resin or PLA? PLA printers have gotten really damn good, dude. They're super, super good. I've been seeing, like, Warhammer level minis out of, like, a PLA printer. It's pretty nuts. Obviously, terrain's going to be different, but, like, the technology is getting so much better. 37. Everyone says they're burning in the U.S. Or not the U.S., sorry, overseas. Yeah, it's PLA Warhammer minis. They're really... Some of them look amazing. Yeah. Like, the technology is getting that good. Yeah, you'd think there'd be, like, a million layer lines and everything and it looked like shit, but not really. That's something I want to look into. Ivana actually does Blender sculpting. She's done a bunch of mods for games that people have loved. I think she released a mod for, she's been sculpting things for a game that came out, and I think she has like 20 to 30,000 downloads for it in less than a month. Something like that. So she's getting really good at 3D modeling, and I've got all the ideas, so like eventually I want to ask her if she wants to do some sort of stuff like that. Blender is just, it blends your brain. It's so many things to look at, think about. Like, yeah. Yeah, I think it was about 30,000 downloads. I'd have to ask her again, but it was certainly up there. I mean, I would say Blender's probably the ultimate place to do 3D modeling. I think it's just free and convenient. It's just a bit of a hassle. Nothing should be easy in that regard, but like, you know, it's a hobby within a hobby. Not everyone wants to do it in full. Did you really? That's cool. What were you making when you were doing that professionally? And yeah, Blender is usually the place to be. When I was learning it, it was Blender, and it was some other weird like goo goo gaga baby thing. You're putting like blocks together, but Blender was always like the go-to. Blender is just a fucking headache, though. I think that's its biggest thing for me. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's cool. Interior scenes, that's dope. Everyone's good at something, right? Not everyone does everything. But, you know, with anything, if you give it enough time, you'll get good enough to be able to do whatever you want, mostly, so... I just prefer more hands-on. Physicality is more of my thing than, like, trying to work out Blender, but it is such an amazing talent and tool to be good at something like that. Probably the #1 thing you should try and get good at is 3D modeling. Because that is a endless, bountiful fucking place of just getting anything you want. If you can dream it, you can make it. That would be something. I'd have to talk to her, though, because a lot of what she does is more of kind of like what you did, right? Like design, like interior stuff. She's still pretty new to it, though, but yeah. Ugh. It's hard to sculpt subtle details. I feel like isn't there, because all of these programs offer different things. The Blender donut tutorial, I think that's how she started. I think that's like the quintessential Blender thing. You just look up how to make a donut, and then it just kind of like snowballs from there. Jesus. Well, again, you can make, I mean, movies are made in Blender, and like half of what you want can be made in Blender. Not even half, probably everything. Everything you want can be made in Blender. Fucking Backrooms movie was made in Blender. Some of it was. Weird glasses. These are like working glasses. They're not like magnification. They're Unk glasses now that I'm 30. Unk. Do you dink water? Sometimes. Drink. Sometimes I do. Technically, I haven't had anything this morning, but I will. I am gonna need a drink soon. What time is it? 9? All right, 4 hours from now, we get the reveals. Will I take a shower? I hope so. In the coming future, maybe, if I'm lucky. As of late, I just like orange juice. Water, orange juice, kind of my jam. I don't buy alcohol. I have no need to. I do Warhammer, which is enough. You gotta pick your poisons. Pick your bloody poison. You've got too much shit to do. Right now, no. Probably after the Warhammer reveals, I might do it. I gotta cleanse myself of all the Warhammer gunk. Then I go shower. A true Warhammer fan wouldn't. That is true. I think you'd call that a LARPer, right? On Twitter, they'd call you like a chud LARPer. That's what I am. I'm a chud LARPer. Yeah, the Twitter folk. How many pubic hairs does a Space Marine have? You don't know? Chud LARPer.
You're kind of a goated Canadian NGL. One day you will rise up from the microplastics and save us from the evil.
What if I am the evil? All this Warhammer is certainly not doing good for the environment now. I'm the microplastic magician. Yeah, I'm like that chick from MKX, Scarlet. She like deals with the blood. I deal with the microplastics. Yeah, the Chud Larper. Dude, that's what they call you on Twitter. If you're part of like the Warhammer ecosystem, that's like the vocabulary. At least for the 40k fans, because that's where they all are. All the psycho 40k players. Yeah, Magneto with microplastics. Pretty much. Look at my Tau list. I haven't played 40k in years, brother. Clean up your Tau list. You mean your minis? Or your list? Like your actual list, like your 2k list or whatever. I don't know anything about Tau, man. I haven't played in a while. Last time I was fighting Tau, they were running multiple Riptides, and I was running it down mid. Riptide spam. Well, you build what you want. Play what you want. I just don't know what the Tau do currently. I know they got a lot of their Kroot units, which gives them a little bit more dynamic playstyles, but yeah, it's been a while. Too cool. Well, I mean, I'm still doing 40k. It's kind of my last on the radar type of thing, you know? Right now, I'm kind of go for Age of Sigmar. I was last doing Lord of the Rings, and now I'm doing AOS just because me and Yvonne are doing a bunch of Spearhead. Because we can now play games, and I convinced her to play games. Because, like, when you're 30 years old, you can, you know, make a few things happen. So yeah. Pretty excited for AOS stuff, honestly. I've been sifting through a lot of my collection. Again, I've collected Age of Sigmar since it first came out. So I have a lot of these old like terrain pieces and bits and bobs, and I'm like, well, I now have a use for them. So that's the goal. Build up some AOS spearhead boards. There's 6 boards, so that means you need 6 things of terrain if you want to make it at least somewhat immersive. And then beyond that, you can take those and put them in the standard games and do whatever you want. And then old world terrain as well. Trees, hills, manors, whatever else. 3D printed dwarf holds. Tau have the coolest model. The Twin Lance. Let me show you something cooler than the Twin Lance. There you go. Exo Armor Squat. Yeah, way cooler. I'm not even joking. Very subjective, of course. Very subjective. I don't know. I like them. They're fun. The Twin Lances look really good, though, to be honest. I'm not a big Tau guy. At one point, I actually had a bit of Tau back in the day for, like, I don't know, a couple of years, but yeah, they were cool. They were pretty cool. No, the Twin Lancers are definitely cool. Yeah, the sculpts are crazy. My biggest gripe with Warhammer right now in terms of sculpts and everything is that there's no modularity. A lot of the modularity is gone. Everything's very, like, Loctite, puzzle, you know, just horrible to build. I think building Warhammer has become less inspiring, but the kits have become very, like, good to look at once they're done. That's the biggest thing. Sculpts are great. Building them, maybe not so much. The Crisis suits, well, those are, I think they had a refresh on the Crisis suits, but that was like wave 1 of Tau when they came out, which I think was like, what, 2007 or something? (2001) When did they get released? 2001 they got released. Fuck, forget 2007. Sorry, I'm cooked. Were they really 2001? October of 2001. Holy fuck. It's been a while. I do miss the old art on the boxes, though. I remember, my favorite Tau piece was probably still... It was... I forgot. I don't know how to explain it. It might have been like the Battle Force box. I think they had like 2 covers to the Battle Force. They had like the first edition one that was... Well, I'm looking at it right now. It was the Crisis suit with a bunch of Fire Warriors. And then the second one they had was kind of in a similar vein, but it was more like zoomed out. I remember those. Even the Kroot box. Forgot who did the Kroot cover box, but like it was just grim looking. Best models GW's ever made, it must be something from AOS or Necromunda. Necromunda has some amazing minis. Like, Necromunda minis are, like, top tier. They're full of flavor. It's the less, what's the word? Corporate. The less corporate look. A lot of 40k stuff, although looks cool, it's very rank and file, very, like, dialed in, you know, just here's a bunch of troops. They all kind of look the same with a few little different details. Fine. But, like, the Necromunda stuff, the Warcry stuff, all the little, like, dinky, you know, skirmish game, specialty game stuff is always a little bit more flavorful, just because you have a lot less. You don't need an army of squats. Or, like, an army of Escher. Either way, though, all of it's great. I gotta build my squats. If I wasn't in 40k, I'd play Old World Chorfs. The Chaos Dwarves are so cool. Ew. The ugly dwarves. The slavers, the nasties. Well, they've had a pretty big showing in AOS. Old World, much different story, but, you know, hopefully eventually they do come back with the older minis. I mean, there was a bunch through Forge World, there was a bunch through, God forbid they make the old made-to-order stuff from, like, what, 4th edition? 4th or 5th edition, I forgot when they came out. I think it was 4th. It was the Perry range of Chaos Dwarves, where they just kept making their hats bigger and bigger. Which is very much their aesthetic, but yeah. Well, they vary. I mean, I like their aesthetic. They're, what were they based on? It's an A word. They have, like, the ziggurats and big tall hats and coats. Babylonians. It was something like that. And then there was, like, an A word. There's, like, an A and a B. I'm not good with, like, real-world history stuff, but they are certainly from a real-world history. Assyrians. It might have been that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, getting a hold of the old minis is quite expensive if you want to dial it in and, you know, replicate some sort of classical Chaos Dwarf army, but most people just go with 3D prints. Or just use Age of Sigmar stuff and convert it, right? Obviously, it's not the same aesthetic. Even when you convert it, it won't be, but it's all aesthetic choice. Yeah, they created the Black Orcs, which, ironically enough, then Grimgor would come in and take them out in the end times, so that was fun. A fitting end. Well, you know what? When they're brought back in the old world as like an actual army, if the old world still does well, instead of a legacy force, we'll see what they do with that. I hope they really don't retcon a lot of what makes fantasy, which they've been doing a little bit already in the old world, but you know, I'm still living back in the day of my youth, the days of my youth. So despite retcons and changes, if I can field and play with what I love, and I still have the old books, and I still have the old codexes, it doesn't matter. That's my youth. Obviously, when you start retconning stuff and changing things, it does kind of make the old stuff maybe a little bit strange, but far as enclaves are some of the mercenaries for Ghost factions. Well, for the sake of the dwarf stuff, which is what I'm mostly interested in, there hasn't really been, I'd say, retcons of any kind. Anything too crazy. If anything, they've actually added a few things for dwarves. So, like, they gave Thorgrim a clan and a backstory and everything, kind of how he became, you know, the grudge bearer. A little bit more context in that regard, but a lot of the stuff that I believe they fucked with was like what, Bretonia. They did a few things with like Bretonia, and then they did something with like the southern easterny kingdoms a little bit. It's been a while since I've read old world stuff, but it's not so egregious. But you know, times change, companies change, people change. When it comes to figuring things out, it's very much, you know, who's looking at it at that time. How much of this do we want to keep? What do we want to take out? Either way, more Warhammer, the better. It's a hobby. You should have fun. Agree with something, disagree with something. It's not the end of the world. If I'm not mistaken, I think they actually came out and said Cathay was like the ones who invented black powder and all this other stuff well before the dwarves, and I was like, well, that's cool, considering Cathay is much older. But, like, the dwarves are still cooler. Well, Cathay. So, like, Warhammer China. Ready to head to a Warhammer tournament. There's a Street Fighter 6 one right next door. Jeez. There's a match made in heaven. You get to rage at both. You playing your orcs? Oh, that's cool. Well, a lot of Warhammer Fantasy in general was based on real-world histories in terms of, like, locations and people and stuff. The Warhammer map is literally just like an alternate reality to what we live in, right? Technically, Canadians are fucking, what, Dark Eldar? Or Dark Elves, rather? The Druchii? Or Druki? I can't pronounce anything anymore. So we're just a bunch of, like, sadistic, fucked up elves. Misunderstood. Taking my orcs and my geef. Well, there you go. That is a match made in heaven. Warhammer England is, aren't you looking at Albion? I think Albion is supposed to be England, no? I wish they'd do more with Albion. Back in the day, they had a campaign in Albion, which was cool, but I think they were even planning a few things from there, right? Because they released those two giants back in the day, and I think maybe a couple of other things, but yeah. It'd be cool to see that. Albion means England. Whatever it is. It's all fun. I mean, GW has a million things to rip on in terms of new content that they can bring back. Decades worth of stuff to kind of just say, hey, you might not remember it, but we do, and here it is. Trench Crusade. I thought about doing some Trench Crusade if I could justify bringing dwarves in, but since it is sort of like an alternate reality... Well, I guess it's not really an alternate reality. It's just like, what if these events happened in reality? It's like, how would you ever justify bringing dwarves into something like that? Just a bunch of short people from, like, a country? I don't know. They grew beards and loved to drink. What country would that be? Ireland. I guess so. For the drinking, sure. But can't you already play Ireland in Trench Crusade? Which I guess would be like your basis for rules. Well, I mean, I don't really know much about Trench Crusade off the top of my head. I've looked into it, but whatever the good guys are, I forgot their names. Like the fucking Antioch forces, whatever, the human faction, the people. The Sultanate. I'd have to look that up. The Beastman, that's funny. Yeah, I heard the Trench Crusade community was kind of like all over the place. Not that it would ever deter me from things. If you like something, just do it, you know? Don't involve yourself with, like, things you don't care for, but... I'm too hooked on fantasy. And it wouldn't make sense for them to bring in any sort of fantasy thing. It's not really based around that, right? It's like, orcs are here. It's like, what? How? There's a portal. Hell opened up another dimension to Warhammer Fantasy. Look, it's everything we once worked on. Ajax, hello, sir. I don't know, brother. I'm like... I feel like when it comes to any sort of tabletop game, you're going to have a lot of people kind of on all sides. I just want my dwarves. I just want my dwarves. The church people? Yeah. Well, who knows, brother? People think too much. I mean, PETA came after fucking Space Wolves at one point, but that's PETA. It's not that deep. Canada's good, though. Well, I don't know much in terms of that, but, like, it's fine here right now. Weather is good. My birthday just ended, so now we're chilling. Well, I streamed. I was on for my birthday, I think, the same day. Bro, people just take it a bit too seriously. Like, I know a lot of hobbies become your life at the end of the day. Specifically, Warhammer becomes a part of you. But, like, you know, some people take it to the extreme. You do you, though, right? Whatever you enjoy. All right, those are done for now. Let's work on some spearhead shit. Oh my god. Thank you, sir. Well, it was a few days ago, but it's fine. I'm 30 now. It's over for me. The new Conan Barbarian animated series? I don't know anything about that, man. I think you brought it up, or someone brought it up a while ago, but I haven't really looked into it too much. What's it going to be on? Like, where is that supposed to be streaming? Amazon. Oh, it's doable. You know what I thought about going back and watching was From. That was a really good series when I was watching it with Ivana, but we never kept up with it. I watched a really weird movie recently. I don't know if anyone's ever seen it. It was called World Breaker on Prime Video. And I was having that Chris Pratt fucking movie vibes where he was like fighting aliens in the future or in the past, I think, or some shit. Like, it wasn't a bad movie, but it reminded me of something that felt very manufactured. Like, it had cool ideas, but it just felt very flat for some reason. World Breaker. If you were to become a full-time pirate, what would the name of your ship be? Something violent. Something mochi related. What is mochi synonymous with? Yeah, that's disgusting. That is, well, technically, that's also what he's synonymous with, but, like, that would not be the name of the ship. It'd be disturbing. It's more of, like, what I'm known for. Demonic. Something mochi. Well, okay, synonymous. It doesn't need to be named mochi, because that wouldn't really be terrifying at all. Unless we'd feed you to mochi. The Demon Hound. That's like a Kane one-trick name. The ferocious. Anything. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It sounds also a little bit Kane related. Speaking of mochi, he actually took a poo-poo yesterday outside. And he stepped in it, and we didn't see it, and he ran all over the bed. And then we did see it. So that wasn't fun. Yeah, he means well. But that was pretty bad. He stepped in one of his turds. He's going to be 3. I'm 30, Mochi's 3. Yeah. Or maybe that's reversed. Maybe I'm 3. He's 30. My favorite memory of Mochi? Okay, he's not dead yet. Calm down. It's horrible. He's still with me. Maybe when he was a baby. When I first saw him, I was like, what the fuck is that thing? And it was like a little white potato. And it was like waddling around on the floor. Because I wasn't there when Ivana got him. And so when I walked in, he was kind of just there chilling. I was like, oh my god. I'm a dog person now. You know, you never really want animals until you have them, I feel like sometimes. Or you just want them. It really depends on the person. For me, I was just like, we don't really have space. We don't have this. We don't have that. And then when you get them, you're like, okay, I'll do anything to make you space, or I'll do anything to make you comfortable. Because that was more of her idea than mine. So I would say that when I first saw him. You do anything for the babies. Oh, I think that goes for every single person, so I'd say so. I think having a dog will make you a better person in general. Hopefully that's with animals in general, though, not just dogs, but you do more when you have a dog, for sure. Well, I've said it a few times. That was through Discord. You gotta meet gamers on Discord. That was like, what, fucking 7 years ago, I think, at this point. Or 5 years ago or something. I can't remember. Don't let her know. Yeah, that was some time ago, damn. How did you know when she was the one? When I heard that I wasn't as important as Tyler 1, and then I had to lock in. She's like, who gives a fuck who this Tobias fake guy is? He's not T1. I'm like, okay, bitch. You'll see. I just got a job. That's awesome, brother. What did you land? What'd you get in on? Junior software engineer. That sounds interesting. Technology is everywhere, man. People always need it. That's excellent. I, for one, would be with the cavemen. I don't think I'd do any technology stuff. I can start a fire with a lighter or a YouTube tutorial. Follow whatever makes your hearth rush. Hobbies feed the soul. They do. When in doubt, do a hobby. Some people don't have hobbies. Could you believe it? It's like, how the fuck do you live? Like, what are you doing? Hustle culture. Little Timmy doesn't need his supply of Pokemon this year. I've got 52,000 ETBs in the back lot. My hobby, taking away yours. All right. That is true. Technically, a hobby could be anything that you enjoy that does not involve work. Maybe your hobby becomes your work. What is my secondary army after dwarves? Nothing. Since I'm doing every dwarf army these days, nothing. Yeah, so... I mean, if I had to go back to my youth, if I had to go back to what I love beyond dwarves, it'd be orcs and goblins, or just, like, orcs, greenskins, whatever. And then it'd be Empire, be Guard. That's what I would do. But since I'm no longer doing a bit of everything, yeah, just dwarves. 500 applications months ago. Jesus. Well, hopefully you do find something, dude. Hopefully you find what you're looking for and, you know, you can sit down and make some money, you know? Well, this would have been 20 years ago. I've been doing Warhammer for about 20 plus years, roughly. You do different things when you're younger. When you're older, you have your refined, you know, do you still like these things? If so, awesome. And I guess when you're older, too, you can have a lot of interests. Nothing wrong with that. First video game I've ever played? Fuck, I couldn't tell you. That I could not tell you. I have no idea. A lot of older PC games, like PS1 stuff. I couldn't tell you, man. When you're young, you've got time but no money. When you're older, you have money but no time. It's weird how that works, but yeah. Or you're just born different. You know, you spawn diff like the planet and spawn with a rich family. Then you're like, all right, okay. But that's not a reality. The original Doom. The OG Doom was cool. I don't think it was my favorite, but I certainly remember playing it. Some of the older Age of Mythology, Age of Empires, some of the older Warhammer games. For a second, I thought it was Marbles. It's as exciting as Marbles. Actually, not really. Even Marbles is more exciting than this. Spawn maxing into Bezos' line. It basically is just spawn diffing. Like, in stupid video game terms, you spawn diff. That's basically what you do. As stupid as that sounds, it is somewhat true. Or you luck max the lottery. I posted shitty pictures on Twitter, but I can go grab it and just show you it. After that project, I was just... That's when I got burned out of everything. Not because of that project, but, like, I was just done. I got a hangnail that hurts so bad. Oh. I'm pretty good for the burnout now, yeah. I just pulled it out. Everyone goes through burnout, but man, I was like fucking mentally cooked. I'm like, I really just gotta quit everything and just find a new life. It was bad. Hell no, I'd never play. That was fun for what it was, but like, that's not my thing. I wouldn't do it like full time. Would I survive on a pirate ship? Possibly. I mean, I've been living with rats recently, so maybe. There's a fair chance I wouldn't die almost immediately. No. Sure, I'll go get the thing I had worked on. If you wanted to see it in a sec. DJ, hello, sir. Witcher when? I mean, we still have to finish a few games. You want to talk about burnout? That goes for everything, even Variety, League, even Warhammer. Just everything was just over mentally. Was not good on the brain. Sip with this. World Cup for me? No, I'm not really into sports. I hear about it, but I don't really watch it. Hang on. Where's the toothpick? Let me go get the piece real quick. Did they? I don't know. Are we good at something other than hockey and eating... Oops. Eating donuts? One sec. I wanted to do the icicles on this, but I just never got around to doing it. So I just kind of left them as is. The icicles were supposed to be a thing, but I just never finished it. It was icicles, and then I thought about doing highlights, but that defeats the purpose of, like, 7 days for this only. No, so that was the completed thing. But I think the icicles wouldn't take away from the idea of 7 days only, so... I was going to go back and do those, but it's a lot of work. Yeah, the tree turned out better. Again, I built it for the right side of the diorama, but like, yeah, I guess it works on the left side a little bit better, considering it would have just taken up too much of the lighter mountainside. It's nice though. I do like it for 7 days. But I think with anything you work on, you can always look back and be like, wow, I could have done that way better. Or I could have done that differently, blah, blah, blah. But it was a good experience. Everything turned out well. Now we're just gonna not break the tree. There we go. Boston ran out of beer when the Scottish were there. Did they really? Hey, true sports fans, man. Okay, there's no reason to really fill problems in for terrain, but my brain dictates that I have to. Which is fine. It'll be quick. Well, that one was 7 days. It was supposed to be a new YouTube video, which I actually have to download. I have to upload a lot of it to, like, Google Drive. But it's, like, I wouldn't say 70 hours of work, but it's a lot for 7 days. Oh, yeah, well, there is no art that's ever perfect because, you know, you always feel like you can push yourself further, right? That's just a normal thing. It'll never be perfect.
I had carrot cake for breakfast.
Jesus.
600 calories. I will have rhubarb pie for lunch, 1,000 calories.
Why do
Dinner
you...
will be chicken on a stick, 2,000 calories. Delicious Friday.
You know what? You're a bit of a freak. But I would do the same. Once you're 30, let's have that conversation again about what you'll be eating for breakfast. Because I promise you, it won't be the same. I gotta watch myself now. You know, I actually was disappointed with Skinny Pop. Not that I'm a Skinny Pop hater, but I tried a different flavor of Skinny Pop thinking it would be better, and it was worse. It tasted like musty, like the smell of musty clothes is what it tasted like. It wasn't good. So, Skinny Pop is still the GOAT if you only eat classic. It needs to be classic only Skinny Pop, not butter Skinny Pop. The buttered Skinny Pop is like the fakest butter I've ever had, and it tastes like musty, like clothes. I was not satisfied. This is Spearhead. This is the Scaventide box Spearhead. Jade and Fire, I think, or something. I lazily cut these out so we could play games, but now I'm like, I'm tired of looking at mold lines and sprue gates. And then I've got a bunch of, like, old basing kits that I'm going to use for scatter. But I do also have other terrain that I've just held on to for so many years. Some of it since Fantasy. And now that I have a reason to actually make it, that definitely helps. Swiss cheese is garbage. Cheese is... Well, Swiss cheese tastes fine. Those mozzarella balls taste like nothing. I can't even pronounce that first word. Those are fancy cheeses. But cheese is amazing. I love cheese so much. It sounds fancy. The names are fancy. Super fancy. Show, hello, sir. We are chilling here for now until about maybe like 2 o'clock. We're just building and waiting for some new Warhammer releases to be shown. Today is the day we get some good stuff, I hope. Well, I've seen you on this channel. We haven't been here in a while. It does feel good to be back. Just to do something. Last time we were here, we were doing that project, and that was kind of like a mental go, 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 kind of like, you know, quest. That was an event. Now I'm just chilling. I'm scraping scenery mold lines. It couldn't be any more brain dead than that. I would love to finally stream battle reports, because technically I can now that I have my little table set up, but I don't think Ivana wants to be on camera. Even though she's winning every time we play. For now. That could be a thing. True. Technically, you don't need to show people in the battle report. You just kind of like show the table and the dice cup or the dice tray. That's why you gotta wear glasses. There you go. Yeah, I think forever now when I hobby, I'm just gonna wear glasses. I have an air purifier running. I can see perfectly fine with these. They're not like magnified or anything, but they're just like protective. Oh yeah, for sure. Whatever you do, particle-wise, I mean, ideally you've got your eyes protected, your lungs. I'm not like huffing this stuff, so it's okay, but I'm gonna be a bit of a freak here and actually put this on the bottom just because my brain is wired in a weird way. This is so completely unnecessary, but whatever. Practice is practice. New piece. The sprue goo. Dude, you need sprue goo in your arsenal. It's so good. Sprue goo is like the easiest thing to kind of fix up stuff with. Chungo, hello, sir. Yeah, sprue goo is like the all-purpose, useful DIY tool. Surprised no company has started selling sprue goo. How easy would that be, you know? Technically, you've got, like, Tamiya, plastic putty, and all that stuff, but it's not the same. Like, it's truly a DIY tool. Oh. Is it that? Did you recommend that a while ago? Was that like a month ago? 2 months ago? I think someone recommended me a song a while ago. I just can't remember. Because that was that was a little while ago. Oh, well, that's the best reason to disappear. That's good. It's like the number one thing you should be disappearing for. Yeah, a lot of people are trying to find jobs right now. Hopefully everyone does. Stay busy, stay grinding. It's good to feel like you're going somewhere in life, you know? Being content can be fun, but you want to feel like you're actually achieving something sometimes. The song was Puta! Okay, I don't think I've heard that one then. What does that mean? Isn't that a Spanish word? It means bitch. Uh... Oh. All right, we're about 2.5 hours from the reveal. Oh my god. 2.5 hours from the reveal. Time does fly when you're waiting for the goods. Time does fly. Cosplay this look I'm sporting. This is what you're gonna look like at 30, dude. So you don't even need to cosplay it. You'll just become it. Unk Nation. Oh, you're already 30. Oh. Well, you know what? Maybe you do need to cosplay this then. You gotta go back to your youth of 30. That's even better then. You gotta remind yourself of the good old days 2 years ago. Excuse me. Where's the other half to this thing? Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I gotta glue this piece together eventually. Atlin, yo, buddy. I saw your girlfriend hosted me, dude. I thanked her, but I was in the middle of, like, the worst Street Fighter experience. So you can tell her I said thank you. And also for the birthday wishes. I know you convince her to do things. I know you convince her. That's how it usually works here, too. Don't worry. Dinner by the time the reveal show is going on? Well, I mean, if you're going to sit there and eat, that's probably not the worst thing to do, no? For watching the reveals. Yeah, I'm very convinced we should see some good stuff today. Convinced is too hard of a word. I just said it was a birthday. Oh, gotcha. Well, either way, I appreciate it. No, these are, it's just terrain. It's like a big Sigmarite statue that's been defiled by Skaven. Social dinners. Well, that's good. Oh, I don't blame you then, dude. Those are good if you can have them. Otherwise, technology takes over. Yeah, this is just terrain for Spearhead. So, like, Age of Sigmar's smaller game that me and Ivana are currently playing. Which I think we actually have a game tonight. I need one win. Night Hunt are a little good in Spearhead, I gotta say. Stream the game! Well, that's a whole different setup. I'd have to figure that out. The goal was to eventually stream them, but as of right now, there's just... I don't think there's a way to. I do want to do it, though, but it's a lot of her choice. Which she will not want to do that, but... How's the mental health? We're good. We're good. Mentally sane still. No, I'm good. Everyone has burnout phases. I'm pretty okay now. The burnout is real with everything. Well, that was a while ago, though. I haven't really... I just chill with League. So that was... Yeah, that was a little while ago. Taking League seriously when you can't even take yourself seriously? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not a good idea. Oh, hell no. This is like the only thing you don't have to like do much to. Everything else you kind of have to like spend a bit of time with. Actually, the wall... Okay, well, this thing... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The robustness. The robustness. Train looks too much like some piece of artillery. Play Total War. It's like a grudge thrower. A scuffed grudge thrower. Yeah, I haven't played Total War in a while. I'd have to probably update the game, and the internet, for some reason, hasn't really been the best lately, so I'm assuming it'll take a very long time. Total War Break. See, they're good, but doing the hobby is also very good, you know? This hobby is very demanding in terms of time. So if you're playing Total War, you're kind of taken away from, like, you know, getting stuff done, unfortunately. Which means right now, I don't think so. Maybe before the reveal today. After I take my noon break for mochi and a bit of a snack. Maybe. Because we do have to be back at 1 o'clock for the reveal, which I 100% want to see. It needs to be sooner. This is too late. 1 p.m. is just disgusting. What time is it right now? 11 o'clock. 2 hours. Ah! Come on! Just let me see the damn reveals. I hope it's dwarves. I know we're going to get ogres. It's so obvious. Stock abusing elf player to fight. It was much worse in previous Total Wars when you actually had to kill them all instead of take objectives. Not so bad these days, but... yeah, that's not very fun. I feel like that game is just, realistically, it should be one of the most frustrating things. Strategy games can be so obnoxious. There's a million things to do. Which I think at one point it was. At one point it was like misery incarnate. These days, maybe not so much. Oh, my legs. Ugh. Starvader, hello, sir. Yo, yo.
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
Starvader, hello, sir, again. Thank you, man, for the 28. Thank you. We are chilling here for a few more hours, and then we do gotta go eat proper. I'll probably eat after the event. Like, I'll have a snack at noon, take mochi, and then at 1 o'clock, we'll see what's going on, and then I will go eat something, and then come back and we'll do a bit of League. 'Tis the goal for today. There's nothing going on outside of that, so... If I glue this together, how is this going to paint? I mean, you can't even get to the runes back there. Technically, you can't paint anything back there. What the fuck? Interesting. It's just a Warhammer reveal show today. At 1 p.m. my time, so 2 hours from now? Hour and a half? 2 hours from now. Hopefully we get to see some dwarves. That's kind of what I'm itching for, but they'll have some stuff. Not again. There is always something going on in the world of Warhammer. Always something. Alright, this needs to set for now. We'll let all the sprue goo kind of dry. You can go there. You can go here. Let's put this together. Time for the big piece. The robustness. This is basically what it feels like to play League for 10 hours a day. Shackled up and dead. Not even playing it, thinking about it. For 5 minutes. Stario, buddy. Yo, yo. I'm sure you're wondering, what is Mochi doing? Well, Mochi is sleeping. Mochi has been bad. Mochi trailed in poo on his toes and ran over the bed, and he's in trouble. No, that's a bad mochi thing. That's evil mochi. Evil mochi hours. Putos. I think we should have new pictures of mochi. I haven't checked. I think Ivana sent me some. I can check in a sec. Let me see if she sent me something. Usually she does. I mean, literally our phones are just mochi. Like, we just have mochi pictures everywhere of this creature. Of this creature is fucking everywhere. Oh my god. Oh, this one. We took this one when he was out frolicking in the grass. He's going after a leaf. He's gonna murder that leaf. Yeah, he's not a fan of leaves. There's some other ones. I think she showed me a few because we don't really have too many here. Well, there was this one on the other stream. This one we do have. There. I think those are like the last two. Of the mochis. I don't know what he was doing in that leaf one, though. I mean, he's a bit of a freak. Dominant. I think the left one is. The left one is more dominant. This one's just like, I guess he's peering over you. He's like, you're superior. That's how dogs view themselves anyways, even if he's the size of, like, a watermelon. All right, there you go. There's some mochis. Watermelon mochi! Mochi! Alex Loser. Oh my god, it needs to be fucking 1 o'clock already. I'm losing my mind. It needs to be 1 o'clock, like, right now, you know what I mean? Wires and chains. I actually just put on Death Stranding music, but not the end boss music. We'll do this for a little bit, because I think this is kind of chill. Wait, was I really cleaning the bottom? I thought it was the top. Whoops. Idris Elba. It's just a Warhammer reveal show. Think of League of Legends patches, but like Warhammer. Sorry, think of like new characters coming out in League of Legends, but think of that for Warhammer. And it's not one, it's like multiple. Or it's like visual updates. Yeah, that's like the easiest way to put it in League terms. There's a lot of new stuff coming out basically at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to be streaming it here, or I think it should be on like the Warhammer channel, or it should be on YouTube. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I hope it has something to do with what I like. Yeah, well, the ogres for sure. The ogres are being revealed for sure. That's not even a question. New ogre models. I mean, I'm hoping Fire Slayers, because technically the Fire Slayers don't even have their new book. They don't have anything, to be honest. They're just a faction that's been so long dead. They showed a Fire Slayer in the teasers. Flame Cannon 2.0. You know what? There may be one. Sadly, no one uses the Flame Cannon in Old World. The thing just kind of sucks. But it's cool. Really good in Total War, though. Fuck. It is not the same. They all cost the same as the Faker Ari skin? Pretty much. Whatever they decide to release is just going to be like signature Faker Ari, but digital signature, so it doesn't mean anything. What a cop-out that was. I really hate how they're doing that. That is like the laziest, like, just dog shit thing I've ever seen. If you sell a digital signature, you're a clown. Period. That is so fucking stupid. In-game, like, for a skin to have a little signature show up, that's fine. But, like, the Faker Ari bundle where you get his digital signature is so shit. That is terrible. Like, can't the guy sit down for 10 minutes and, well, it wouldn't be 10 minutes, but you could sign a few things. That is just so dumb.
I'd buy a digital Tobias signature to put in a USB stick on my pleb plush.
Yeah. That's so dumb. That is so dumb. Yeah, he should have, like, for the sake of the merchandise, he should have signed a few things. Sell it to me. Spearhead's like, well, it's like 130 Canadian or something. 130 to 150 Canadian. But again, Spearhead is its own game. You don't technically need to take any of those things into, like, Age of Sigmar. Even though it's all available in Age of Sigmar, you don't have to. NFTs. Basically that, yeah. Spearhead's fun, though. I've got, City of Ash on pre-order. I didn't buy the big launch box for like $300, whatever it was. I bought like the $60 board with like terrain and pack. And then I had to go back and find Sand and Bone, which is another expansion for Spearhead. I think that was like 2nd edition Spearhead. Yeah. So right now, that's just what we're chilling with. That's why I'm kind of even building Spearhead terrain. Low-key the best version of Warhammer? It's fun. I still miss playing big games, but It is certainly fun. I like that it's integrated into the world and not just kind of this, like, little for fun thing. It's actually narratively, like, part of Age of Sigmar, which is cool. It doesn't feel like you're playing a shittier version of AOS. It feels like you're playing a different version of AOS. Turtle, you too, bro. Thank you, sir. The other broken one. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with that. Maybe they just, like, replace the units in there, but, like, the spearhead might have to be the same. I'm not sure. Is it? Get first turn. Well, regardless, you are going to get new spearheads. The Fire Slayers are going to get a new one. Ogres, if getting a revamp, will get a new one. It only makes sense. Because the Fire Slayers only have one as well, which is pretty bland. I think Cities has like 3 at most, right? I think. Variety is good for a game mode that's very strict on what you can play. It would be cool to create your own, if there was a way to make that balanced. I guess with points, but yeah, that could be pretty fun. I think she's playing the slasher host. She has both, but she's only played the slasher host so far. So the one with the 2 Dreadblade dudes on horses. All of their names just fucking go over my head because they're like they're similar, but they're not. So I can't really tell you what the names of them are. But it's I think it was the slasher host. I mean, Nighthawk are just good in general. I don't know how good they are currently in AOS. I fought a few players back in the day. They're all right, but yeah, good movement, decent saves, good damage. Certainly a problem.
Etielo enderena utulian. Sino malvano hildenia
What
tenam
the
bonetta.
hell are you talking
What shall
about?
I have for dessert after the rhubarb pie?
Wacky wings. Pie and chicken wings. Match made in hell. Pie and wings. Pawings. I would eat it. Chicken wings are fucking amazing. I love chicken wings. They're so expensive, though. Dessert after rhubarb pie. That's true, man. That's what you do. You get the double dip. The double dessert delight. $1 wings would be goated. Too bad that's not a thing anymore. Maybe at some places where you've got like the most GMO'd fake ass wings where like chickens are made en masse and then fucking cooked en masse, which is, I guess, the industry, but not at any standard place, I'd say. As long as it tastes good, chicken wings usually do.
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
She can.
Yo, Major Tom, thank you, sir, for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Chicken is so good. I love animals, but I also like eating chicken, so. Why do the chickens have to taste so good? Sorry, chickens. Look at all these chickens. Look at all these chickens. Yeah, wings are expensive, bro. Yeah, wings are expensive. Even in stores. You know, they always say go buy at stores and, you know, it'll be cheaper. Not with wings. If you go to the store and buy wings, you're just buying them for as much as they cost at like an actual restaurant, and at least they're cooked for you. Well, pub wings are usually like the super plump GMO'd ones. Like those guys are jacked up on steroids beyond fucking Bane's understanding. Pub wings are like usually massive. Yeah, those are great. The BBL wings. No. Not anytime soon. We have other games to play first. There's no rush for those that we don't have on the list, so...
Shut up, you dickhead, now fuck off!
Yo, Starvader gifted a sub to Avitus. Thank you, sir. Look at that. He's back in business. Big man is back in bizzo. Thank you, dude. Well, I mean, we have other things to do. Again, like I've said, I've just been so burned out and slacking on everything where I'm like so behind on variety, so behind. I'm just behind on everything. I'm behind on everything, man. So I have to kind of get back into the driver's seat and just fucking full throttle everything. Oh. I'm very, very behind. A schedule would be good. Well, we have a fucking YouTube video that we're supposed to come out with on this channel. And I'm looking at the download, and it won't download because my fucking drive is full. And then it's like, well, you pay $5 a year to get more drive memory. It's like, go fuck yourself now. It's free. So I'm trying to figure out how to, probably have to pay to get that rolling, which, $5. But, yeah. Beyond that, I just have a lot going on. Again, I'm still moving. I just don't know when exactly. It was supposed to be at the beginning of this year. It was supposed to be at the end of last year. It's not really up to me, and I keep hearing a lot of things, so I'm kind of just going with the flow right now. There's just a lot going on. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I physically cannot do all day streaming. Like, as of right now, I do need a schedule. I need a proper setup for everything. I need structure. What I was thinking is, I know I want to do League streams at around noon every day, just because that breaks up the Mochi break with the morning, so I won't have to take Mochi out until like 6. So usually usually for me, between that time frame of like noon to 6 is good. That's what I want to do for League, and then maybe in the morning do a bit of Warhammer, and then in the evening kind of just decide what I want to do. You know, I don't make promises. I just say, hey, if I'm feeling it, I'll do something in the evening, like after 6 or like 7, something like that. I need a schedule. We used to have a pretty good schedule, and then, you know, those sometimes work out and sometimes they don't, but yeah, everything in abundance. You need to kind of figure out what makes your schedule work, what makes you work. Yeah, we'll see, though. I'll work on something. Well, weekends could be, again, just odd days to just either spend time with me or Bhavana, whatever it may be, right? Like, you need downtime. You definitely need downtime. Saikun, hello, sir. Or Skyun. Well, you're staying busy, though. That's good. Working out is something I have to do. When I hit 30 a few days ago, I'm like, you know what? This is where everything goes downhill if you let it. All right. We're going to be getting out of here in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a little break, take Mochi, get a bit of food, and then I'll be back on, and we should be ready for the reveals, which I'm very excited for, which I've been waiting for, which need to come out now. Give me the reveals. Anything but 40k at this point would be appreciated. You got nothing against 40k, but like, god damn. 40k is everywhere right now. 11th edition is just humongous. 15 minutes and I go back to my own thoughts. Well, I'll be here a little later. I mean, I'm not turning the stream off. I'm just going to leave it on, but, you know, BRB. Well, I like Street Fighter. I've enjoyed it. I mean, I made 16... The furthest I made it recently was 1615 or 1620 or something. Which is pretty good, considering I full send it most games. Yeah, the showcase should be at about... Well, it starts at 1 p.m. my time, and it's 11:45 right now. So it's slowly creeping up. Very, very slowly. Which actually, you know what? Let me take my break right now. I'm going to go take my break right now, folks. I will be back in about 20 or so minutes. Yeah, I may as well do it now. All right, everyone, I will see you soon. Thank you for hanging out, and I will be back. What the fuck is that song title? Hang on. I just saw the... Okay, I'm looking through the Death Stranding 2 score, which is what this music is, and I scroll down for 1 second. The song is called Fetid Fetus Flogging. What the fuck? What does that sound like? Oh, it just sounds like a horror show. Fetid Fetus Flogging. I don't think I remember doing... I don't think I did that at all in that game, no? We didn't flog any fetuses. What the fuck? Weird. We did not do that. Anyways, I'll be back, folks. See you in about 20 minutes or so. Let's put on this album. Fetid fetus flogging. What? All right. See you soon, folks. All right, we're back. All right. It will be starting soon. It will be starting soon. Here we go. Soon it will be here. This is terrain. It's just a bunch of, like, terrain for Warcry, or not Warcry, Spearhead. So, like, a small Warhammer game. I'm just cleaning it up so it doesn't look like complete ballsack on the board. Because me and Ivana have been playing some Spearhead lately. It's like, yeah, generic little terrain pieces. Scattered pieces. I have not worked on terrain in a very long time, considering I haven't had a board in a very long time, but it feels good to work on something that isn't an army. And then when you get bored of making terrain, you go back to the army. That's usually how that works. You just get bored of something, you move on, come back to it. Cozy him out. It's a beard. It's not a blanket, it's a beard. She made it, yeah. She indeed did make that amount. She made a few of them on this channel. Yeah, it's it's basically, it's just the cozy emote, but, like, it looks different. That's it. She animated it and everything, though. All that was her. Messiah, buddy. We are good. We're just chilling. Yeah, she did Rainston's emotes as well. And the animations and everything. She's good. She knows what she's doing. Yeah, this is terrain. Just a bunch of spearhead terrain that needs to be at least cleaned up. Can't go wrong with decent looking terrain. Hmm. Ivana's doing Night Haunt. So the ghosts. I am starting my first 40k army and I cannot choose who to start as. I would just say based on aesthetic alone, that should be a pretty good indicator. Like, disregarding lore, disregarding gameplay, disregarding anything else. It's like, what do you like looking at? Like, what is your preferred aesthetic? Trader Admech or Corporate Cyberpunk Votan? So you're talking about, like, Dark Mechanicus? Is that even a playable army right now, Dark Mechanicus? I think they have a few things, but I don't know if that's like a full army. Nighthaunt are cool. Yeah, they're really annoying to fight, though. Like, really annoying. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I guess that's up to you, then. Whatever you think would look the coolest. I would always vouch for Votan, because that's kind of my jam now, but... why not both, you know? Maybe do a little force of both. The Nighthaunt are basically Kane. They ignore, like, half the game. That's the best way to put it. They're like Kane. Yes. They're very hard to keep away. You can't, like, reduce armor, reduce saves. They just kind of find you, and you deal with them. And they're fast. Yeah, they're a bit rough. And again, there's nothing wrong with starting multiple armies. It's just the commitment, you know? If you only have time and money for one army, which most people will, You really got to boil it down to, like, what do you like the most about him? And then maybe that'll help you decide, like, which to go for. Again, I would always vouch for Votan for 40k, but... Or even Orcs. I liked Orcs growing up. Well, it's even more money. Commission work is even more moolah. Yeah, go for that. 1,000 is pretty reasonable. Whatever your local scene is makes the most sense, right? Everyone's scene's different. Well, again, why not do like a combat patrol of both then? So that way you get both, if you can't decide, because maybe one day you'll be like, well, I like the other idea too. Well, I mean, Warhammer commissions are... Warhammer in general, not everyone's going to be about the hobby, but if you get into base, you typically want to play base. You want to play instruments. Pretty sure you can actually play... Well, actually, currently, I don't know about 11th edition Votan stuff, but their current, like, codex, I think you can play something to do with the Jaegers. And, like, all of the little Jaeger transports and things. Like, you can play that. Yeah. All right. In about 15 or so minutes, we should be good to go for the reveal show. We'll take a little break here. We'll load up the Twitch, and we pray for something cool. The Delve Berserks? Yeah. That's a whole nother, they're all just cans of worms that you have to invest in. It's like, do you want to play The Chthonian guilds. Well, that's a whole boatload of money. The Pioneers, that's more money. It's like... It's great that there's different ways to play, but that's also how they get you to spend money. Copious amounts of it. The game is very expensive. The game is probably the most expensive part of this hobby. Because you need more and more pieces, and, you know, as new things come out, you're like, oh, that would be cool, and this would be great. So, yeah, if you're playing the game, you'll spend a bit more. If not, you're kind of chilling, but, you know, you love it, so you do it. You make it work. Yeah, exactly. There you go. 3D printing is good. Can't really go wrong with 3D printed stuff. And at the end of the day, it's what you like looking at, right? And budget, so... If you like the look of 3D prints and that's what you can kind of have access to, great. Night Lords of the Raptors and Knights. Yeah, so I'm saying, man, there's a million things to like in this hobby. I think the ultimate, I'll say this. The ultimate hobby purchase that will set your mind free, that really will get you in deep, is a gaming table. A gaming space, like a dedicated play space, will absolutely fuck your mind. Because not only do you think about minis, but now you're thinking about tables. You're thinking about scenarios and scenery and... You know, how much more can you do with your hobby? And be it 3D printing is, like, perfect for that, but... If you can ever achieve that, that's awesome. The scans as well. Yeah, I've seen those floating around. There's a million ways to scan something these days. People scan, like, fucking pre-order minis before there's even, like, 3D views of them. Major nostalgia. I think I've played that game. I think I played that old Lord of the Rings game. I've played a few of them back in the day. Is that the one where it's turn-based? Is that a turn-based game? Yeah, I think I played that then. Nostalgia. Nostalgia's a crazy bitch, man. I love it. I love reliving my youth. It's the one thing that keeps me going sometimes. Well, that's the interesting thing about gaming, is that you've got so many games that came before it. You've got so many things to kind of go back and enjoy and relive if there's nothing new happening. Like, you don't forget that history, you know? New stuff doesn't only mean what's coming out now. New could be going back and playing an older game, you know, at a different age, or just playing a different game in general, an older one. When you're older, you understand things more. So, like, when you're a kid, you just do things because it's cool and this and that. But when you're an adult, you're like, oh, that's what it meant. Interesting. Rizzy, hello, sir. We're good. We're just waiting for the Warhammer show, which shows up in about, I don't know, 15 minutes. We're just chilling. We got the Warhammer show, then I'm going to probably go take a shower, go properly have some food, and then I'll be on for some League. Two Towers is good. That's a great game. I always played Gimli. When I played, my buddy played fucking Aragorn, and I was always Gimli. Even in Baldur's Gate, he was the human, I was the dwarf. My stepbrother, rather. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stupid people out there, but, like, that's just... I don't know. I don't know, brother. Not the brightest. Alright, let's work on this big fucker. This thing is robust. You could kill someone with this. It's probably the most robust thing I've ever held in GW. Or from GW. Thick. It's given the old manor houses a run for their money. The old Empire train. You know, crazily enough, I haven't even played Votann yet. I had them since they first came out. I hated them. Then I got back into them. Then I'm like, eh. And now I'm finally back into them, and I was in the middle of building their combat patrol. But I unironically haven't played a game of Votann yet. From what I've seen... Well, I guess it just depends on your list, to be honest. Depends on what detachment, depends on kind of what you're getting yourself into, but I don't think I've seen too much castling, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you. The last 40k thing I've actually played was during COVID, and that was, I was playing a shit ton of orcs. Lots of orcs during COVID. I really hated the Votan when they first came out. I was like, ugh. What are these nasty things? Yeah, 40k is my... 40k as of right now is like my least involved thing from GW. I'm more like Old World, Lord of the Rings, AOS, currently. 40k for me is off and on. Air quote dwarves, yeah. They're 40k's dwarves, you could say. They're not, like, straight up dwarves, but in spirit, they're dwarves. Yeah, that's cool. You know what? It's a very long hobby, dude. Warhammer is not something you just kind of figure out in a day. Especially full armies. It takes a while. You know, some people are machines, and they get shit done. But it really is quite the process. It's a labor of love. Okay, so the event's in about 20 minutes, which means in about 10, we're just going to go wait on their page. Oh, man, I need to see some good stuff today. I feel like I'm going to get let down, but regardless, more Warhammer is good, even if it's not for me. It's for somebody, and that's cool, even if it's not for me. I'm used to disappointment. I haven't had a shred of fucking League content, Bilgewater-related stuff in years, so... Give me something new. Ionian Champs. It's whatever pays the bills, man. You know, I think Misfortune now has more skins than Lux. Which, she's like the moneymaker from Bilgewater. Well, the last skin they actually gave her was a team skin, so... The player skin. When in doubt, what you like will be supported eventually. Eventually, you'll get something you like. GP skins are good. No, GP has never really taken an L outside of maybe Project. But Project in concept is fine. In execution is just boring. But it works. It's fine. Well, Fun Plus Phoenix isn't even like... That's a team skin. That doesn't count. Actual team skins don't count because they're all based on a player or like an org. If we're talking like actual conceptualized original pieces with their own little backstory and everything, that's a bit different. Like, I don't even count Fun Plus Phoenix in like anything. I think it looks okay though, to be honest. It's like Power Ranger Gangplank. Toy Soldier is so good. He's got the little wind up. Oh yeah, it's so good. It's the quintessential Christmas skin. What was Locke's release skin? I never looked at it. Oh, High Noon. Yeah, okay, never mind. I did. Yeah, never mind. I've seen enough of that champion. Ivana showed me a few videos. I'm like, oh my god. AP Assassin with like a dash. Click on dash. It's like, alright, bro. He's got like a, supposedly it's like a Cassidon Echo. All right, 5 minutes. He has a great, I don't even know. I don't think I read his lore yet or anything, but I'm just not excited for I'm not excited for that. I like that there's more in the game, but it's hard for me to be excited about something like that. It's just not my jam. You know, if you release some nasty ass like thug mercenary pirate scumbag, I'd be like, ooh. But some anime inspired like Vampire Hunter guy, eh. Not for me, but it's alright. The world doesn't revolve around you. You get what you're given. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's just not even, it's not my aesthetic. It's not my jam. But a lot of people, I'm sure, are very excited, and that's cool. All right, let's load up the stream and let's pray. It is time to be given some ogres and preferably dwarves. Don't really care so much about the ogres, but well, yeah, I mean, you play what you like, right? If you don't want to play anything else, don't do it. It's a hobby, it's a game. When it comes to hobby time, that's the last thing you want to do is not have fun. All right, let's load up the Games Workshop stream and let's summon a bunch of naked dwarves, preferably. All right, let's see. Games Workshop. Warhammer Twitch. Official Warhammer Twitch channel. Official. So the preview show, if I'm not mistaken, it should be today. I hope I'm not mistaken. Oh my god, it's in an hour. Wait, it's at 2 o'clock? It's in an hour. It's not even right now, it's in an hour. Oh. It's an hour and 8 minutes. Wait, I got it wrong then. Whoops. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, can you go tell me what 7 p.m. BST is to EST? 7 p.m. BST to EST. I swear it was 1 o'clock. I guess it's 2. I'm excited for the reveals. I am too, sir. We know there's going to be ogres. There's probably going to be a Chaos Dragon for Old World. 2 heads. That's all I can think of. There's no way they're going to release a cursed fucking Etten. No one's going to buy that. At least, well, maybe they would. They just released the old one. 2 o'clock. Oh, well, whoops. All right, let's keep doing this. An hour. Whoops. It's fine. I've got stuff to do anyways. We could just clean this. Terrain is pretty chill to make. You don't really have to think. So this is kind of a chill time anyways. Yeah, this is the Scaventide stuff. I never bought the launch box. I think I just got the Fire and Jade like expansion set, but yeah, me and my girlfriend are doing a bit of Spearhead right now, so I'm trying to like not make the terrain look like shit. I kind of just cut it out and left it on the board, and then there was nubs all over it when we were playing, so yeah, I'm trying to not make it look ugly. But terrain doesn't need to look too good. It's just mold lines and sprue gates and everything just don't work well with my brain. Well, this is not bad. Thing about the Spearhead terrain is there's 3 separate packs currently. So you've got like the Fire and Jade stuff, which was the Scaventide. You have the Sand and Bone expansion, and then you also have the City of Ash, which just came out. So it's all nice, it's all different, and it's all Spearhead. Hobby must take up a lot of space. This is a very... This isn't really a hobby, this is more of like a lifestyle. Once you really get into Warhammer, it just becomes you. Like, I have a temporary table set up. Nothing permanent because I have to move. But the table alone is 4x6. And that's just play space. That's not even like the actual hobby. That's just the game. That we don't know yet. I don't really know anything about that in terms of where I'm going, but I just know that a move is on the horizon. When it happens, it kind of just happens, and we have a bit of time to figure it out, but yeah, right now we're just kind of going with the flow. Ideally, it's bigger, but Toronto's kind of expensive. But you live where you live. Well, we're in Toronto right now. Montreal is cheaper than Toronto. Ryan, hello, sir. It's been a while, buddy. Dude, I was going to ask you, what do you... I saw your video on you making terrain for your fucking boards. Is that you? Did you buy a bunch of 3D printers? Yeah, I'm good. I was just really burned out. I've been burned out for like a whole month straight. Like, completely cooked out of my mind. That was you? Yeah, that's cool, man. What do you use for, your mats, your play mats in your store? It does, yeah, burnout sucks. It was bad. It was very, very bad, but we're good now. We're kind of getting back into it. Playmat at you. Oh. Is that the one I bought? Oh, playmat or game mat? Game mat or playmat? There's two different types of brand. Oh, playmat. I've never heard of playmat actually. Just okay. Let me take a look at their boards. Oh, they look pretty nice. Yeah, they look cool. They're cheaper than... They're probably the cheapest I've seen. 69... Was that euros? For a 44x60? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I didn't realize, yeah. Because I've been looking around, because, We put together like an IKEA gaming table. So it's like a cube. It's a cube system with like Kallax, and then I have to figure out a foldable, transportable tabletop. That's going to be anywhere from like. Well, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this. You have a gaming store. You have tables. How big is your tabletop? Because what I was thinking is, what's the plan here? Well, me and Ivana are playing games. We've already played a bunch of Spearhead. 6x4, okay. And you've got like what, 12 to 15 inches of clearance for like doing whatever? Like the board is 44 by 60, right? And then do you give your guys like a little bit of clearance? I guess that would be 6 feet. Because like 60 inches is not 6 feet. Yeah. Yeah, these glasses are very useful. So you don't get sprues in your eyes. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out, I ended up buying a playmat, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, it's a little, the quality is fine, but it was a bit pixelated. I think I got mine from, like, GameMat EU. Which actually, GameMat EU doesn't charge import and doesn't charge anything else, which is great. That's probably baked into the price, at least for me. But I think I was looking around. No, GameMat EU is good. Yeah, it's good. I was just, the overall image quality was a little bit grainy just because I haven't seen their mats before, but overall it's good. Yeah, overall I do like it. I think Fat Mats in America does some stuff that's really, really good, very popular. You said playmat. What's my plan? Well, I'm doing a gaming board. Yeah, actually, I would like to. That is something, well, that was the goal with setting up a board. I'm kind of working on terrain right now, just as like a little bit of a precursor thing. I have to send off the video of the last project, and then I got to work on Dane. So we have like, I don't know, 60 to 70 hours of footage that we have to go through, finish that project, and then I have to start the next one, which is going to be yours. Do I want terrain? Right now, probably not. Because I'm going to be moving eventually, and I don't really want to take too much. All the stuff that I have is kind of what was on hand / small stuff like the Spearhead shit. Because, like, if you're doing 3D printed terrain, I don't want to get it and then be like, okay, I'm boxing it up. Yeah, you're good, bro. That's cool. If we find anything we like, I'll let you know. Because you're doing what, PLA? You have a bunch of PLA stuff? $500 lead bricks. No, that's terrible. You don't want that. You don't want lead bricks. Yeah, that's cool. That's great, dude. Do you? Let me ask you this, actually. Do you sell gaming mats in your store? A dildo. Well, you could use a dildo as like a Slanesh gaming board. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I was talking to a few people about mats and things and what they use. You know, actually, if you don't mind, can you send me a picture of the top of one of your gaming boards? Because you had all of yours constructed, right? Like fabricated? Yeah, I appreciate it. You gotta get the Slaneshi Dildo Palace board. You can only play on it if you're a super gooner. Oh, can you really? That's cool. I don't even know where I'd put it, though. Like, did you get the warp on yours? Yeah, that's cool. I'm down to see it. Every table has a logo in the corner. That's really cool. Oh, you're at the Warp, bro. You're playing on Warp tables. Warp-infused tables. And the sky's the limit with wargaming stuff. I don't think we have too much of that here in Canada. A lot of it's overseas. A lot of it's in, like, you know, the UK. That's just the home of it. It would be cool, though. It's like, if you want any Warhammer stuff, you just go to the UK. Paul, hello, sir. Hobbyers and crafters. We are chilling. We're waiting for some new stuff. There is a Warhammer reveal show today, which we thought was now, but it's in an hour. Because time zones are funky. Time zones are really fucking funky. Well, if there's any reveal show, you should be reveling in the fact that you're going to get more sales. Yeah, if you're a game store owner, I feel like reveal shows are like fucking super candy. What, this reveal show is terrain? It's a terrain reveal show? Wait, what? Well, I'm thinking it's like, they talked about Age of Sigmar, they talked about Old World. Wait, do you have the inside scoop? You're serious? Oh, the terrain. Isn't the pre-painted terrain supposed to be shown soon? Oh, that's the rumors? Oh, I guess I haven't really been looking at 40k rumors. Terrain. Well, you know, when you get a board, you think more about terrain. I think the ultimate hobby purchase is a gaming board. Because then your mind just expands and you're like, you know what, I can do anything. Yeah, overseas you guys are apparently burning alive. You're paying for the crimes of the British. The British. Shit, I don't even know, brother. Listen, it's 23 here. Right now it's 23. It's nice outside. We're chilling. No, it was pretty nice. I was out earlier. It actually hasn't really been too bad lately. It's been a little bit dreary and rainy and kind of like, eh. Weather's all over the place. It's all that global warming. Yeah, we do live in ice. Well, the further north you go, I mean, when I was in Montreal, we went kind of far up north, and it's like a whole different world up there. Holy fuck. You feel like you're in, like, an ice age. You feel like you're gonna run into, like, McCready and the American research base with, like, the Thing. Like, it is a completely different world. You want to play the game? You know the game? What is wrong with it? Bro, listen, if you want to send me something, I'll play the game. You got to do something with all those Armageddon boxes. Well, north of Montreal is... Well, yeah, Montreal is pretty rural. If you head out. Play the game! What is it, 1 to 100 or 1 to 1,000? I'll play it. We got some time before the reveal show. But 1 to 1,000 is pretty generous. I mean, 1 to 100? Okay. We can roll the dice. Google. Let's see. I will do it. I can't turn down some generosity. If it's 4 digits, I'm scamming you. Fair. All right. So random number generator, max 100. There you go. All right, you ready? Random. Here. Of course I'm going to show this screen. I'm not going to be like, oh, it's 100. Who knows? I'm going to say it's going to be 50 to 70. That's kind of where I'm at. 50 to 70. Damn! Oh, God. Well, 80, 85. Oh, damn! All right. It was a little bit higher than I thought. It was pretty good. I think that's the highest number yet. Fuck you. You're the one who made it. Hey, you made the... You don't have to give me anything, bro, if you don't want to. You're good. 85 is pretty damn good, though. I gotta admit. What if we did it again? Okay, go with the 85. 85 was good. 2 times not the charm. 69. That's maybe happened once. It's funny. What does it mean? You'll see. My sponsor's coming through right now. There's a reason we have
Is that all you've got? You must have more.
$8. Okay. Never mind. It's just money laundering. Yo, Ryan, thank you, bro, for the $8. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Don't send anything else. You're good, man. Thank you. Kind of scam me, though. Yeah, thank you, brother. I am gonna go...
Is that all you've got? You must have more.
This guy. There it is. That's the sponsor money. Hey. The logo on the screen was never free. Holy shit, yo. Ryan, either way, bro. $8.50 or $85. That's pretty damn generous, dude. Thank you. Time to go spend it at the warp.co.uk. In Haven. That's the very southern part of Brexit. Hey, thank you, man. You just got me a gaming mat. Thank you, sir. Or Mochi some treats. Or some sort of hobby purchase. Or rent. Or food. Or something. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're... Like I said, just burnout is, like, really bad. We're pretty good, though, for now. I'm still trying to, like, get back into streaming just because it feels a bit awkward. But yeah, we're going to stream League this afternoon. Warhammer I'd like to at least do in the mornings. I just have a lot to do in both. Same thing with Variety. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's your brain chemicals, man. He's a man of his word. He is. He's the only worthy British person who I can trust. And that's only because he deals in Warhammer. I can trust a Warhammer guy. Not even Rainsden? Well, Rainsden's alright. I can kind of trust him. What is height vitals? What is that? Height vitals? Is that like a drug? Vitamins. Are they like a British thing? Like, are they, what are they exactly? Are they gummies? Are they like pills? You popping them in the back room before you head out and sell some 40K? Pills! Send me a message about them. Like, just literally send me the name of them. I'll look them up. Feel no one I was burnt out through my last job, which ended up putting me into a deep depression. No, it doesn't matter what you're doing. I agree. No, you're good, bro. No matter what you're doing, you sometimes feel like you're just not doing the right thing. You know what I mean? Burnout is... I don't know. You just... It's all in your head, you know? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's like a genuine thing that you just want to get out of. But, like, I know that's not with me in streaming. I like streaming, but... You know, when it comes to games or whatever it may be, you're just like, eh. You know, give me something different, right? And it was just my birthday. So, like, on top of burnout and my birthday and everything, it's like, things aren't getting better. It's a legit thing. Yeah, I'll take a look at them. I mean, I'm 30 now. I just turned 30. I turned 30 3 days ago, so I'm kind of, like, figuring out health a bit better. Yeah, the big 3-0. Bro, you're like 40. Calm down. I'm that perfect, like, Warhammer stereotype. I'm overweight. I'm gonna have glasses. I'm not balding. And I'm, like, old. Yeah, so we're slowly becoming the warrior or the Warhammer stereotype. More and more day by day.
Is that all you've got? You must have more.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday, mate.
Oh my god. He knows what daddy wants. Oh my god, dude. Well, Ryan, damn, thank you, sir. Holy shit, that's like 200 fucking bucks, man. Thank you. Holy fuck. Well, you know what? Hey, we'll put that to good use, sir. Thank you, man. Buy a mat with my face on it. Do you guys have any, well, do you guys have any, like, branded, like, dice boxes and things? Like, dice trays? And again, Jesus, dude, thank you. Like I said, I know where I'm spending that. Warp.co.uk. Thank you, man. Holy moly. Yeah. Well, it's just, I'm thinking of stuff, because, like, I'm working with, Like, right now I'm doing, when I was kind of burned out, I was working a bit on the, stuff that I wanted to pursue. So I've got, the Hearth and Hobbying kind of like rebrand, t-shirt design, some other stuff in the works right now. Graphics, stickers, everything. Like, I showed you the little label thing, which I've refined much more since then, but yeah. It's a lot of, dwarf stuff, merch stuff. Yeah. Yeah, thank you again, though, man. Damn. I'm sure we're going to be spending that money on today's reveals. Probably. If there's anything that I like, maybe. Two years younger than me. Well, you'd never know. I don't look a day over 42. Yeah, I'll take a look. I don't look a day over 42. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's pretty dope. And those are the supplement height science-backed supplements for your brain. All right. For your gaming tables, like I know that's in one of the rooms. Do you have did you put a lip around your table? Because I know these don't have a lip. Gotcha. Yeah, I might. Am I an unk now? 30 is unk age, yeah, I'd say so. Like 30 to 40 is like unk territory. 30 is like you're just about there. Mid 30s, yeah, I'd say so. I don't feel 30 at all. I look the part. Yeah, I'll think about that because I have to the only thing I've done is since I'm moving, I'm getting rid of a lot of stuff, I'm selling stuff, I'm donating stuff. Like, it's just clutter and shit. And since I did that, I had a bit of space for a gaming table. And so I went to IKEA, and then I got a few IKEA things to basically make up the base of the table. So it's a Kallax base, which is like your cubby system. I've got like, what, 16 cubbies? Something like that. For like terrain or whatever else. And the good thing is you could just take it with you. A Kallax is not big, it's not heavy, super easy to transport. So that's the base of the table, and then I'm trying to figure out how to do the tabletop. Which I think I was going to commit to, I was going to do, I went to a woodworking shop recently, like a local company, and I was asking them for like, well, I'm not going to make it because I, A, don't have time, and I want it done semi-professionally, not like super expensive, but what I was going to do is basically have it like, maybe like 45 by 75, potentially. But what I would have them do is make it lipped, and I would also have it foldable. So it'd just be MDF. It's an MDF lipped foldable table that cracks in half, that once you lay it out in half, you know, you won't see any of that stuff, so... That I think makes the most sense, because I can't have anything permanent. I am still moving, and who the hell wants, like, a 75-inch table top? Like, you just can't move that thing around. Does MDF bend over time? How did you do yours, then? Because we were going to do MDF with maybe, like, some supports. Wolf, hello, sir. Plywood? Well, I said there's a few options. I haven't gone back to them yet. You have a folding table? Really, 6x4? Like a tabletop? Like wood? Or is it just like an actual gaming table? Oh, really? Well, I know they do a lot of, because I looked around for brands. Yeah, you're good. There's a lot of, like, gaming brands out there, but the event's today, yeah, it's in about 30 minutes. I'm just hoping they show dwarves. That's all I want. I just want, like, Fire Slayers. Like, give me anything. Give me the new, like, Kazalid Force. Something like that. That'd be cool. That would be ideal. I know ogres are going to get shown because they talked about, like, food and all this other stuff, and the ogres kind of need a revamp. I'll take a look. Oh, that thing? Yeah, I was looking at that. Is that the exact one you have? That's like a $400 table, dude. Oh, it's not the exact one? Gotcha. So, I initially looked at those. The issue is it's... The size is correct, but when you lay it down on, like, a Kallax, I don't know if it's going to, like, stay because you have all the legs and, like, the undercarriage. And the Kallax gives me space to have, like, shit underneath, which for me is ideal because I don't have a lot of space, so, like, if I have a gaming table, I need things under it. Well, I can't now because the Kallax is 37 inches tall. This is not a 37-inch... Like, if your table is 37 inches, it could go over it, but I don't think it is. It was always meant to be kind of like a broken down system. So you can just kind of, like, move with it, potentially. But still have storage. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Because, again, if it's not tall enough... And if you find it... How about this? If you find it, send me a picture of it, and I'll decide then. Which I think makes the most sense. Otherwise, I was just going to go with, like, again, a custom, like, wood tabletop thing. Yeah. Which I don't think should be bad, considering it's, like, MDF or whatever else they want to go with, because they know more about it than I do. I don't really know much about wood. Ideally, something that doesn't bend. But you typically have to, like, put supports and everything. I appreciate it, though. It's very, very kind of you, dude. It's, like, really generous. You pay for shipping. It's, like, your birthday money, the game money. Like, take your money back, bro. Shipping on that thing is, like, fucking expensive. That's okay. Yeah, shipping is... the thing is, we don't have anything in Canada. If you want to do wargaming in Canada and you want everything domestic, you don't really have options. Like, if you live in the UK, you have a million options. Like, people live and breathe tabletop gaming. Here, everything is, like, imported or it's all made by hand. It's just something that you can't really buy. Yeah. Not that you need to. I mean, a lot of this hobby is just make it yourself if you're, like, have decent chops and woodworking. Propaganda. It's UK propaganda. The Warhammer propaganda. I'll look into them. I mean, even Ivana needs, like, vitamins. Like, we're just dying here. We're becoming, like, skeletons. Well, me the exact opposite, but... Yeah, I'll take a look. You should sell them in your store. It's like, listen, you fat gamers, get in check. Look at this. Height gummies in the shape of Calgar. Don't you want that? That's an ultramarine gummy. It's like, if you made them in the shape of a dwarf, I'd buy 500. Well, it's not a gummy, sorry, it's a pill. The Calgar pill. It's like, you want to sell supplements to gamers, you buy them, you peel off the label, and you put ultramarines on the label, and you sell them. And then you have Gamer Sups. Just not that name because that name's already taken. Chrissy, hello, ma'am. I made a board for my Battle from Craig set. If you know the set, wish I still have it. Yeah, that was the 4th edition starter set, no? That was the first starter set I had in 40k. Battle from Craig back in the day. It was the Tyranids against, like, the Ultramarines. And you had the downed lander. We're good. We're just kind of getting back to some normalcy here. Everyone's still chugging on. You know your shit. Well, that's what I started 40k with back in the day. I was exposed to, like, the 3rd edition set, which was what? The, wasn't it Dark Angels? Was it Dark Angels? No, it was Black Templars against Dark Eldar. And they had, like, the John Blanche cover and everything. That's what I was first shown, but what I first really got into was McCraig. That was, like, the starter set of my personal youth. Something about those starter sets were so much more fascinating than the new ones. Maybe it's just nostalgia. It might be. I don't think a new starter set has really captured my attention in a long time. Maybe in the new edition of AOS, if it's more dwarf-centered. Who knows? Bit of a bold move, though. Do you think it is? At your store, it's dead? I'm assuming everyone's just playing 40k at your store. Overall. Really? I don't know. I like AOS. I've always enjoyed Age of Sigmar. I've never not really been into it, but... Well, okay, that's not true. I guess when it first came out, I wasn't really a big fan. And then eventually just kind of said, you know... It's chill. It's like a beer and pretzels game. And I guess there hasn't really been a big shakeup in AOS as of late, right? Like, 40k is popping off because of 11th edition, but what was the last time... When was the last time AOS had a big shakeup? You know what I mean? Like, they just had the City of, what, Ash? The Spearhead box come out, and that's cool, but... It's like, beyond that, what's really going on? They had the Cities launch. And those are amazing minis. But nothing, like, monumental. The game is unbalanced. I mean, when I was playing, I felt like everything I was doing was pretty fair. It was all right. I didn't feel like I was completely overwhelmed. I can't attest to the new edition. I haven't played the new edition, but I have been playing Spearhead. The models are nice, though. And if anything, I think the biggest thing for me right now is actually Age of Sigmar, considering dwarves are getting a massive update in AOS. Old World are gonna just sit there and fester for a bit. Votan have already got their range kind of fleshed out. I guess it just depends on what you're into. It's good to mix and match. I mean, do a bit of everything, right, if you can. Normally, that's dictated by your local scene. If you've got no one playing Age of Sigmar, why would you play Age of Sigmar? Like, have you guys ran, like, a Spearhead event or something to get people back into it, or no? Or maybe, like, regular AOS stuff? I haven't done my Voten yet, no. I haven't... Okay, I'll say this. For the last month, I've done, like, no Warhammer. I haven't even done League. You abandoned it. Really? It was that bad? People wouldn't even want to play Spearhead? Oh my god. But so you don't have Age of Sigmar Knights? You'd figure for like a game store, because your game store is getting pretty big, dude. That's awesome. But you'd think that AOS would be there. Really? So do you get more old world games in AOS? Or is old world even more dead than AOS? You do, really? Okay, the world's healing. I was gonna say, if you're getting more old world than AOS, the world is healing. That's good. That means good things are coming. Old world is hurting AOS. I'm not going to say anything against that, because I like old world. I love fantasy. I do think AOS has a place, though. Ideally, you have this nice mix of Age of Sigmar and old world, because technically they're the same damn thing, but not. But what about Lord of the Rings, then? Do you get more Lord of the Rings? If you've got more Lord of the Rings than Age of Sigmar, that is a bit concerning. I think my local stores have, like, one game of Lord of the Rings every year. Which is quite dreadful. Okay, you're such an idiot, bro. What are you talking about? If anything, you're throwing shade more at your employees than me. That guy's probably... What was his name? He did the Fire Slayers. How does he think about that? He should get in contact with fucking HR. Okay. You know, I wish they'd do studies like that. I wish they'd do dwarf studies. You know what? You probably got him on box duty, bro. He's in the shipping department. He's just stuffing boxes full of paper. Old World is pretty much dead here because it's basically the same old rules fuckfest. Next one has time and patience for it. No one has time and patience. It's a lot of back and forth. like charging alone and like reactions and like how you take that, it's a lot. But it's the world of fantasy that I think for me and the nuance of it that is so appealing. Like if I had to break down each game, Age of Sigmar's fluidity, Fantasy's flavor, 40K's I don't even know. Same here. Old World died quickly, but Spearhead really well. Spearhead Age of Sigmar. Yeah, that's good. I mean, again, it all depends on where you live. Depends on the scene. It very much is about who lives there and who's interested in what. Again, like I said, I'm surprised most, like, the fact that AOS isn't thriving at your store, that's really interesting. Especially in the UK, you'd feel like people want to play everything. Lord of the Ring, Blood Bowl, 40K. Blood Bowl's cool. I want to get back into Blood Bowl. I've got like 3 separate dwarf teams. The Blow Bowl. Yeah, that's what you do after hours when the store is closed down. Yeah, when are you going to play the game? What did you even play in the past? Did you play Warhammer? Before you did the store? Oh, did you really? You got back into 11th? That's cool. Even I'm kind of getting into 11th right now. I've got like the, I've got the terrain templates and shit like that. Like the companion, the combat patrol companion. I think the best part of 40K is that its subfactions and lore are perfectly precision designed to insert your dudes into. I haven't really been into 40K since COVID. I can't say much on it right now, but I think with how expansive it is, you can tell endless stories. Fantasy's a bit different. Age of Sigmar was pretty good with that because you had all the different realms and, you know, various things living in them. But 40K was always the most expansive of, like, anything. Eldar, Orcs, and Necrons. Well, the Eldar haven't got shit in a long time. Those 2 games should do well for them, though. Oh, for sure. Dawn of War 4 is going to be a bit strange, because, like, that's also in the space of, like, Total War, and everyone knows what Total War is at this point. Not everyone kind of grew up with Dawn of War, but... I feel like 40K is about to kind of blow up, even more than it already has been. And yeah, most of it from the 2 games coming out. Or even, like, the Henry Cavill show eventually when they come out with that, which who knows when. You're not strapped for 40K games. Wherever you go, you'll find 40K. It's everything else you have to be worried about. So you either kind of join up and you play some 40K, or you get lucky with, like, your local scene. And, you know, maybe at some stores 40K isn't popular, but not most of them. 40K is like their flagship thing. The show should be good. Yeah, for sure. I'm not even like a big 40K nut like I used to be, but I'd still totally watch it. There's no reason not to. They don't blow the budget on celebrity VAs. I don't think they will. I mean, it's Amazon money as well. You have infinite money. Something easy to paint. Well, you know, when it comes to getting into any hobby, you should start small. It's never a good idea to get into it full force. You know, one box of guys, a little paint set, whatever it may be, just kind of like roll with it, you know? Amazon has a track record of it. You'd think they have so much money, though. I mean, of course, it's only allocated so much, but, like, the biggest issue with Warhammer shows and Warhammer games and anything Warhammer is that it's so fleshed out that, like, you really have to do it justice for people to care. Like, you can't really afford to fuck it up or everyone's gonna know. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He's the right guy for sure. 1,000,000,000% he's the right guy. He actually does the hobby. He cares about it. You know, it's much different when you get someone who doesn't do anything. Right. The event should be in about 15 minutes. Cavill is a dude. He looks I don't think he looks like you at all, brother. I think you're his, like, forgotten cousin. On the other end of, like, the island. That he kept hidden away. Where does that where do all the British celebrities live? I'd say London, because it sounds fancy, but I don't think it's London. Maybe I'm wrong. Britain. Is there, like, a specific city, though, or something? Like, Hampstead Heath. Is that the fancy place? Okay, I was selling, this was over a year ago. I sold a Star Wars thing to a guy in the UK, and I had to ship it to him. And when I was going to look up the address, it came up as a mansion. I'm like, what? How this guy living like the Queen of England? Like, god damn! I'm like, where? I forgot where it was, but, like, holy shit! You had to have, like, people come out and get it and all this stuff. It was so strange. Hampstead Heath. It's a park in London. They live in a park? Oh, it is pretty fancy. Yeah, it was like a Star Wars piece. It was like a statue. Wasn't, like, egregious, but damn. Celebrities live around that park? Gotcha. I guess you're all probably in the same area. When you're of that caliber, you're probably just with other people of that caliber. It's like a big community of billionaires and millionaires. Okay, the show is live in 12 minutes. So let's just call it here, and let's open up the stream. I live around there, too. If I had that money, I would never want to. That's disgusting. That is simply way too much. Do you really need that much space? You know what I mean? Well, you're in... I don't even know. You're in a little... Is it not like a fishing village? Like, I've looked up the town that you're in. Like, your store is in. It's like a little quaint, like, southern fishing town thing. Roland's Castle? Well, that's not where your store is. Hang on. Buy a ranch. Roland's Castle. Why are you telling people where you live, bro? All right, Roland's Castle. Is that a town? It's a village in England. So less is more. Less is more. He doesn't live there. I mean, a lot of these little British towns look pretty... Are they quiet? They look like quiet, nice places. That's why whenever I hear about, like, London being, like, crime-riddled and shit, I'm like, how is that even possible? Look at these places. But I guess you never know. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, British laws are weird. Fair enough. All right, let's load the, Fuck, that is loud. Okay. Okay, let me ask you this. Who is excited for the new reveals? I feel like this is a reveal show that I'm gonna care about, surprisingly. Not you. That's lame. Not me. Nobody here. Blood Bowl star player Morgan Thorg's professional debut was for which team? Morgan Thorg is... Morgan Thorg. It sounds like, I don't even know. Is C a halfling team? It's D or A. Unless... Yeah, A. There's no way that's a Reiklander. Which Stormcast Eternal hero led the first foray into the mortal realms in the Age of Sigmar? Jesus. Oh, is it? B I don't even know. I'm gonna go with B. Vandus Hammerhand. I don't know. Bastion Carthalos. I was gonna say Hammerhand. Vandus Hammerhand. Is Joe Biden a Stormcast Eternal? New ogres for 10 years. That was the funniest thing I looked at. I went to, I was at a game store, I think about a week ago or something. And I was looking at, I said this earlier, but I was looking at the ogre spearhead. And since they're all using the old fantasy sprues, the old, like, fantasy kits, a regular spearhead is like this. This is a regular spearhead, right? The ogre spearhead's like this. It's unironically that thick. Same price, but, like, you just get a million more sprues. It's ridiculous. And, like, no one's buying it. It's so big. Yeah. I recently read the Hamilcar book. Is that an AOS book? It's like a Stormcast book? I have to get back into reading. I haven't read in a while. This is just, yeah, it's not starting yet. It starts in a few minutes. It's a preview show. This is like you sitting in the movie theaters watching all the pre-roll and everything. Yeah. Which Primarch wins in a fight? Oh, here come the chuds. Here come the chuds. Here comes Twitter and Reddit. Which one wins here? Let's just say it's Gilliman. I don't know. Let's just say Gilliman. Gilliman, Dorn, Khan, or Sanguinius? I mean, I'm just saying Gilliman. I guess. Everyone's saying D, Sanguinius. Well, if he was alive, which he will be because this is Warhammer. Of course it's Gilliman. The rest are already dead. Oh. There you go. Which of the following is not one of Nagash's Mortarks? Well, they say they're dead, but they're not, because they're going to be back, no? Osheron, I think? Is Radiker the Beast? Oh, I guess he's not a Mortark. Okay. Radiker the Beast is, God, he's for the, is he not Soulblight? Isn't he supposed to be the guy from, like, Curse City? Archon has been around for fucking ages. That guy's, like, Nagash's bro. Yeah, Radiker. Yeah. I don't even know who the last guy was. Grom the Paunch is a famous goblin warboss, perhaps best known for his invasion of Ulthuan. What is the name of his standard bearer? Niblet. Niblit. This I do know. Yeah, there you go. Second one, B. Niblet. Oh, it's Niblet. B, brother. They never updated Grom. I would have liked to see a new Grom, because I think Grom came out in, like, what, 4th edition? He was a 4th or 5th edition character, super old, very old aesthetic, like, typical, you know, of the time kind of, like, look, which was great, but he's more of, like, a period piece. It's like, if you want to go back and make an old 4th or 5th edition Greenskin army, you can include him, but, yeah. So Usheran is the Flesh Eater leader. Oh, the big cursed ghoul king. Yo, yo. Sorry, let me fix the camera. Focus. Tree man. What is the title for the officer in command of an Imperial Titan? Fuck, I don't know. Bust out the chuds. The Princep? Maybe? A Princep? See? Chuds unite. 40k chuds. I feel like 40k is such a bad rap in terms of, like, the standard view of the game. Like, more, like the standard audience view of, like, 40k has kind of dwindled over time. Mostly because of social media. And, like, the amount of just psychos. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar has a great many titles and... What is that word? Epithets. What is his middle name? I'm gonna go with D. Augustus. Sounds like a thing. Konar. Marnius Augustus Calgar. Or Calgar. Augustus. He's like Augustus Gloop. Okay, it's starting in about 4 minutes. What is Augustus? Which of the following did not claim its own emperor in the age of the 3 emperors? Oh. Evitat, oh. That is something I should know, but I don't. Maybe... Nordland? I want to go Nordland. I mean, nothing happened. Stirland's a shithole. I'm with A or B. Middenland and Talabecland? No. It's Stirland or Nordland. I'm gonna go with Nordland, though. Oh, it was Nordland. There you go. Bad moons are wealthy. Evil sons love speed. Blood axes like uniform, camo, and tactics. What is the Death Skull's thing? Stealing? Being lucky? The first one? It's D. It's D. All of the above. D. started reading the Horus Heresy novels last month. 4 down, 60 to go. If you want to get them all, that's a quest if you want to get them all. That would be a severe quest. Like, if you're just reading them digitally, I don't think it's so bad, but, like, physicality in old Warhammer books is yikes. Which Imperial organization maintains the black ships? I don't know. It's not the last one, though. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica? The Inquisition? I'm gonna go B. Arbites? No. Or the Arbites? No. Yeah, finding old books is pretty tough. 40k books are, like, really expensive. Like, super expensive. Pizza Yo, buddy. Which familiar is the best? Well, that's a subjective thing. It's probably going to say all the above. Oh. Sanctifier Cherub with Incentivizer. The Skeletal Familiar. Yvrane's Grinks. Lotan's Octar. It's all subjective. It's probably going to be any of them. I don't know. Oh, well, here we go. Yeah, peace, man. Take it easy, dude. I didn't see that yet, no. I don't think I've played one game of League since then, so I'm not sure.
Hello, everybody.
Oh shit, here we go.
Welcome to this very exciting preview. This is the big summer Warhammer preview. I am Adam Troke. This is Eddie Eccles.
Give me
We're
dwarves.
delighted to have your company.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool preview. We've got stuff from loads of different game systems to show you.
I'm excited.
Loads of Warhammer to talk about. We think about 90 minutes of stuff. Is that
Yeah,
about right?
it should run to about that long, depending on how fast we talk and how sidetracked we get by all the details. But yeah, for the next hour and a half or so, we're going to fill the air with loads of cool Warhammer things. We've got things to cover from Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Warhammer the Old World, Warhammer Necromunda,
That's
Warhammer Blood Bowl,
Old
Warhammer
World.
Horus Heresy, and Legions Imperialis. Have we forgotten anything?
Kill Team.
Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team. So
Yeah.
loads to go
Loads of
through.
different systems. It's not every single system that we make. There are a few we couldn't quite squeeze
Absolutely.
in. So we haven't got any Warcry for you. We haven't got any Underworld.
Or Middle Earth.
We haven't got any Middle Earth. But we'll have stuff on all of those game systems in the not too distant future.
Absolutely. So keep your eyes on warhammercommunity.com if you want to hear about the news on those as it happens. Meanwhile, while the chat fills up and we get ready to kick off, there's a few things we normally do. The first thing is that we ask people in the chat where you're from. I was looking at the chat as people answered the...
I enjoyed the quiz.
The
That
quiz was
good
fun,
It
right?
good fun.
Did you get any right? Any
I
wrong?
got all of them right, obviously, Adam.
Very
But
good.
I did also help write the questions, so I cheated a bit.
Perfect. I was doing all right myself, and I saw where
Show
some
us
people
the
are from. We've
dwarf.
got people from
Captain
Texas.
leads it.
There's people
We
from
do.
all around
Bear,
the
thank you,
UK,
sir.
a lot from Europe as well. I saw some France and some Germany.
Soon
so
enough.
Wherever you are in this global Warhammer community, welcome to this.
Missouri,
Delighted that you
from
choose to spend some
Ottawa,
time with us.
New York,
Is it
Germany.
recently, Adam?
The Warp.
I've
Oh my
found
God, there's
things
someone
really
watching at
very
Ryan's
busy,
store.
and also, the weather is
been a
complete
bit warm, hasn't
anathema
it?
to painting
Yeah.
right now.
Switzerland,
in the UK. We're
Denmark,
getting burninated.
Tokyo.
But I have put together
Your
everything,
mom's
that was on the
USA.
stationery side of my Armageddon box,
Nice.
including
Kazakhstan.
Dark
Number
Angel,
one.
is that a word? Up,
Why not?
the
Yeah,
models
why not?
with some extra details and back banners and things like that. What about you?
Bit of Eldari, taking
Mhm.
some of them. Doing a little bit of Caradrons on my painting table at the moment, and
Did you finish your cock?
I did finish my Cogfort. Yes,
Perfect.
I had a good time with that. I
Actually,
did loads
it
of
was on
hobbies.
Warcom, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Nice. So, meanwhile, the other thing I've been doing to fill a little bit of my hobby time is I've been sort of theory hammering some army lists using the Warhammer 40,000
Yes,
app.
yes.
And
Thailand.
I've been looking at. I saw somebody had made a really interesting little video on like Instagram or somewhere about how you could use the Fulgurist detachment, which is like land speed eccentric. And so I'm trying to work out how I can synergize that with all of my Ravenwing things to be like a very fast moving sort of attacking and deep striking in force. That could be really
Yeah, a
fun.
lot of people doing Warhammer 40,000 army list theorying. at the
Yeah, I've
moment,
been
aren't
caught
they?
up in the wave, I think. What about you?
Yeah, obviously, I've got I think one list for every single faction in 40k. That
And you've played your first official
I've,
game?
Belgian,
I've
yeah,
played
buddy.
one game.
Kislev.
One official game
I
of the
don't think they're
so far
showing
with
up.
my Eldari
I think you're going to get like a
You are
Chaos
undefeated
Dragon.
with time.
so far.
Two-headed
Perfect.
Chaos Dragon.
Gotta love it. Right. So, as we said, we've got loads of things to talk about throughout the course of this preview. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you have a nice time. We are going to start off the show by going to the grim darkness of the far future, and we're going to talk about some things for Warhammer 40,000. So here we are with Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon, the launch box for the new edition, sort of out there in the wild. It's worth talking about some of the things that are coming up. And the first thing that we're going to talk about is how new people to Warhammer might get started in the Warhammer 40,000 hobby with some Warhammer 40,000 starter sets. So here is the Warhammer 40,000
That's pretty
starter
cool.
set. We've got one in the flesh. This is an enormous box and is the perfect way if you've never played Warhammer 40,000 before and want to get started to jump straight into the hobby. Eddie, what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so we did know that some of the miniatures from the Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon set would be available in other sets in the future. This is one of the first places you'll be able to get hold of them. So in this, you effectively have a combat
I'm buying
patrol
52.
of Space Marines, painted as Ultramarines, but you can paint whatever.
Oh, you
you
get the
want.
pre-painted terrain.
You've also got a combat patrol of Orcs. You've also got a battlefield of stuff to play across, and effectively a combat patrol's worth of battlefield terrain.
It's a pretty
for
good
combat
box.
patrols. So like,
Yeah,
That's not a bad
absolutely.
box.
This is essentially everything you need to get started with your first games of Warhammer 40,000 all in one box. All the models are push fit. The terrain's really easy to put together. It's got the game board and all of the pieces marked out for you to put your terrain on, so you can just play straight out of this box if you want to.
yeah, it's also got all the rules and stuff in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got your core rules and then the sort of the guide for using the model.
Someone said, bro, why is this
So,
better than the
this
Armageddon
is
box?
the first of the starter products that we're going to talk about right now. But
True.
there's more to come. So what if you wanted to get started in Warhammer 40,000, you don't want the 2-player launch set, and you just want maybe
That's pretty
a starter
cool.
set which focuses on one of the factions? Well, this
That's a
is
fun
getting
thing.
started with Space Marines.
It's a get
and is
started
the
box,
same combat patrol that
but
you
with, like,
saw
paint.
in the previous box.
That's kind of
And
cool.
it comes complete with the paints that you would need to do your first paint.
You get
jobs on the models.
2
I think it's
paints.
11 paints in the set.
Oh, shit.
So you can get started right away with.
That's a
the,
good
to
box
start.
for people who
and
want to
this is
start. That's
perfect
great.
If you've already got a gaming group, they've already got their box sets, they've split them all up, and you've got an odd number of players, and one of you
That's
want
cool.
Space Marines, you can grab yourself this set and start playing straight away. This is your self-contained little starter set for Space Marines.
It will perhaps surprise nobody to know there is an orc equivalent of this.
Yes, this is almost exactly the same, but green.
There you go.
So you have the
That's
combat
fun.
patrol for Orcs, then you've got a bunch of variously orky paints. So this is a great little set if you want to kick off an Orc army.
Yeah, and I think one of the things to note here,
Cool.
you've already said it, but if you're just looking to sort of join in with an existing group, or maybe just start one of these armies for the first time and you're already in Warhammer 40,000,
They're not
this
gonna say the
really is
price.
a great way to do it because you get the paint.
They're not
and
gonna
you
say the
start the
prices.
painting process too.
Or if you just have an Orc army and you just want loads more
Just
boys,
want a bunch of
just want
reinforcements.
loads more Orcs.
Yeah, no kidding. There's another way to get started as well, which is this introductory set, and I find this one to be quite exciting. You've got some Space Marines and some Orcs and some paints, and you can have a gaming experience, but it's really sort of a first steps into the Warhammer 40,000 gaming and hobby experience.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. And the thing that's cool about this to point out is that while the other sets, the miniatures, are the same ones from the Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon set, these ones are brand new miniatures. So you've got 5 intercessors in there. You've got a Space Marine Lieutenant. It's been like a whole week since we had a new Space Marine Lieutenant. So
couldn't have come
New,
out
mi-
of
you
one.
have to buy
and
this
then
now.
you've got a
There's
new
new
unit
minis.
of Orc Boys. Orc Boys are the same kind of unit as the ones you get in Armageddon, but they've got different poses. And
Really?
critically, you've also got some heavy and special weapons
Yeah, you've
in
got
the
a
Orc
big
squad.
shooter.
You
and
have
a
to buy
rocket
that
launcher
now.
inside that
Absolutely.
set.
So if you want to add in some extra shooting into your big Orc mobs, you can, and all the characters are kind of new poses as well. So it's quite a cool little set.
I get weirdly excited about all the different poses of intercessors, particularly these sort of push fit ones, because I find them easy to build. And so I'm hoping somebody will split that set with me, Eddie. Just hinting. There you go. We're on. Right. There's also some paint sets. This is the paints and tool set. This would synergize perfectly with that Warhammer 40,000.
I still think the mold line remover is the biggest piece of shit ever made.
Clippers,
It's good for like people who don't want to deal with a knife, which I understand, but it's so
If
bad.
you've never painted Warhammer models before, this would be a decent pickup.
Yeah, this is a lovely little set. I started with a set a lot like this when I started playing Warhammer. You can paint almost anything with this box because you've got all your primary colours and then black and white and your metallics and some really useful little tools. So this is just a really solid base for a paint.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want one a little more themed towards a particular army, you can start with this, which is very much like the set I started painting with Warhammer, which was an Orcs paint set back in the day.
Two
This is
gro-
boys and
you had
paints.
two
So
boys
you've
and a
got 6
grot.
paints and a brush and a couple of Orc
The
boys
paint
and
pot's
drops.
bigger than him.
Again, just dip your
That's
toe
funny.
into the painting experience and see how
That's
you get
fun.
on. There's a Space Marine equivalent, which is intercessors and paints. Again, 6 paints, a brush, and 2 Space Marine intercessors.
Why not? Sure.
Deep breath.
That's
That
cool.
was a lot of ways to start your Warhammer 40,000 experience, and I think it'd be a good time to like introduce your friends or the family member or relative or whatever that you want to like.
It's a
try
really
and
it's a
convince
really
to
good
play.
time to start playing Warhammer 40,000 because there's a brand new edition out. Everyone's kind of in the same place. Everyone's learning the rules together. This is the perfect time to hop in.
Nice, I love it. So it follows on quite nicely. We're going to talk about some terrain now. So we've got some really interesting terrain kits to point out and talk about. The first is Combat Patrol Battle Zone. So this is all of the terrain you see here in a box, along with the game boards and the tiles to the terrain prints to put the terrain on. This is everything you need in one box to play a complete
The color set
game
is
of
much
Combat
better than
Patrol.
the one that comes with tier
And
units.
if
You're talking
you've
about like
already
the
bought
paints included?
Starter set, if you add this box onto the starter set, you effectively have a full board's worth of terrain for something like an incursion or 2,000 point game of Warhammer 40,000, or in a self-contained set, it is the exact right amount of stuff to play Combat Patrol.
Yeah, and worth pointing out this with this one, this like the models in the starter set are unpainted. So all of these terrain pieces, they come on the grey plastic that you're familiar with, easy to put together, and then you can paint them in the colours that suit your board at home or your
Guess it
armies
just
or whatever
depends
you
on what was going on at the time when they
this
wanted to
set,
include certain
Combat
colors.
Patrol set comes in around the same price as a Combat Patrol itself.
Perfect. Right. If you
I would buy
want to
that.
add more things
I would
to
buy
it,
that.
or you're just
A
want to
Combat
focus
Patrol like
on,
board. That's
building a terrain
now
board
that I can
suits your
play
own
like
preferences. We've got a few little terrain sets to talk about. This is the Manufactorum Ruins, which are those sort of classic building shapes that you often see on battlefields. There's some of these in that Combat Patrol set that we just showed you before. There's more. There's also the Galvanic Network. This represents these power lines and things that run across the sort of ash wastes of Armageddon, and is a wonderful way to bring some character to your battlefield. And then you've got the capacitor cluster here, which looks like it's writhing with electricity. And you've got like a really unfortunate servitor trapped in the console at the front.
Yeah, life's pretty tough for servitors in Warhammer 40,000.
It is. It's not the best. Now, all of that is really exciting terrain. All comes unpainted, and is all coming fairly soon down the pipe.
That's
There's
absolutely true.
something else we need to explain to people that you've already talked about a little bit with Aidan on a video before, right?
That's absolutely right. Currently, all the terrain in my collection is Eddie painted.
Perfect.
Very soon, I'll be able to also benefit from ready painted terrain.
Okay, this is interesting. This is the pre-painted terrain.
Ready painted Battlefield Armageddon.
What
box,
does this look
and
like?
This is everything you need for a full incursion-sized game of Warhammer 40,000 in one box, and all of the terrain in this comes ready painted and ready to go.
Yeah, the box is enormous. It is jam-packed with absolutely
Jesus.
loads.
That's
of
crazy.
fantastic,
It's like, what,
terrain. And we've got
$300,
one here to
$400?
open. So what we thought we'd do is
they're
actually
opening
just
it.
crack one open
I
and
wanna see
build
this.
one of the terrain pieces in it,
So
nice and
while-
quickly to show you what it's like.
While Adam tells you about it, I'm going to build one of the terrain pieces in here
Great.
to show you how quickly we
Get
can make
clipping, right. So what we've got is some nice pictures to show you while Eddie gets feverishly to work. So here you can see what you're dealing with. Essentially,
It is, yeah.
full
It's a buy-in.
battlefield
Yeah,
worth
that's
of
cool.
already painted
It's the
terrain.
convenience
Try
of
and
it
talk
that
over
gets
the
people,
rummaging
right?
crashing
And it
of
looks
Eddie.
totally fine. That looks good to
The
me.
set comes with the game boards that you need.
And it's not
It
that
has
you
the
can't
terrain
paint over it,
markers
right? You can
so
still
know
paint
where to put your
and do
terrain pieces
detailings
onto.
and things.
And
Like, that's
obviously,
crazy.
The terrain is painted to a ready painted to a brilliant standard. So if you are looking to just
Looks
clip
good to me.
things out from the frames, put it together quickly, and start playing a game of Warhammer 40,000 on a battlefield that looks really good, this is a wonderful way to do it. It's going to be enormously popular with people who, like me at home. I've already got my own terrain board, but if I wanted to host a game night and I wanted maybe like 3 friends to come over so we could like play round robin style games, this would enable me to do it nice and quickly. You can imagine gaming clubs and tournaments, and all of those people who have a need for a nice looking battlefield quickly are going to find this to be really exciting.
Feel free to hold that one up. if you
Oh,
wanna
there you
show
go.
people
I'll
the
show you what it
details.
looks like. Here you go. If we get a zoom in on this. So this is a piece directly off of the frame that Eddie has just worked on, and you can see the level of detail. You've
It
got
looks
the
fine to
fantastic
me.
glow effects
I think
around
the price is really
sort
going to
of,
tell.
the lumens and the candles and so on. Inside, you can see the interior.
That
detail
actually
from
doesn't look
within
terrible
the
at
sort of,
all.
The walls, you can see this sort of chipped and very nicely done sort of corrosion dripping down the walls. Really is a very impressive piece of terrain.
Almost there. Almost
Oh
there.
yeah, for sure.
So
yeah,
now we've got
instead
two.
of just a
Now, I
bunch of
always
like
try and put these together to,
MDF and stuff. Yeah.
Essentially, it just push fits. One of the things that we've discovered, the guys who run our global events are really excited about this because it's going to enable them to put together large battlefields very quickly, and you can also unclip these things when you're ready to and put it back into a relatively
So I think-
small space.
Yeah, the
There you
whole
go.
thing actually. If you leave the kind of floors off, then the whole thing. Oh, I need to clip out those a bit.
Oh
We
no.
need to do a bit more clipping.
Bit more
There you
clipping,
go.
tiny bit more clipping.
Oh no.
If you take the floors out, the whole
He built
thing
it
packs
wrong.
back into the box.
There you go.
That's negative 10 million sales.
Which is nice if you're looking for somewhere to store your models.
think we're almost there.
Perfect.
This
So
isn't
one of the things
efficient.
that's quite nice about this is I speed painted my entire battlefield, but it took me all of a Saturday to build and then all of a Sunday to speed paint, and it's still not of the same quality as the completion on this. And so you've done the first building in what?
Damn.
The amount of time it's taken us to talk about this. There we go, moving it around. And it really
That
does
looks
look
pretty good,
wonderful.
though,
You can see
legit.
the
That looks
bulkhead
good.
door and everything inside it. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah,
about
I think
this
I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm quite pleased with the effect I've got on some of the glow there as well. I think the dry brushing
kit. Are you
I've achieved on
taking
this.
credit for all this work?
Yeah, I just made this. You all saw it.
Lovely. Nice. So this
It-
is on
I
its
like
way
it.
later in the year. We'll come behind all of
They're
the
not going to
stuff
say
that we
prices,
just
but
talked
that's cool.
and so you're looking more towards the autumn time or beyond, right?
Yeah, and in terms of
Okay,
price,
someone in the
this one
comments
comes
said
in- it has twice as
Bangladeshi
much
kids
terrain as the combat
outdid
patrol
themselves.
battlefield, and it comes
Okay.
in at a little bit more than the cost of 2 combat patrols.
I don't
There
think
you
these
go.
are
So,
hand painted. I think these
really
are supposed to be like.
Whew. Okay, so we've talked about all of the stars.
I think they're supposed to
the ready paint terrain, very exciting. I guess
scanned
we
or
should talk
something.
a little bit about the things that come
Not scanned. There's a word for it. It's like
we should
printed.
probably
It's
do
like
that.
So it's time to
printed
look at some orcs.
into the plastic or something.
Some wheels.
Oh shit! Is that a mech?
Yourself a truck.
Oh, they're redoing the trucks. Really? Those look good. New orc trucks. Look at that.
The best trucks. They've
Wow.
got all the gubbies
Those look
and
pretty good.
guns. Grabbing claws, grabby bits, shooters, rockets, you name it. Remember, walking is for kicks and grots. Go fast.
Wow, they look good.
Go home.
Vehicles may explode when fired upon. Safety of transported boys is not guaranteed.
And there's a mech
Fun.
coming out.
It's a good time to be an orc this year, isn't it?
It is. They are getting absolutely spoiled. We can confirm today the first codex is orcs, and alongside the codex, there are a whole bunch of new miniatures. One of the most exciting miniatures on its way is that new truck and that new mech, which are
They
on
look
their way.
good.
about the mech
The
first.
Let's
mech
do the
looks
mech
great
first.
because it's so simple.
Orc mechs, those of you who know orcs will know,
Looks so
these
simple.
are the mechanics that
is
basically
good.
put together all of the weird and wonderful creations that go into battle alongside your orcs. They are surprisingly good at
Yeah, it
sight.
looks like a
Boys,
great
with
skin.
Yeah.
It's a very
innate
simple
knowledge to just
one.
Make awesome things out of scrap.
Gene-coded, innate, kind of inherited knowledge in terms of how to make things like teleporters and trucks and guns and
I
shooters.
wish I
and-
had those skills.
Yeah,
Might
I
be
mean,
much
you know,
more
if you
useful
apply
around the
yourself, I'm
house.
sure you can do it. But yeah, this is a really cool miniature. It has a kind of really thematic. He's got a kind of spanner clobber thing there. He's got his slugger. But the thing that he really does is kind of bring with him all of the awesome machines that make Orc Army so fun to play in
Yeah.
Warhammer 40,000.
So with no further ado, let's talk about the truck then, which is maybe the star of that show. This is the new Orc truck. It's an evolution of the classic Orc truck that you know and love. A little bit bigger.
Looks good.
A few more options, and is really just wonderful to look at. It comes with a variety of options.
The new orc
In terms of
sculpts are
weapon mounts,
actually
you've got the,
probably
big shooter,
some of the
you've got
best.
a rocket launcher. You have options for a grabber claw and a buzzsaw, and all of those can be
Like, these
swapped
are
in
just-
positions on the top.
they're
so
just
you can build
good.
different
They're just really,
configurations.
really well done. Whoever
Great
sculpted these
varieties
just
will make
knocked it
them
out of the park.
Yeah, this is a phenomenally cool miniature. Like the current truck is really cool.
It's so
right?
good.
The truck that is in current Orc armies is a perfectly good vehicle, but it's been with us for a long time now, right? Like it's been
What is it, 15 years?
something like
more?
that. Yeah, it's been around for a while. This is a beautiful reinvention of it. The thing that really makes this is the fact that you can build it in so many different ways. Where the pintle mount goes, where the close combat weapon goes, how the boys are positioned, what the driver looks like,
Even
what
here
goes
on
on
the
the
screen, you can see the way it looks like it's going around the corner because you can alter the look of the suspension.
yeah, you can kind of play with where the wheels are, and I think especially if you've gone for a really heavy sort of Evil Sons or Speed Freak style army,
Yeah.
and you want to have a bit of variety in your force, this one kit with no changes at all from what comes in the box can be built enough times that you would never need to replicate what a single truck looks like.
Yeah, so we've got
Yeah,
a couple here on
it is. It
desk.
looks good.
The one I'm most excited by is the one with
Well,
this
orcs should
awesome
always
looking
look
skull
fluid, right?
prowl
They're
at the
always
front.
running or doing
It just
something, so
looks
it makes sense.
Like mean and orky. This sort of whole skull motif for the orcs is so iconic. Yeah, really.
Bro, I gotta see
fantastic.
some Fire
Now,
Slayers
what
today.
we
Like,
wanted
this
to
shit
do, the
looks
reason
so
we brought
good.
these
I want to see
along
Fire
is so I can
Slayers.
Sandwich this little guy
Get-
in
make some
between
space.
them.
Those are
There's
great.
parking
And
lot
just
there.
show you, if you've already got some orc trucks in your collection, how nice they're going to look. Don't want to mangle the models, Adam.
So they're about the same
I
size.
know, right? So this is how it looks with the classic truck in between. It's a really good look. I think
Yeah,
people are going to
if
be
you've
very
already
happy.
got some trucks in your army, you can absolutely keep them alongside these new ones. I think there's something to be said for an orc army. It's got a bit of a ramshackle look to
Mm-hmm.
it. So you could replace them completely, or if you want to have a mix, that's absolutely fine.
Everyone
But
in
the new
chat's
ones
getting
just
ads right
bring-
now.
I think
Everyone's
just look great.
subscribing
So many
because they're
cool
getting
options.
ads. I'm not
They
getting
look
any
great.
ads.
Nice. So that's a couple of fantastic brand new kits coming for the orcs. There's more on the way. that people might be able to learn about through the progress of the
Their
deck
limit
mod
testing.
events?
Yeah, that's right.
The
so
subs.
There's lots of Orc stuff still to come. Some of the stuff we're showing you today, some of it will be revealed potentially if the Orcs do well in the Siege of Deathmire campaign that's currently running. So if you want to see some more Orcs, play some games, send in your results, and you might get to see some more very, very soon. There are a few other boxes to talk about today, though. We've got the other stuff from Armageddon as well.
Yeah, that's right. So essentially, if you wanted to pick up some of the things from Armageddon or duplicate them, we're going to be releasing the Dakar rig separately, the War Track separately, and the Weird Boy separately, and also the other sort of command staff. Is that the right word for an orc?
Sure, why not?
So the Banner Knob, the Big Boss, and the Pain Boy will be released in a command crew set as well. So there's a whole bunch of extra stuff to come. We should probably talk a bit about the codex itself, though, right?
Yes.
So obviously, this is the first codex of 11th edition, and it heralds something
Pretty cool
really
cover.
exciting in terms of a format change for Warhammer 40,000 codexes. So here you can
It's a
see
slipcase.
it's, contained in a slipcase, and we've got
Really?
one live in front of you.
That's
so
fancy.
It's a perfect bound
Oh.
book, slightly smaller than the codexes.
It's a
terms of,
slipcase
the height,
soft cover.
but it is really thick and is packed
No wonder
with
they-
an incredible
what?
amount of orky content.
170
They're going to
pages.
soft cover.
Perfect. And the first thing that I
Or
would
soft
like
bag.
to just eulogize on is how incredible the lore section for this is. We are talking a really thick lore section, which is everything you would want to know about the orcs. and
Wait,
how
so
they
why are
operate.
they putting it in
It's got
a-
a gatefold map? You can see it here.
Wait,
which is the
why is it gonna be in a
orky perspective
slipcase
on the
then?
galaxy, all the places that the orcs are fighting, all the different wars that are taking place. But there's a lot more to it than that. It
Well,
talks
the
about
weird thing
orcs,
about
where
the
they come from,
slipcase,
how
in
they
my
fight, their
opinion, is that's the
culture,
cop out
different
for losing the
clan structures.
hardback.
Literally the most complete guide on orcs you could hope for, and perhaps the most information on orcs there's ever been in one place.
What?
Every
That's so
unit
strange.
gets its own full bestiary section, for example. Information on the glyphs, information on like what.
I mean, it looks
clan
cool.
icons and things that like it's really great. But also, some people might be interested in the rules.
Yeah, so one of the big changes to the rules in this codex versus the previous ones was in the last edition, there was quite a lot of rules in your codex, but quite a lot of them you couldn't use in all the different types of games. So if some of it you could only use in Crusade games, for example, all of the rules in this codex, and there are at least as many rules in this one as there were in the last one, you can use in every type of game. One of the ways that that manifests, you'll immediately notice, is the amount of detachments that you get to play
That's a
with.
cool
There are
fucking piece of art. I don't think I've ever seen that. Look at that. That's
in this
awesome.
codex.
That's loads of ways to
Is that
Loads
new
of different
art or
ways
is
to
that
go
old art?
together,
I
ranging
can't tell.
from,
That's great.
Lots of different
Look
sizes
at that.
in terms
That's
of
sick.
attachment points. It gives you a huge variety of different ways that you can potentially put an army together. Some of these
That's
you
dope.
could probably guess at the themes. There are like some fast ones, some stompy ones.
Yeah, the
some
Fly
all
Boys
about-
gives itself away, doesn't
Right,
it?
like so there's some ones you could probably guess at, but there'll be loads of brand new ways that you could put together an orc army that's just never been possible before, and it gives you a sense of what codexes will feel like in the new edition, where they will bring this huge variety of list building opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's more to it than just the detachments. Obviously, the rules have been looked at by the Warhammer rules team, and they've come up with some things. This is the army special rule, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah, so WAR, right? You can't have WAR, you can't have an orc codex without a WAR. The WAR rule has changed a little bit, so there'll be some things that are familiar. There's some slight changes. It still allows you to run and charge, but it now lets you re-roll that run as well. It also lets you have assault on all of your weapons, which is a thing it didn't used to do. So that means that if you've gone for a very shooty army, so like speed freaks, you've got loads of like bikes and buggies and things.
Yeah, we
that-
stand back with flash kits.
Yeah,
or
that's
whatever.
immediately really useful. And it also gives you the riled up ability, which triggers
A
all sorts of
Dumbledore.
things across all the sorts of different bits of the codex, where other units will become more powerful, and you still get that invulnerable. save, which is
Customary to
cool.
yell
It's a
at.
really great army.
It's a
When you-
really,
when
really
you
good rule for one turn of the game.
start
you'll have
your
a great
war.
turn every single game.
Yeah, and then all of the units within the codex have had their data sheets looked at. So here's the truck that we just showed you before, and you can see what's gone on with it. So you can see the different weapon options and things to give you a sense of what it means for your codex, I suppose.
Yeah, so what you'd expect, it still kind of has a similar-ish stat line to what the truck does at the moment. It is a kind of medium-sized vehicle. The things that you'll notice are that it has more weapon options than it used to. So you've got options there for different combat weapons, different shooting weapons.
And piling out is quite a nice
Yeah,
thing, isn't
you've got a really cool little mechanic where if an enemy unit gets nearby, something like a unit of fire dragons or eliminators or something is ready to kind of eradicate. Sorry, ready to kill.
Like
you or
Ghetto
drop, you
Subaru.
can pile the boys
Subaru.
out,
Orc
ready to kind of
Subaru.
countercharge or to avoid being caught in the explosion or something like that. It's a really useful little rule that's got some quite neat little tactical plays you can do with it. So I think trucks are going to be very useful.
Yeah, perfect. And then in terms of other data sheets been looked at, it'd be worth looking at the Orc Boys, who really have had something of a stat line glow up, it's fair to say.
Yeah, there's a lot going on this data sheet, and I think
Isn't
I would recommend
T5
if you've
just
got an
fucking
Orc Hub,
nuts?
take a screenshot. There's
Yeah,
some cool stuff
now
there.
is the moment.
Weren't they
to
T4 at
record
one
this.
point?
There's, the first thing you'll notice is
I
there's
can't remember.
loads of weapon
T-
options.
T5
So one of the
seems pretty
things
fucking
we got asked
insane.
a lot about the Armageddon box is that all the options that the Orcs will have in the new
I feel
edition?
like they've always been
Absolutely
T5
isn't.
though
You've
for a
got
while.
loads
I
of
just
different
can't
choices.
remember.
In fact, more than you've had recently.
More than I think you've ever had for an Orc unit. You've got some classic
T5
stuff
is
returning,
cranked.
So you've got a burner back
Yeah,
in this
big
unit
fan
now,
of not having a roll to hit.
which is pretty cool. You've got loads of different options for your boss's weapon. And the thing I want to draw your attention to is almost kind of tucked away right at the bottom of that stat line there is the strength of a basic Orc boy is now 5. And that is
Such bad news for
that
some
is an
orcs.
across the
Shit.
codex update to your Orcs. Every single Orc is at least strength 5 all of the time now. So that goes for boys. It also goes for
That's pretty-
your kind of beast
that's
snaggers.
kinda
and all
crazy.
of the things like your knobs and
Strength 5,
warlocks and
toughness 5. I
everything
mean, that
get
sounds
commensurate,
cranked. Yeah,
increase
that's
as
pretty
well.
cranked.
So your already pretty scary Orcs get even scarier all the time in close combat.
Fantastic.
That's
I
pretty
think,
cranked.
It just looks like a load of great information. I'm really excited
I'm going to
about
have a
this
great
codex.
time with it.
I feel
Yeah,
like that's
and I'm
also
really
to kind of
And it
combat
heralds
like
something really interesting. The last thing to talk
power
about
creep.
with the
You know what I
codex
mean?
is, obviously, in the back of it, it includes the code that you will put into your Warhammer 40,000 app to unlock and access the rules. It does something else on top of that. This is kind of like your passport to ongoing content for your Warhammer 40,000 Orc Codex throughout its lifespan. There will be regular drops of lore and rules so that you can continue to get great stuff out of your codex as the time continues. They've given us a sneak peek into some of the stuff that's coming, and it sounds both really cool and really thematic. So I'm quite excited to see what happens with that. And then I imagine all the other codexes that follow.
Yep, absolutely.
Perfect. So yeah, the first codex coming down the pipe is Warhammer 40,000 Orcs, and it looks amazing.
Do stick around. We have more Warhammer 40,000 for you later in the preview.
Yes,
as
yeah,
well,
we'll be
so
Come on,
returning
Age of
to
Sigmar,
the 41st
Fire Slayers.
Millennium, later on in the show.
Or
For now,
ogres.
though, we're going to segue into something which is quite interesting. We've talked a lot about ways to get people who are new to Warhammer started with Warhammer 40,000. So let's talk for a little bit about the Warhammer Academy.
What? Someone posted a giant penis in the chat. Warhammer Academy. If you're a Warhammer fan, we are going to charge you to exercise. What could this be?
Wise wizard beneath the mountain.
Yeah.
We are in search of enlightenment. Long and difficult has been our journey, and many things are still hidden from us.
Tell me what you seek.
What is the difference between the Black Rage and the Red Thirst?
How do you get decals to lay smoothly on a Space Marine shoulder?
Yeah.
And how exactly do you use command points?
Ah! So you seek to learn the ways of Warhammer.
Whoa. Guided first steps. Okay, that's pretty cool.
So, Wise Wizard Beneath the Mountain. What is the Warhammer Academy?
I'm so glad you asked, Eddie. Warhammer Academy is a really exciting thing that we've been working on behind the scenes here at Games Workshop for a while now, and is the perfect way to answer the question, how do I get started with Warhammer? The idea is that people can come to this website, which is free to use, and they can get guided first steps
That's pretty cool.
on how to begin exploring Warhammer. So there's going to be at launch like well over 100 videos, which are all video lessons that deal with the lore and collecting, with painting and modeling, and with gaming to get you on your first steps. I'm out of breath. I had to throw this costume on to get you started on your sort of first steps through Warhammer. When the website launches, it will focus on Warhammer 40,000 to coincide alongside all of these new starter products so that people can like experience Warhammer for the first time and go through sort of learning all about the universe and what the factions and the armies are, and really going on that same journey that we've all been.
It's
when we
Warhammer
sit down with
YouTube.
somebody who's told us all about what Warhammer is. And then the painting team have put together these amazing videos that start really basic and then go all the way through to some really great techniques that will have your army looking fantastic. And then the gaming side takes it from the assumption you've never played a game of Warhammer before and takes you all the way through to playing your first games of Combat Patrol, which we played and had a lot of fun with. And so you should be able to have a wonderful experience. If you are completely new to Warhammer, or there's somebody in your life that wants to get started, this is a wonderful thing to point them towards when we launch it, and they'll be able to take their first steps. If you want to show,
they showed the terrain. It's a lot of 40K terrain. Yeah, it looked good though. The pre-painted looked good. They had like a board in a box. It looked actually fairly well done.
That we all enjoy.
Yeah, so a ton of different 40K stuff. It's all the Armageddon terrain. That was the first thing they literally showed.
Sharpen those skills and your confidence.
It was really good though.
Sounds wonderful.
Nice. And the releases alongside those Warhammer 40,000 starter sets that we...
I thought it looked great.
So not long
Price tag, no idea, but it looked good.
You'll be able to see Warhammer Academy for yourself.
Sounds great.
Perfect. I'm really excited. Right. Now I'm going to get out of this costume, and while we do, let's travel to...
Well, these were free though.
World.
Oh, it's the dragon. It's a two-headed Chaos Dragon. And new knights, Chaos Knights. Oh, it's a new core set. Cathay against Chaos, really? Which I guess plays into their last book. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wait, is this second edition Old World? And new Warriors of Chaos. Oh my god. They look pretty good. Wow. Holy fuck, they're beefy. They look thick. And there's the Lord on the Dragon, the two-headed dragon. Yeah, well, I was right. That looks great. Sorcerer Lord. Wow, look at look at his hand. That looks insane. Jade and Iron Clash. That's a core set. Wait, is this second edition?
Welcome back. I've returned to normal, and we are now thrilled by some news for Warhammer the Old World. That was a great looking box of miniatures. There's a lot to talk about. We've got some of the models here to get close-ups on in a little while. For now, let's dive into that new two-player box for Warhammer the Old World. This features two armies going head-to-head. You have
That's
the army
cool.
of Grand Cathay going up against the Chaos Warriors.
We like this.
So,
I'm not buying it, but we like this.
In a moment, the Cathay force. This is Grand Cathay.
So this is all the previous stuff they had.
Yeah, they're quite new miniatures, aren't they, these ones?
And this is an army you'll have already seen before. So you've got the Jade Warriors, you've got the Jade Lancers, units that you'll be familiar with. And they're taking a big part in the sort of ongoing struggles in the Old World at the moment. They've dispatched an enormous force to aid against the Chaos invasion that's taking place. It's a beautiful army.
There was Bretonia against Tomb Kings.
For this new box is the wonderful new range of all
these are all new Chaos updates,
find in the other half
which,
of this box set.
for nostalgia's sake,
Warriors themselves.
Yeah, this is an amazing update to your Warhammer.
They
Old
look
World
pretty
Warriors
good.
Of Chaos.
They look
Warriors of Chaos, of course, one of the archetypal villains, one of the archetypal visuals, really, of Warhammer, the Old World. This is a really cool army. All the bits in this are multi-part.
They're fucking huge, as they should be. They're massive.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Chaos Warriors.
These standing next to state troops or dwarves, like holy moly.
These are elite heavy infantry.
You know what this means then, right? This means that they're literally going to redo core infantry. If it keeps doing well, we're going to get new Slayers, we're going to get new Dwarf Warriors, we're going to get new Rangers. Most likely, we're going to get new everything. They're not going to keep selling you the old sculpts. Look at this. New Chaos Knights, new Chaos Warriors, a new Chaos Dragon, Sorcerer Lord.
It's a classic size.
I mean, that's crazy. You're most likely going to get a refresh of everything they've had previously, which, for the sake of eras, I mean, go for what you want, but...
A standard bearer and then an additional knight. They can be swapped out with the lance.
Those are crazy.
And you can add into the unit, obviously.
Those look like they don't rank up well.
You'll be able to get more as time goes on.
That's crazy.
If you want to build bigger units of Chaos Knights, you certainly will be able to. Chaos Knights are some of the hardest hitting and most dangerous cavalry units in all of Warhammer.
They're also just like almost the archetypal heavy cavalry, right? Like when you build an army for Warhammer the Old World, you're like, well, I can take a charge, but could I take a charge from Chaos Knights?
Probably
it's like
not.
The absolute pinnacle of the hardest hitting unit. So lots of people very keen to include this unit in their army. If you've got a Chaos Force,
that's sick.
Almost never see a Chaos army without a unit of Chaos Knights. They're just so effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the force is led by some champions of chaos. You have one on foot and one on horse. This one here you can see is modelled as a battle standard bearer.
Looks so good.
The kit
Fuck, look at that.
Options that you can swap around the things. So in a moment, as we see this,
it's like Archaon. Welcome back.
It also has a chaos.
The horns are crazy looking.
On a demonic mount. This
crazy.
is my favorite model in the set. It is beautiful and is a really iconic image of it.
They look very
like the
fantasy
of Chaos Warriors from some of those old Warhammer Fantasy army books, and the miniatures have finally got to the point where they can capture like the
Damn.
thing that you sort of imagined that Chaos Warriors what you wanted them to look like all those
Holy
years
shit.
ago. It's just such a cool kit.
Yo,
I love
Velgen's
the
gifting 10
Standard Bearer as well.
subs.
I
Damn,
think
thank you,
this
dude.
champion kit is one of the
Look,
best.
we're
sort
gonna
of
summon
hero
dwarves
kits
with that one.
Warhammer
Hey,
has
thank you, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate
don't have
that.
a Chaos Army for Warhammer. I never have. but I
Hopefully
would
we get to
really
see
like
dwarves
to
then.
have
I know you want to see
I think it
dwarves.
just works beautifully.
I want to see dwarves.
So, let's talk.
Hey,
a
thank you,
little
bro.
bit about that box. It's a 2-player core box for Warhammer: The Old World.
And yeah, this is the
Essentially
second
what you need
2-player
to start
box.
playing Warhammer: The Old World. If you haven't before, it's an enormous box. It contains the armies. It also contains the rulebook and a muster list. The rulebook
Okay,
is
it's the same thing.
rules
Okay, never mind.
as you currently
It's not
use for
second
Warhammer:
edition.
The Old World. So if you're sat there worrying that this is going to change the rules that you're playing with, it won't. The difference really with this rulebook and the rulebook you already have, if you're already playing the Old World, is that the erratas and things that exist online are woven into this. So
okay.
that should make life a little
You
bit
can
easier.
bring just this book, and you don't need to worry about any other documents. Or anything. You can
Exactly.
just have
And
the book.
then further to
So
that,
we gotta
it has
buy it
an
again.
additional section called Battle March. We'll talk more about that in a little
I
while.
saw another miniature when we were showing off some of that.
Yeah,
Chaos
we'll
stuff.
just talk about the muster list before we go. Muster list is the rules for the models that are in the box. There you go. This is how to play Warhammer all in one handy box, and is very exciting and continues the thing that we know and love. Now,
let's talk dragons, Adam.
yeah, let's talk dragons. We're all very excited. This might be my favorite thing in the entire
This is
series.
crazy.
It is such a show-stopping model.
Look at it.
This
Look at its
is the
wings.
Warriors of Chaos, Lord on Chaos
Oh my
Dragon,
God,
and
it's
there's
so
much
good.
to talk about. Eddie?
You just get a sense of the size of it just from that shot, where
Look at
it was
this
already
thing.
taller than the 3-story buildings
Yeah,
that
no
are behind
kidding.
it. It is an absolutely enormous, phenomenally cool miniature for Warhammer: The Old World. I think probably the biggest monster we've had released yet.
It's got to be right up there, and there have been some fantastic kits since Warhammer: The Old World launched. There's things to talk about. The first, I want to just wax lyrical on how cool Chaos Dragons are. We've seen this image before of Chaos Dragons with 2 heads.
There is no doubt in my
there used
mind
to
that
be
we're going to get a Thunder
like
Barge.
special character.
We will
Gal-
eventually get a
Garak,
Thunder Barge.
the Chaos Dragon, which was the kind of one that had eaten the Lord of Change, and then before that you had Von Horstmann,
That's right,
who
yeah.
was the kind of former College of Magic in the Empire
There you
character, who was on a 2-headed Tzeentchian dragon. But that's a long time ago. We've never had a plastic version of it. A plastic
probably for Age of
two-headed
Sigmar.
Chaos Dragon has been a long time coming, and I think even though we've waited
Crazy
decades
looking.
for it, this is worth the wait. This
Yeah,
is a
absolutely.
really cool model.
It's also what we sometimes call a 2 for kit, in that you can make a different option with it. So you've seen the Chaos Lord.
Yeah,
This
they
is
had
a
barges.
Sorcerer Lord. And
You-
there's
they
some
had rules
differences.
for them in
First,
8th
the
edition
rider,
for
obviously,
fun.
he's a
They had,
huntsman,
studio
wizard,
ones that were
Chaos
made.
Sorcerer, which is a powerful unit in its own right. It can be up to a level 4 wizard. He's not bad in a fight. He's backed up by a 2
They're all over the
dragon.
place.
Um,
And who
everything
says they
you,
can't just
Yeah,
want
you're not
lead
gonna
it
kill
into
him
a
with light
story?
cavalry unit, are you?
No, absolutely not. Additionally,
Look at this thing. Look at
there's
his
some
hand.
Slight differences with the dragon.
He's got, like, the,
you'll
scary
notice
movie
this one
hand
has sort of different frills
with the
and things.
potatoes.
So if you wanted 2 dragons, you could have different riders on them, and they would look a bit different. And then with a little bit of sort of paint magic, what you've got is 2 very striking, different-looking Chaos Dragons. In your
Take my
army.
strong hand.
Very exciting centerpiece model. The images that the
This looks
video
so
team
good.
put
Damn,
together
this
here
looks so good.
Capture its majesty.
I'm not gonna
It's
buy it. I have no
possibly
need for this,
even
but this
better
is
in the
so
flesh.
good
We
looking.
have it on the desk here,
And it's for
so
fantasy,
you can
bro.
see it looming over some of these.
Look how
new
big
Chaos
that
Warrior
fucker
models.
is.
Yeah, one of the things we haven't mentioned as well is just
bring
next
out
to
the
Chaos
barge.
Dragon, just below it here, whichever one you don't
Bring out
build,
the
so if you build the
barge.
Chaos Lord on the dragon, you get a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on foot, and if you build the Sorcerer Lord on the dragon, you get a Chaos Lord on foot. So whatever way you build,
That's very
this,
cool.
You get.
These look so
two
good.
powerful
this is
hero
the
You know,
models.
who
Sorcerer
would
Lord
have
that you
thought
get
that
if you build
fantasy
it with
would
the
be
Chaos
back?
Lord, and then this is
Who
the
would have
Chaos
thought
Lord on
that
foot,
fantasy
if you
would be a
build
thing
the Sorcerer.
again?
So, ooh, crap.
And we have new minis.
Always
Like,
worry
this is the
if
best
destroy any
timeline.
metal model live
This
on
is the
video.
best timeline.
Really a great kit. You can see all
I
the other
love that
things it's got.
fantasy's getting
Size of it as
support.
well.
It's just the
these are
greatest
big
thing.
models, right? The Chaos Knights are not small cavalry models, and this is about 4 times the height of them. So it's a big old beast, and also just
Yeah,
phenomenally
the Dwarf
good
Lord
in
with the
game
shield
as
bearers,
well, right?
exactly,
Like a
because that
Chaos
was based
Lord
on the old,
a 2-headed Chaos Dragon.
the old
is up
unreleased
there
kit.
with
Like,
the
they never
very
had one
best
outside of a metal
units
kit,
in all
right?
of
They had
Warhammer
like
the Old World. There's almost nothing that can compare.
Ranulfson
just
for
wanna,
like 6th
before we move
edition,
on
and then
to
they had a
Chaos
few
Warriors,
things come out for like
have a
7th.
look at the back of the Chaos Champion on horse. You can see all of this amazing extra.
It's
detail.
great.
He's got,
It
like,
looks so good.
Fur under his saddle. He's got like heads hanging from chains. Like, the detail on these models is just wild.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's worth calling out actually about these Chaos Warriors particularly is that these are Chaos Warriors designed for Warhammer: The Old World, so they're meant to look like the logical extension of the kind of Marauder
Absolutely,
archetype.
they're very
So-
much sort of the sort of chaos armored
Yeah.
barbarians from the
So
north.
there's still a
descending
little
on
bit of that kind of like barbarian raider vibe to them. They've got the look of someone who's kind of walked out of the Arctic North of the Warhammer world. So that
just
they
about to ransack the old world.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to love it. Right.
So
Obviously,
good.
alongside the new core box,
Those look so
people
good.
might want to get their hands on some other things that would be useful. So here you can see common magic items and laws of magic. These are cards which enable you to do quick reference as you're playing your games and can be
Those are
useful.
outdated in
They're
5
not
minutes.
required, obviously, but all of these things exist inside the
I
book.
feel like none of these
There's also
cards
another
matter,
thing
bro,
that
and you
we
just
said
use
we'll
your
talk about a
faction
little
specific
bit.
ones.
This
Like
is Battle March, the General's Companion.
I'm getting that for
Now,
sure.
Battle March is a new way to play
Really?
games of Warhammer: The Old World.
Don't we already know
The
that
way
though?
this
We already
works is
played
that you
Battle
build
March.
Smaller forces, not unlike Spearhead or Combat Patrol, between 400 and 700 points.
Yeah,
and then you
we've
unleash
already
them
played
in,
this, but
games that
yeah,
are
the
quicker to
cards are
play
gone
and,
so
more
fast.
straightforward. There's
Yeah.
some rules in this companion.
What do we have
which,
so far?
sort of detail how you
40k
so
terrain,
there's
new
some limitations
orcs,
on what you can and can't take, and some requirements,
Warriors of
and then there's
Chaos.
different scenarios to play. The
These look amazing.
rules
All
for
this stuff
Battle
looks
March
amazing.
Are in the new rulebook, and there's those rules and more information and more scenarios and ways to play are found inside this Battle March General's Companion. So whichever one you want to take,
I'll
with
be
your
picking this
option
up.
In, you can start playing. I don't know, like lunchtime.
I have to
or
somehow
maybe
get
like a
Ivana
campaign
into
across a
fantasy.
weekend of, like a quick turnaround game.
She's got to play
Or
some.
if you've just started
Wood
an army for the
elves.
first time and you maybe haven't got enough to play a full-size game, you can
Yeah,
still play
absolutely.
with a smaller force.
Yes. Now, to help you with that, they are releasing the first of Battle March
Wow,
armies. So this
that's
is the
sick.
Warriors of Chaos
I love
and
that.
Grand
I
Cathay
love that
Battle
so
March
much.
armies,
That is
and they
sick.
contain
They're gonna do a
variety of
dwarf one.
units deliberately
This is so
designed
good
to
for
get a good
fantasy.
Battle
Look at this.
March
This is
experience.
Spearhead,
And you could
obviously,
totally
for
add
fantasy, but it's
these
Battle March.
to the new box.
That's
and
so
you have
good.
nice big
Now
armies
it's
in
like,
there.
oh
we-
my
we were
god,
talking
I can
about
play
if you add
fantasy.
either of these boxes
That's
onto
awesome.
your,
That's so
the
such
new
an easy
sets
thing to
coming
do.
out,
That's
the
awesome.
Warriors of Chaos and the
Yeah.
Army of Grand
That's
Cathay.
perfect.
And then you add something
That's
like
all you need.
I don't know, a monster like a two-headed dragon.
Yeah,
That's
or
cool.
a Cathayan dragon,
Or a
perhaps,
Cathayan
yeah.
dragon. You've pretty much got an army ready to go.
Yeah.
These are really lovely places to start.
That's great.
A force or just a really good way to bolt on.
You do
loads
get a
of
few
stuff
different
out.
units though. Yeah, for sure.
absolutely. There's also more coming for the old world.
That's
This
awesome.
is the Arcane Journal, the March
Vox
of
though,
Chaos.
so we're good.
This continues the narrative that we're seeing unfold in the old world at the moment.
Bro,
The
Old
Chainbreaker,
World's eating
this Chaos Lord,
good.
is descending from the north with an enormous throne.
No dwarves yet.
Provinces of the Empire. Even the
But
forces
Old World's
of
eating
Grand
good.
Cathay have been called in, volunteered themselves to come in and try and stave off this invasion, and it's a grim affair. Magic is being fired around everywhere, so that card deck is for magic ploys, which the Winds of
These
Magic
are all
growing
new,
so
yeah.
furiously that there's loads of different magic escapades and things to get on with.
Those look fucking
It's a
great. I
really
gotta say,
good
those
time
look
to play
amazing.
Warhammer Old World right now.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the narrative they're kind of weaving as well about all these different invasions.
I want to
leading
see
up
Fire
the
Slayers.
war.
Show
Can
me
we
some
say
Fire
wait?
Slayers.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, I like that. That was a good deep cut if you know your Warhammer history. So, slight segue. It's not quite the old world, but it's very similar. Let's talk about Blood Bowl for a minute. Blood Bowl is the game of fantasy football, and there is some really exciting things to show with the release of the new Spike Journal. This is Spike Journal 22. Blood Bowl 7s is the theme. What's Blood Bowl 7s? I hear you ask. Well, I'm
What's
glad
Blood Bowl
you did.
7s, Adam?
There you go. Perfect. Blood Bowl 7s is essentially a way of playing Blood Bowl, which is akin to like rugby 7s or five-a-side football. So you're compacting your team. You're playing faster games on a smaller pitch.
Yes.
It's very frenetic. It really changes quite a lot of the
Blood Bowl
tactics and
Spearhead.
the ways that you would play, and makes for a entirely
All
different
right.
and very fun experience. You get 4 of your positionals in this game, so you've got quite a lot of skills and things on the tabletop, and it's just a lot of fun.
Blitz
I'm
Bowl.
excited for this, but I'm even more excited for what we're about to show you, which is some fantastic new Blood Bowl miniatures. The first of which is a new big one available for several teams. This is the
Ooh.
Rat Ogre.
I love this model. I think the thing that I most love about it is if you look on his shoulder, he has a little rat with a piece of cheese and a flag on his tail.
That is beautiful, but is it better or as good as a rat wearing a gas mask and carrying a lump of warpstone?
It's very close, and I think you'll have to make that decision for yourself when you
Tie-break.
get hold of your own rat ogre. I
you
think the cheese
could
takes
build
it.
your Rat Ogre without either of those rats, but boo.
I mean, you could if you wanted to
Like-
not have a rat on his shoulder. You guess you could do without.
The
but
funny thing is,
does anyone want that?
This is also a great model, but if you're not taking one of the rats, I think you've gone mad. This is available for a number of teams. Obviously, you can use it in the Skaven team, but also the Underworld Denizens and the Chaos Renegade teams. If you want some real muscle to go in there and just clobber the enemy, break the enemy line so that your team can run through
You've
and
got
score
some
goals.
mutation options in there as well. I
Yeah,
can see.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking of big uns, there's another one on the way. This is a
Minotaur.
Minotaur.
Or Minotaur.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another one of those iconic, heavy-hitting Blood Bowl units, and it's again available for
They have
a
hammers.
variety of Blood Bowl teams.
Oh, that
you
one
can
guy.
use Chaos Chosen, you can
I
use
guess it was
Chaos
more of like an
Fortress,
aesthetic
you can
choice. I'm
use
not sure.
Chaos Renegade teams, And here you can see the different ways you
That
can
I don't
build it
know.
to fit more in with the
They've
team
got like
that you're
picks
using.
and
Yeah, so this one here,
axes and latchkey great axes and things.
or even hooves, has got kind of scorpion.
I mean, the
claws.
coolest thing in the entire
Yeah,
Fire
he's
Slayer
not
army
gonna do much
weapon-wise is
casting, but
probably
he
the
might
latchkey
do
great
even
axe.
better clobbering than a regular
It's like
Minotaur.
Yeah, no kidding.
the
Now,
main man of the
those are
army,
wonderful.
like the
thing I'm most
patriarchal
excited about,
head of an
not
entire
just for this
lodge,
Blood Bowl,
will literally
reveal,
go to
but
war
maybe in all of Blood Bowl
with an
is our
entire
next
great
Who
axe.
is
That
your
is the
favourite,
key
Adam?
to like
Morgenthau is my favorite
the
thing
lodge's
about Blood Bowl. I
Urgold.
absolutely love him. He's been an iconic character
So,
from, like right from the start.
that's probably the coolest
There is
thing.
a
It's not a
new
hammer, but
multi-part plastic Morgenthau model
maybe they'll show
coming,
some
and he
hammers.
is
Ideally, you
wonderful.
just get more
The kit
variety.
enables you to make him in one of 3 very iconic designs. Here you can see the Reichland Reavers one, which really sort of connects to that iconic artwork that we're used to seeing with Morg. Here is another version. This is him in his gouged eye motif when he played for an orc team, and you can see like the orc charms and things around his neck. This is for the Chaos All-Stars when he played with that team. That was his first ever team. You see, he's still got hair.
You can see he's also got each of the Chaos Gods icons on his little chain around his neck as well, which is really cool.
Absolutely love it. If you are unfamiliar with Blood Bowl or Morg in particular, let me just tell you, he is
Isn't he?
genuinely
He's an
one of
OG.
the
Adam,
best
can you
things.
take him in a halfling team?
You can, and I have used him to lead my halflings to almost glory
Almost
a number
glory,
of times. I love him. He's so good. He hits like a freight train. He's really heavily armored. He's got great skills, mighty blow, loads of armor, everything you could possibly want, and he costs a load of points. So halflings are really cheap. So
Can he throw halflings?
He can throw a halfling. In fact, my halfling, my favorite halfling, Captain Colin Head, scored many a touchdown and nearly died as he would be lobbed down the pitch. I could talk about Morg for far too long. He's coming soon. I'm very excited. Please let me have one. Let's look at the models. Okay.
I gave you all the Morgs.
There we go. These are the beautiful heavy metal painted Morg models, and here you can see what they look like. So going sort of from this side onwards, this is Morg. We need to build him in that sort of gouged eye look, and you see his armor looks like the sort of armor that Black Orcs wear.
Yeah, so you get different armor, different head, different chest plates. You've got a bunch of different options.
Yeah, and then this is Morg with the Reichland Reavers uniform, and then
from I think the first edition Blood Bowl.
oh yeah,
or was it
a
second?
number of them really. I think he's appeared on a couple of covers, and then if you wanted to do him as Chaos All Stars, you'd use this one. But ultimately, build your Morg how you want, and just go and clobber the enemy and score some touchdowns.
There you go.
I think he was on the cover of the one that I got into.
You can see the Minotaur, a Rat Ogre, and then another Minotaur.
Forgot what edition of Blood Bowl.
You get a really good
tower
shot
above
of
the
that.
average lineman.
Second, it might have been second
that's the real
edition. He's
start.
on the front cover. He's just hanging out there.
So there we
Probably
go.
also on the OG
Time
as
for Blood
well.
Bowl, 3 amazing new big and
I think on every
characters
front
coming
cover
your
of like
way. A new way to play Blood Bowl,
launch
a new
box or
fight
core
journal.
box.
I'm very excited about this, and we are nowhere near done with this preview.
Let's keep going.
Right, why don't we go to the Age of Darkness?
Woo! All right. So someone said, now this is pod racing. It kind of looks like a pod racer.
Welcome back. We have really excited to talk now about the Adeptus Custodes or Legio Custodes.
Well,
Which one is it, Eddie?
It's both, Adam, because
Perfect.
the new box set that's on its way is a reinforcement set for the Custodes, and you can use it for either Warhammer the Horus Heresy or Warhammer 40,000. And just in case you didn't believe us, we put the logos on the box.
It couldn't
so
be clearer,
there's
could it?
no confusion. You can absolutely use this for either game system. There are 6 models in this box, which doesn't sound like a lot, but
Until
when
you realise how big they
until
are.
you look at the models, which are huge and awesome. So let's start with the fastest unit in that box.
Yeah, these are the Falcon jet bikes, an iconic unit from the Legio Custodes force. They are fast-moving, hard-hitting, heavily armed and armoured units, which are designed to storm in and break the back of enemy forces. Each custodian is armed like to the teeth. There's loads of things to talk about here. The first thing would be to mention that there's different guns that come on these models. Essentially, you have a choice of the Adrathic Devastator Arachnus Volley Gun, Twin Corvée Pulse Laser. That's the over and under one. You can see it looks a bit like an over and under shotgun. And then you also have the Lastrum Bolt Cannon. So loads of different weapons to do loads of different jobs.
Yeah. So one of the things in a Custodes army, obviously, is you haven't got a lot of units because they tend to cost a lot of points. So you might find that you've got a couple of things that your army's not very good at killing. And one of the things that units like this can do with loads of different options is you go, actually, I really need some help to kill monsters or infantry or something. So you can kit these out with almost a gun for almost any occasion, right?
Absolutely.
You can have different guns across the unit, or you can actually go, I just want them all to be really good at killing vehicles, give them the best thing for killing the specific vehicle I think that I'm weakest into.
Yeah, all of them also have a Solarite Power Lance, which is a formidable power weapon,
It's
especially
enormous. The Solarite Lance, it's about 3 times the length of a Space Marine.
Yeah,
I reckon you could
huge.
kebab about 5 Chaos Space Marines on that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's 4 of these inside the set, which is a brilliant unit to go spearheading around the battlefield and just bring pain to the enemy. It's not the only thing that moves fast in this box. We also have the Palace Gravatack.
The Palace Gravatack is a fast-moving skimmer for the Custodes. You can kit it out with either anti-infantry or anti-vehicle stuff. It works a little bit like a land speed is probably the way to think about it, and it's very useful for Custodes because you tend to have a lot of very expensive models, so you don't have very many small units. So this can zip around the battlefield, take in objectives, getting the enemy where they're hiding in a way that your infantry are very good at holding ground, but not very good at kind of chasing stuff down.
Yeah, and this is another one of those units you can use to sort of cater for where you think you might need additional strength. Has 2 weapons to choose from: the twin Arachnus Blaze Cannon or the twin Iliastus Accelerator Fusel. Say those in a hurry, so you can tailor your palace to deal with particular threats.
But I think the
showstopper.
showstopper of this box is undoubtedly the Telemon Dreadnought. This is a brand new multi-part plastic kit, a reinvention of the resin version, the already very nice resin version of the Telemon Dreadnought, but in glorious multi-part plastic, keeping all the posability with even more detail and even more weapon options.
Yeah, speaking of weapon options, I'll walk you through them. Between its shoulder blades, you can see the Spiculus missile launcher, but there are other weapon options too. Here you can see the Iliastus Accelerator Culverin, the Adrathic Devastator, and the Arachnus Storm Cannon. On his other hand, so you can build those as you will, choose the one that suits your loadout. On the other hand, you have the Kestus, that's essentially fancy Legio Custodes terms for Power Fist, with twin Neutronium Cascade Projector. So it's a bit like a flamethrower, but with neutroniums.
Absolutely. Neutronium's more deadly than flame, apparently.
Gotta be, right?
One of those guns is, of course, new. The one that's currently equipped, the name escapes me, sorry.
Oh, I think you are talking about the Iliastus Accelerator Culverin.
Exactly that one. And this is just a really beautiful kit, right? So you could paint this up very quickly if you wanted to, like a gold spray and then a wash would make it look beautiful. But equally, if you wanted to take your time over all the detail of this, it is absolutely dripping in detail, more detail even than was on some of those resin versions of this when it came out. We have one on the table, and we brought along some other dreadnoughts so you could sort of see how it scales up.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. This Telemon Dreadnought is ever so slightly larger than the resin one. So we brought a Leviathan Dreadnought.
Do you remember when you saw a Leviathan for the first time and thought, you're never going to think
nothing could ever be cooler than a Leviathan Dreadnought? And he's still pretty cool. I like Leviathans
absolutely.
a lot. But the Telemon Dreadnought stands a good head above the even the Leviathan.
And with last summer's release, lots of people may have got their hands on a Saturnine Dreadnought, and here you can see there's some similarity between these two in terms of the shape of the shoulder pads and things. The Telemon is a little taller. The Saturnine is a little bit broader.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one definitely is got more mass to it. Like the weight of it looks heavy, but the Telemon stands ever so slightly taller, which might just mean that the Custodes didn't want to kind of ever look up at a Space Marine. That's probably the point, isn't it?
Yeah, why not? Yeah. I like it. So all of these models that we've talked about, so the Gerfalcon Jet Bites, the Palace Gravatack, and the Telemon Dreadnought will be available in plastic for the first time as part of this box set, and then available separately later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can use them, definitely use them for both Warhammer 40,000 and Warhammer Horus.
You absolutely can. One of the new
I can't use them in fantasy.
Custodes in Warhammer 40,000 has some specific upgrades for Telemon Dreadnoughts as well. So there is.
Great, nice. So that's not everything for the Age of Darkness. We also have a new Journal Tactica on the way. This is Journal Tactica Prospero Burns, The Judgment of Valdor, and this deals with the actions of Constantine Valdor and the Legio Custodes during the burning of Prospero, when they joined forces with the Space Wolves to bring judgment to Magnus and his errant sons.
Yeah, we know quite a lot about the burning of Prospero. We've seen it from the Thousand Suns perspective. We've seen it from the Space Wolves perspective. We know that the Custodes were there, but we haven't really heard much about what the Custodes were up to, and this explores that. You kind of find out what they were doing while the two legions were taking chunks out of each other. One of the things that's quite cool about it is that
best part of 40K is the Horus Heresy.
On the other side,
I'm not really a Horus Heresy fan.
Main antagonist really
it's all cool. I know a lot of people love this stuff, and I'm just like, eh.
For the first time, this presents for this edition.
It's cool though.
A full army list for the Demons of Siege, including new psychic disciplines, so you can start using the
Burning of Prospero,
warp denizens of the patron who is presiding over the ruin of the Thousand Suns.
Or salvation, possibly.
No, absolutely not. They
probably
come in,
it is
got what they
ruined,
deserve. There's even more stuff in there than we've talked about here. There's some new rules for the Solo Auxilia. There's a whole bunch of stuff. This is a packed Journal Tactica, which really shines a light on an area of the Horus Heresy we've not looked at before. So it's quite exciting.
And that's the best kind of Horus Heresy games, ones where you're going back to those iconic moments in the lore and refighting it. Like, what if it was a little bit different? What if you had a slightly different mix? What if the tactics were different?
Yeah, absolutely.
Recreating those amazing stories is what it's all about.
So, sticking with the Age of Darkness, but going a bit smaller as we look at some Legions Imperialis.
Or possibly bigger.
But yes, bigger and smaller at the same time. We have 3 models we're going to talk about now. These are models for the Titan Legions. This is the Warlord Battle Titan with Quake Cannon and conversion.
You know what you do with these? You make them into squat
to destroy utterly. And that
vehicles.
Is what the weapon loadout on this.
The size of squats.
As you see this video playing before you can see what all the different
Squat
weapons are.
Titan.
There's a whole bunch, and they have really long and difficult to say live on air names, such as
but you should still try, I think.
Extirpator. This is a kit which will come packaged all together, so you get the Warlord Titan and all of these weapons. It includes some extra bits and pieces, so there's some guns to go on the turrets. You've got Gatling blasters and turbo.
I feel like these would be great in like dioramas. I've never played Imperialis, but
contains all the cards you would need.
I feel like a diorama of this scale would be pretty dope. Because technically, this is a lot easier to work with than anything
they'll be available
proper.
Separately. You just won't get all the cards with it and stuff like that. Cool. This is one of 3 things we're going to talk about. The next one is the Warlord Battle Titan with Volkite Destructor and Macro Gatling Blaster. Again, not a thing to say too quickly on a Friday night. Here is another towering god engine of the Titan Legions. It has a whole bunch of different weapons, which you can see playing out on your screen. They include the Graviton Ruinator, which you can see here. It's the biggest Graviton gun I've ever seen. Volkite Destructor, Macro Gatling Blaster, and the Vulcan Mega Bolter Array, which sits on its shoulders. It also includes a Warlord Titan Heads and those cards I mentioned before, if you wanted to play Adeptus Titanicus.
But Adam, what if I had a slightly smaller Titan but still wanted loads of massive guns?
And complicated names, then you are going to be fine, because this is the Titan Legions Reaver Titan with Graviton Obliterator and Volkite Annihilator. A mid-sized Titan that packs an incredible punch with weapons such as the aforementioned Graviton Obliterator, the Volkite Annihilator. It also has a Vulcan Mega Bolter option for its carapace, and you just saw it there, my favourite possibly of all the names that we've had this evening, which is the Conversion Beam Dissolutor.
Those are some cool guns and some great verbs.
Yeah, it also has a Reaver head and the cards you would need to play in Adeptus Titanicus. And you can get the weapon separately should you desire no more Titans. What's wrong with you? There we go. Pretty exciting should you play Little Heresy.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Age of Sigmar.
I need to take a breather. Now
Come on.
To talk a little bit about something coming to Warhammer Plus very soon.
Oh, okay.
There is a new animation. Look at the Butcher's Nails.
Jeez.
That looks a bit good, Eddie. What can you tell us about Butcher's Nails?
Yeah, this is a new animation coming to Warhammer TV for Warhammer Plus subscribers. It is a one-off standalone episode, so it's a Hammer and Bolter episode of Warhammer 40,000. And effectively, it tells the story of a Khorne Berserker who is part of a chaos assault on an Imperial stronghold. As you would imagine for a World Eater story, it is incredibly violent. It is by some margin the bloodiest and most violent piece of Warhammer animation we have yet featured on Warhammer TV. And it is pretty much non-stop carnage from the moment that the shots open to the final battles.
Fantastic. Here you can see a shot that we saw, something like this in the trailer. This looks like the head-up display.
Looks looks like a
like the
video
helmet of
game.
the world.
Yes.
Yeah, so not
Looks
all
like a
of
game
it, but
still.
some of the animation is shown from the literal perspective of the World Eater, who is obviously a little bit unhinged. The butcher's nails are starting to bite. If he doesn't get continuous kills and carnage, he starts to go kind of slowly insane. And he basically is chopping his way through as many enemies as he can find, partly to try and achieve victory, but mostly just to try and make the whining of the nails cease, even for the briefest of moments.
Fantastic. And we got a sense of who is fighting, but what's the battle between?
I mean,
who are the
he
protagonists?
almost really he doesn't really mind what the battle is.
Anybody's
Really, Korn doesn't care as long as the blood flows. There are definitely some Astra Militarum. There's some guardsmen, some unfortunate guardsmen who have to stand up against the Korn Berserker.
Space Marines of the Imperial
There are
Fist,
some Space Marines of the Imperial Fist. There's some other Chaos Space Marines in the mix
who I'm sure
as well.
don't get in the way
They'll
at
get
all.
on fine, I'm sure.
Lovely.
You know, it's not like they're known for betrayal or anything. It's all good. But
Fantastic.
yes, it's going to be a non-stop action carnage fest. It's a really fun animation.
Perfect. And coming out fairly soon.
It comes out in August.
Awesome. That's very exciting. So, from the Butcher's Nails and Warhammer Plus, let's go to the Mortal Realms for something more.
It's ogres. Yeah, it's ogres. We're not getting any dwarves today. Oh, they look interesting. All right. Age of Sigmar ogres. Interesting.
I see his will in the meat, in the marrow.
I mean, they look good. They look great. Wow, they look good. I like the helmet design.
Hunger that endures through winter and war. He calls us to feast, to swallow the realms.
Jesus.
Eat.
I mean, they look good, but they're disgusting. I don't like them, but they look great. That is a very, very good-looking refresh of the ogres. That's great. Oh shit! What is this? Big Daddy.
Very exciting to see such a large amount of models coming soon to the Mortal Realms with these new Ogre tribes. Eddie, where do we even start?
I am super excited about this release. This is an enormous range refresh for the Ogre tribes. There's so much to talk about. I think let's start with the army set, which is coming out. This is the first place you'll get a chance to get your hands on some of the new miniatures. This is an enormous army launch set, a little bit like what we've seen with some of the armies recently.
Yeah, like the Hellsmiths and so on.
They look good.
Like the same sort of concept. You get a cool version of the Battle Tome and the first chance to get hold of a bunch of the miniatures. Let's have a quick chat about some of the stuff in this
They're
set.
a great rendition of the old ogres. Yeah, they're good. These are really good.
These are the Gluttons, the sort of replacement or refresh of what in old days you might have called Ogre Bulls, and boy do they look good.
Yeah, the Ogre Bulls are still really cool models, but they are they've been around for a while now. They're more than 20 years old.
You shocked me with that
I'm
when
sorry
I realised
about that,
how old
Adam.
I was. Yeah.
So they are well and truly deserving of a refresh. This is a really cool update for them. They still keep the kind of general aesthetic of the Ogre Bulls, but they're much more dynamic. They're a little bit bigger. The armor plates are much more impressive.
I really like the shape of the helmets. They look like they're designed to deflect sort of downward blows.
Yeah, and if you remember, like
well.
the first time those models came out, they were designed for Warhammer Fantasy, where they'd have to rank up. So actually, the poses were quite sort of limiting on a lot of the miniatures.
Here, aren't they?
These are much like cooler, more impressive poses. Even things like having those arms out, they just look really great. The detail on them is obviously
there's no
20 years
underworld
on
stuff.
from
They're
the
not
last
showing
time
any
we
of that.
saw,
I think they said.
the Ogre Bulls, so these are really.
I
really
think
cool,
we're not going to
miniatures.
see any
You get
dwarves
10 of
today.
these in that
No,
launch box.
they had a
This is
Fire
only the
Slayer
most
reveal, but
basic
or
of
a
the more tribes units.
Fantastic.
Let's move on
teaser.
to, I think might be one of my favorites.
Yeah, so mine too. I think the Iron Guts have always looked really cool, and these are even cooler if possible. The Iron Guts are an elite ogre unit.
These are
carry
great.
enormous weapons, and they wear more armor. So you can see those armor plates on the arms going all the way up to the shoulders. Their helmets are a little bit fancier, and they've got these massive two-handed weapons.
They look like they mean absolute business,
Yeah,
right?
no
Like
kidding.
the size of those weapons, and again, much more dynamic, but those blades are about twice the size of a mortal human, right? So they're going to make an absolute mess. They already are an excellent unit in Warhammer Age of Sigmar. They're still an excellent unit, and now the miniatures are even better as well.
Yeah, absolutely. To keep this rabble in line, you need an Ogre Tyrant. So this model is a multi-part kit. He enables you to build him in a couple of ways. Essentially, a really powerful, heavy-hitting Ogre character. Here you can see a couple of the options. I love this one with the fur cloak. It sort of fits into the more sort of huntery style thing you can do with an ogre army, where you want to focus more on the beast if you want to, or you can go full gutbuster with this one, whichever you prefer, really.
Yeah, if you've got the kind of Beast Claw Raider
Yeah,
vibe.
absolutely.
And I think you can obviously have a mix of them as well, but you've got a lot of different ways to kind of lean into different ogre armies. And it's just nice to have a multi-part character, right, where you can immediately start to make him your own. One of the big things about ogres for their entire history is the idea
the
of
head. This head looks a little bit bestial, almost. It looks a little bit funky.
Where the leader of your force is making a
I like the helmeted heads for sure
by achieving various feats. So being able to kind of have the pelts of the things he's defeated on him absolutely makes sense. Those units we've all seen before in different ways. The next unit is effectively a new type. These are the Maul Beast Cavalry and the Maul Beast Raiders. This is a 2-for kit, so you can make 2 different units.
So are they supposed to be like the
function in a
Mornfang?
similar way. Both of them are cavalry units. The Maul Beast Raiders are your kind of fast-moving scout unit. The Maul Beast Cavalry are your hard-hitting shock cavalry. They're a little bit more armored. The guy in the back has more weapons, whereas the Maul Beast Raiders have some ranged attacks.
Yeah,
they look great.
Effectively replace the Mornfang cavalry in your ogre list. They fill a similar sort of role in the army.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about just how tough they are and how hard they hit in a little while. So these are all the models that come inside that new ogre army set. Obviously,
it's a pretty interesting cover. Ogre what an interesting text. What is this, Berserk?
With the ogre Maw tribes inside that set. It's
interesting choice of like text.
The tyrant on the front. Obviously, there'll be standard editions of the Battle Tome out in due time, and you'll be able to get the models separately. But if you want first in on the new ogres, this is the way. It wasn't all we saw in that awesome video, though. Do you want to show the box?
I'd love to see dwarves.
Right here. So
there's no hope of seeing them today, but
really lovely. That is all the stuff you get in there. So just to confirm, you get 10 of those gluttons. You get the tyrant.
What a great looking army. That's a great refresh.
That big unit of Iron Guts.
Super well done.
You get your Battle Tome in there as well. So it's a really lovely set.
Fantastic. Right. So, what else is there to talk about? Well, I guess we saw some things which fit in a different sort of part of the ogre army with the sort of Maw Seekers component, right?
Yeah, so one of the bits of the ogre force is the kind of tyrant and the Iron
some
Guts
big old titties on this guy.
Another fairly major part of ogre society are the Maw Seekers, the butchers, and the things that follow in the butcher's wake.
I mean, that's just
Butcher,
nasty
again,
looking,
is a
bro.
That's been out for
that's just gross.
Time, well worth an update. This model is a phenomenal.
Looks great
cool.
though.
Great.
It's just nasty looking.
Yeah, you've I think you've got some strong feelings on exactly how unpleasant this particular model.
Really
the model's great, but he's definitely a bit grim, isn't he?
And the longer you look, the more disturbing it gets. The way he's holding the corpse in his hand, the gore sloshing around in his cauldron, and all this for what is essentially a really beefy ogre wizard.
Yeah, butchers are sort of part wizard, part chef, part shaman, part mystic
to
the ogres. They're really important to ogre society.
Are those a bunch of stretch marks?
Basically is all about eating.
Is that what that
ogres
is?
At their core have this kind of unending hunger, which they interpret as the will of the god Maw, who may or may not be part of the greater pantheon of Gorkamorka, depending on which
very
ogre
interesting
you speak
looking,
to. And butchers try to tap into that arcane power, that kind of godly power, and manifest it as various different spells. A lot of their magic is to do with consuming something and then manifesting that into magic in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. There are more devotees of the Gulping God coming. This is one of those kits. These are the ogre cleavers, and they are kind of like butchers in training, right?
Yeah, these are fanatics of ogre society who follow in the wake of the butchers. They do a range of different things. After a battle, they'll collect up all the various body parts and offal and bits of enemies to throw into the cauldron for the butcher. They are kind of fanatically driven disciples of the butchers and of the god Maw.
The combination of the miniatures design team and the heavy metal painting team have really just worked up a horror with these.
Yeah, I mean, Blood for the Blood God is
absolutely
crying out for
gore up to the elbows, cauldrons full of offal. These are incredible. They're not the only things within this Maw Seeker collective. That kit also makes another option, so you can either make the cleavers that you saw there.
Look at those guys! Fuck
these, which are the Gutseers.
Yeah, Gutseers are even more horrible and sinister than the butchers, if you can imagine that. These have tapped into the power of Maw, and the way that they work in game is that your wizards become more powerful and can effectively cast spells through these guys when they're nearby. The thing that I really like about them from a miniature perspective is those gut plates. If you look at the gut plates on something like the Iron Guts, they have just armored guts, whereas these
they look like teeth maybe.
But these guts look like intestines or offal
and they're kind of rendered in really like arcane parody.
I love it. I think it's really. They look like they'd be loads of fun to paint.
Yep. And then of course at the center of all of this is Red the Maw. This is the High Slaughtermaster, so sort of like the head of this cult of the Gulping God. Eddie,
Ooh.
what can you tell us about Red?
This is a brand new character for the Ogre Moor tribes. This is one of the most powerful characters in your Ogre army. One of the most powerful characters in all of Age of Sigmar. Goes to battle on this enormous kind of cauldron construct that's pulled into battle by a Gorger. Gorgers are the other part of that kind of Moor Seeker grouping. So Moor Seekers covers your Butchers, your Gorgers, and all the kind of various fanatics that follow in their wake. You've got this enormous cauldron, which I assume is where the enemy army goes after the battle. They get thrown in there. And this is both an incredible miniature, but also an incredibly powerful piece for your Age of Sigmar armies. We'll have a little look at some of the rules around it later. And in lore terms, this is the high prophet, the high priest of the Gulping God. So ogres from across the realms flock to Red the Moor to hear what they've got to say.
I love the fact it's being pulled into battle by a Gorger as well. That's just really cool. So all of these models are coming in the not too distant future for the Ogre Moor tribes.
Yep.
Obviously, we need a battle tome to learn all about it. And so
Good
there'll
cover.
be the standard edition on the left or the Gamers edition on the right.
Gamers!
To start playing your games.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a huge and sizable update of things for the Ogre Moor tribes. We've shown you almost all of the new models
But not
for the
all.
ogres. There's a couple more things on the way. The other thing that's worth saying is a couple of the existing units do stick around as well. So particularly some of the big Beastclaw Raider monsters. So if you've got some things like Stonehorns and stuff in your army, you can still absolutely use those, and they work really nicely alongside that Tyrant, which we have one on the table here, done up as a.
It's got that beast claw.
Yeah, got the kind of beast claw vibe.
Those look
there,
great.
turn him
Those
around
look
so
really
you can see
good.
Kind of pelt on his back.
Those look really, really well done.
Cool.
Fantastic. Should we have a little bit of a look at some of the rules?
Yeah, let's do it.
And what you'll find inside the battle tome. So these are the faction rules, the battle traits for your
Warcraft
ogres. What can you tell
ogres
us,
from
Eddie?
those
Yeah,
deserty
so we're
regions.
not going to go through the entirety because it's a big.
I mean,
old
these are
page of
just
green
these are
grass,
great
but
looking
yeah, if
ogres,
you're an ogre
regardless of
player
where
or
they're
you wanna
from.
know what you're
Like
gonna
you
be
can
up
put these
against in
wherever.
Age of Sigmar, take your screen
They look
grab
great.
now.
They're very
Fundamentally, they've got two big army
grotesque.
rules. First of the army rules is if you are in combat with an enemy unit at the end of the turn, or you've defeated an enemy unit in combat, so you've eaten them basically, you can just have some lunch. You can
Have a
take a chunk out of the enemy unit you're fighting, and you can get a bunch of different rules. So this encourages your ogre army to just get stuck in. If they're in the middle of the enemy army, they can start getting bonuses. There's some really strong stuff in there. You've got stuff like run and charge. You can make the unit harder to kill, make them hit harder. You can mess with enemy wizards, all sorts of stuff.
Fantastic. Go on.
And then you've got the other special rule in there,
Yeah.
which is basically like a special thing where
One guy said, "Okay, I'm out. This was a waste of time."
You can basically say,
What?
would you like to stay where you are and take the ogre's charge, in which
What?
case you take a bunch of mortal wounds, or you can say, well, I'll give you the opportunity to move backwards if you like, in which case your opponent immediately cedes ground to the ogre. So it's really good for shifting units off objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting hit by that wall of iron and muscle is no joke. Obviously, the war scrolls have been looked at as well. So these are the Maul Beast Cavalry that we showed you before. They come in the army set. And I talked about how just devastatingly powerful they are. The gut bite weapons. do
Twos to
damage 3,
wound.
the Maul
Wow.
Beasts, do damage 2, 3 on the charge. These hit you like a landslide. So
Yeah,
many
these are
attacks,
these are meant to be their own
incredibly
army, 100%.
I think this is a really powerful unit. If you are familiar with the way that ogres work today, you'll know how Mournfang Cavalry work. You'll be familiar with the stats. A lot of the stats are fairly similar to Mournfangs, but across the board, wherever there's a change, it tends to be a bit better. For the Maul Beast Cavalry, they are a really tough unit to deal with because they're excellent on the charge, because they're bonuses to charge, but they're also excellent when being charged. So they're a really hard unit to kind of solve for your enemy. I think just a couple of these on the flanks would do great, or even investing on a big double-sized unit and slamming it into the middle of the enemy army could be very powerful.
Yeah, and you can see some of the special rules and things that are going on there, but I love the Ravenous counterattack rule. That means that you can be quite daring with
I mean,
it as
people are
sword
very
fights.
vocal in the Warhammer streams.
Brilliant.
When it comes to the
Talked a little
chat,
about
they
Red
will
the
not.
Maul. Here is rules. There is
not
a lot
type.
to take in.
Yeah, this is one of the kind of big name special characters of the ogres as well. We're not going to go through everything on the sheet. Feel free to take a screenshot and peruse at your leisure. The things to call out are this is an incredibly durable character. 18 wounds, a 4-up save, and a ward save means that you've got to throw a lot of stuff at this guy before he goes down.
This guy says, "Move on already. Damn, show's over. Move on already to what? The show's over."
Effectively, you can pick an ogre unit nearby.
This is it.
And that unit can benefit from as if it was in combat with an enemy unit. So all of those big list of buffs.
Some of the people who type in
your
this
army
chat, I
special
don't
rules,
know.
You can just give those out to units nearby for a command point, and you can do some great stuff with that. You've got one of them in there, which is run and charge. So right from the off, you can be like, I really want one of my units in combat on the first turn. You can just do it. You've also got an ability that gives ward saves to loads of nearby units. So this is just an absolutely really useful linchpin unit for the middle of your army.
Fantastic. So that's a lot
They look
of
great.
great stuff coming all on the way for the Mortal Realms with the Ogre Moor tribes and this incredible.
God, give me some
we've got
dwarves,
some
bro.
close-ups here.
Should we have a look?
Just
Give
a
me some
sense of how
dwarves.
big, how big they are. I don't know if we've got humans.
It won't happen until the next event. The next show will have dwarves.
So here you've got Red the Moor in the middle. You can see the size of.
They look good though.
He's really an absolute beefcake. And this enormous cauldron he's got that's just full of offal. His great big spoon for stirring around the cauldron. Here on the side, you can see the Ogre Butcher. He's really quite an impressive model in his own right. And again, this huge cauldron. If I spin him around, you can see just how detailed these models really are.
Holy thick.
Just something to behold. Loads of things going on the back. Sort of, he's got these animal horns and things, so they look like they're carrying trophies and things all around. Just really great. It's an incredible looking kit.
Yeah.
I think the
you get a
miniatures
sense
team
of
have.
the size of him because that's a human, right?
Seraphon before
On the
dwarves.
butcher
Yeah,
there,
no kidding.
so-
He's got half a person.
Both are
Half
eating
a
pretty
person.
poorly right now.
It's pretty gross. So anyway, these have disturbed me for long enough. I'm really excited to see them come out. I think they're going to make quite a wave within the.
I wish they would give you a teaser of
we
the
are
next
still
show.
not done yet. There is still more awesome stuff to talk
Come
about in this big summer preview. Next, we're going down to the Underhive.
Oh, okay. All right. Are these new Goliath units? Escher and Goliath? They're going back to their roots. Oh, isn't this the Necromunda refresh? Wait, is this the Necromunda refresh? Aren't they supposed to be doing like a non-campaign system or something? Oh, this is going to be a Necromunda refresh, isn't it? This is going to be like an easier rule set.
Welcome to the Underhive with a new edition of Necromunda Skirmish. This is
Yeah.
very exciting.
Okay, there
I'm a
you go,
big fan of
Skirmish.
Necromunda. I've played it since I was a 16-year-old boy, and it's great to see it a new edition come. This is essentially an edition reset for Necromunda, and this core set here that you can see here, this 2-player battle box, is the perfect way to get into it. If you're an existing Necromunda player,
There wasn't much terrain.
Here you can see it on the screen.
I didn't
It
see much
pictures
terrain. The guy says there was three
sorry,
pieces
crikey,
of half
my
terrain in the
favourite
back.
gang just automatically. It pits the Goliaths against the Escher in a classic house matchup. Let's have a look at some of the kits that come with it. We've got a box here.
I'm
which
kind
is
of
the
intrigued
prop, but
if
we've
it's a
got some great
skirmish game. If
images to show on
it
the
doesn't
screen.
destroy,
It contains 2 gangs
you
in
know,
the box. The first of which are these. They're the
actual
Blades of the
Necromunda.
Shark. This is all new models. We've not released these ones before, and there's some fantastic options in there. At the back, for example, you can see a Huntress. With
Well, ideally they don't
pistols
take
and
away all of that,
multi-harness.
right? This
On
is
the
more of
right-hand
like
side, you've got one which is
dumbed down version.
a Blade Maiden with a shock whip. You've got the Chem Witch who's got the auto chem. It's that crazy looking flamer thing that you can see towards the back. Loads of fantastic options to really fill out an Escher gang. If you've already got an Escher gang, you'll probably want to add these to it because it gives you even more options and even more fantastic models. This is also a perfect starting point for an Escher gang in its own right. You could never have played a game of Necromunda, and these would be a wonderful jumping on point. They go head to head with the Goliaths. These are the Forge Smelters. Goliaths, the House of Chains, known for their sort of industrial power, and all of these like heavily muscled, stim-enhanced warriors carrying weapons which kind of have an industrial feel. So you've obviously got the heavy stubber at the back, but there's loads of other weapons that might be less familiar. For example, you've got the Crumper Riveter Cannon on the right-hand side. The Lady Goliath is holding that. You've also got things like the Servo Medicae that you can see on the Goliath at the front. You've got one with a Chem Slugger. There's loads of different things going on so that you can either add these to an existing Goliath force or just use these as your first ever Goliaths. I really like the Ignition Cannon that's on the left-hand side. 2 fantastic gangs. You also
What's that
find inside the
terrain?
box absolutely everything you need to get
Wow,
started playing.
this is a big
So you've got
board
the
with no
game map,
terrain.
the measurers, the dice,
What
the
the
templates, all the
hell?
cards and bits and pieces. You have a full rule book. You also have some terrain to position your gang behind to start.
There's not much in the way of
playing your games.
terrain.
Essentially, this is a wonderful way to kick off Necromunda if you've just never played before and kickstart you into the new edition. So here you can see
All right.
like a close-up on some of those other things as well. There's
Interesting.
really, a lot to enjoy.
I mean, I'm
here in,
intrigued.
these gangs, and if you look at the back of the box, you can see it all sort of laid out, sort of panning around.
Yeah, it's a very
just
sparse-looking
full
board,
to the
though,
brim
for
of
sure.
Great Necromunda stuff. There's more to come in this new edition than just this. It's worth saying that Necromunda, the thing that makes it so exciting
Is that a
this
squat gang?
continuous war between the great gang
No.
houses. So there are 6 gang houses that you might be familiar
That's
with.
very
if you know
interesting that
Necromunda
they're really
well.
going to go with
Essentially, you have
like
the Orlocks, the Vansars, Cawdor, Dilac, Escher.
they're going with
Goliath,
like the whole
and you can see
spearhead
more, which is
approach,
great
right?
here.
They're
These
trying
are
to make it
Underhive
more
crew
accessible,
boxes.
which is
These
cool.
contain models that you might already
That's how it
know
should
if
be.
you're familiar with Necromunda, presented in a brilliant format that lets you essentially make one purchase to start an entire
That's how it should be.
Underhive
That's
crew
exactly
of
how
your
it should
own.
be.
I'm a big fan of Necromunda. I've played it for years and years. I've got a really big Orlok gang, and I looked
Yeah.
at the Underhive crew and was like, oh, that's essentially everything you need.
I
for a
think
really
you need this
fantastic
for most
Orlok
games because
crew.
not everyone has the time or
Things
effort to
talk about
get
quickly
fully
while we're
invested.
here. So obviously,
And it's
this
okay
box
to have a
contains everything.
smaller
If
version
you
of
wanted
it
the
until you want to
Necromunda
kind of
rulebook,
like
say you've
buff
got loads
yourself
of
out
Necromunda
and
stuff and you don't want
play
to
the
buy a new
proper set.
the core box for some mad reason, then you can just buy the Necromunda rulebook. This is a large hardback book. It's just packed with lore and rules and all the good things that you would want to know about Necromunda. And it's been revised. They've made updates to the rules to sort of streamline things. Every role feels like it really matters. Games are very exciting. I'm really excited to sink my teeth into it. If you've got an existing gang and you want to know where you find the rules for that, there's 2 more publications coming along for you. These are gangs
Well,
of the
there you go.
Underhive,
Gangs
which
of the
deal with
Outlands.
those 6 gang houses we talked about before,
You've got
along
yourself
with
your
various
squats.
hangers-on and hired guns. And you've got Gangs of the Outland, which deals with those gangs.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's kind of the problem, I think, with a lot of GW games is what do you need to buy? There is no like easy direct way into games, and that's kind of what they're doing with this show. They've got like the whole Armageddon 11th edition stuff, Spearhead, Old World now has Battle March boxes. Like, I think that's amazing.
Good to go.
I think this is also a great direction. 100%. Easily 100%.
Really useful to have on the side of the table. You've got the core gang tactics cards. I find having like physical things really useful when I'm playing Necromunda. It's a very tactile game. And you've also got the scenario cards, which help organize your campaign and get your games flowing.
I think that's the right way to do it.
Nicely. Also, if you want to like enhance your battlefield, get your game going, there's an enormous range of fantastic Necromunda scenery and terrain. The Zone Mortalis range is big and beautiful, and there's an addition to it now with these Factoria pipes. You'll find some Factoria pipes inside that core set, and there's even more if you buy this Factoria pipes box. And breathe.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite things about Necromunda is when you start to see people like really lean into the scenery and they've got their Zone Mortalis bit and then they start building up and you get the pipes and walkways and you can have like fights across the gantries and you can shoot people down from higher up and all that sort of good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite games in Necromunda are always the ones which are played on multiple levels and you can blast someone off a 12-inch high precipice and watch them plummet.
I do like a bit of ash waste every now and again though.
Yeah, yes, I agree, but there's something
there is something cool about like having a little cross section of a city.
Yeah, I saw that for the first time and it just blew my mind. If you've never played Necromunda before, this really is a perfect jumping on point. Necromunda is a really exciting game. Ask any Necromunda fan and they will like enthuse about it, how great it is. And if you're an existing Necromunda fan and you're looking for new challenges, this is really great because the rules have been tweaked and streamlined and there's going to be new secrets to unlock. And it's going to be a good time to be fighting battles in the Underhive. The narrative that's been unfolding for the past few years, the Aranthian succession, is kind of done with. And I'm really excited to see where the team responsible for Necromunda take it in this new era. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
And we are still not done. Yep, we are
Dwarves.
sticking around in the 41st millennium, but we're going to go to Warhammer 40,000 Kill Team with this.
Oh my god, AVP. Or not AVP, Predator. This looks like Predator.
After years of
Dylan.
searching,
Are these Catachans?
we're closing
Yeah, it could be.
in
It could be a Catachan team.
on something unseen for
It's
decades.
a Catachan team versus what, a Lictor? Maybe? Could be Exodites? Oh my god, it's Exodites. Well, you know, they showed the foot of one of these things in the teaser, in one of the rumor engines. I said it was Exodites. Someone said it was Seraphon. This is a very good direction for sure. That's cool. The Exodites. That's fucking crazy. They showed the foot of this thing.
And
Yeah.
well in this year of 2026, and who would
That's
have
awesome.
had Exodites on their 2026 Warhammer Bingo card.
This is a super exciting box set.
Really, right?
That's so cool.
This is awesome. So obviously, every time we have a new Kill Team box set, it's very exciting. This one, I think, it will be particularly interesting, not just for fans of Kill Team, but for fans of Warhammer 40,000. Exodites are one of those last untapped awesome bits of Warhammer 40,000 lore. Whenever we get to kind of unveil a cool new corner of the Millennium, it's always very exciting. I think Exodites absolutely fall into that little corner.
If you don't know what an Exodite is, very briefly, when the Eldari Society was starting to sort of, way back before the fall, starting to fall into decadence and depravity, the Exodites were like, no, thank you very much. And they left main society and they settled on places far flung from the mainstay of Eldar Society called Maiden Worlds.
Beautiful jungle planets full of rich flora and fauna and full of all sorts of weird, wonderful creatures.
Absolutely.
And then when Eldar Society was destroyed in the fall, the Exodites were one of the few remaining bits that were left. Now in the 41st millennium, they have these pockets of idyllic beautifulness across Warhammer 40,000. Obviously, this being Warhammer 40,000, if you've got something lovely, everyone wants to knock it over and invade it.
There's probably a war coming.
There's always a war coming.
Nice.
So whenever their planets are invaded, they have to defend them with whatever tools they can find available. And the closest thing available is giant reptilian beasts that they can ride into battle.
Should we have a look at the
their
models?
foes with?
So, here we go. These are the Exodite Dragon Masters. Eddie, this is a very unusual Kill Team, right?
Yeah, so this is a Kill Team, first and foremost. It is really kind of weird, but really fun, unusual Kill Team. It is effectively 3 models and 2 little hangers-on, so it's immediately very, very elite. In terms of how it plays in Kill Team, it plays in a really interesting and unique and unusual way. All of your units have APL 4, which is wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Kill Team, so you can do all sorts of cool maneuvers. They are very, very fast, as you would imagine, faster than almost anything else in Kill Team. They can leap up across bits of terrain. So if you think that your sniper at the back
Catachan's in shambles.
perched on his
True.
think again, because a giant
that would have been cool
with
too.
an Eldari warrior on the back is racing towards you, ready to chop your head off. You have 3 very different kinds of characters in there. Effectively, you've got a warrior archetype, a mage archetype, and a sniper archetype, and they all do very different things for your Kill Team.
Yeah, so here on the screen, you can see the 3 different ones laid out. Essentially, you have the Clan Blade, which is the close combat one. You have the Lay Stalker, which is the one with the sniper rifle. And then you have the Stone Singer, which is the Exodite who focuses on using psychic powers. And then they also have these little beasts that run around with them, and those are called Dracolites.
Yeah, and they look familiar to, if you know kind of how Eldar Craft World work, there's a little bit of the Autarch to this one, there's a little bit of the Farseer to this one, there's a little bit of the kind of Ranger. So they have a kind of common ancestry with the Eldar of the Craft Worlds, but they have gone off in a slightly different sort of cultural direction, and the biggest difference really is that they ride on the back of these cool reptiles.
Yeah.
But a really fun Kill Team, a very different Kill Team, and I think probably going to be a very popular Kill Team as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not the only thing you get in this box. You've also got a bunch of orcs in here. The way that the orcs work in this Kill Team is a little bit like the Red Terror set that we had recently, where they are effectively non-player operatives, and you can play a bunch of different games against these, either as a 1-player or a 2-player series. There is a campaign in the box which tells the story of
should have been
war,
Catachan's,
which has landed on this planet. The orcs,
that's what someone
who are
said.
beast snaggers, basically find a world full of monsters, and they're like, "This is a paradise.
Let's
Look at all
snag
these
some beasts."
Look at all these giant beasts."
Yeah,
we can hunt." The
Catachan's
Eldar
would have
are
been
obviously
nice.
Much less keen on that than the orcs, and they have to try and drive off the orcs, so you can play through this campaign. Also, of course, all the stuff in this box you can also use in Warhammer 40,000 as well.
I mean, the Exodites are fucking
Shout
cool.
out to that Kill
That's
Team
cool.
Exodite book. It's really cool. I got to have a look through it the other day. It's got great lore in it. There's stories from the perspective of the Eldari Exodites. There's also, like, that campaign has some great missions in it. There's guides on how to make your battlefield to look like a Maiden World. It's a wonderful book. They've done an amazing job sort of bringing this to life.
Yeah. Worth saying, one of the other ways that you can build up the Kill Team that you get in this set is as another unit, which is called the Dragon Knights. These are the archetypal, I suppose, the closest thing we've got to the classic version of an Exodite.
Yeah,
very reminiscent of some of the very cool Warhammer 40,000 art from some of the early editions. This is effectively a fast cavalry unit of Exodites riding on those huge reptilian beasts. And they work a little bit in game, I suppose, like your Shining Spears, where they could charge in. They actually have laser lances lances, which is the same weapon that Shining Spears have. So they punch pretty hard, but as well as the rider on the back fighting,
You've
who's a
also
good fighter.
got a crazed reptile beast helping you fight, right?
Absolutely. So they hit really, really
They didn't
hard.
say dinosaur, but it looks like a
they're not
dinosaur.
super durable, but they're a little bit more durable than some of the other kind of combat units you might find in an Eldari army. So they're going to be quite a useful little unit. I think you will see them dotted around various Warhammer 40,000 battlefields and Eldar armies quite soon. The other forces in this box, the Dragon Masters, you can also use in Warhammer 40,000. And the way that they work is that each one is effectively an individual character in your Eldari army. So you've got the kind of lone op sniper, you've got your fast moving hero,
Dinosaur?
you've got a kind of buff support
True, you
piece.
can't call it a dinosaur.
So effectively,
They don't
this
own the
one
rights.
kill team provides you with 4 different.
What am I doing after this? I'm
Warhammer
done
40,000
for today
Eldari
for this
armies. It's a
channel.
really
I'm gonna go
flexible
probably
little clump of stuff that you can add into
eat,
your
take a shower, and
Eldari.
then stream some
so
League.
Kill Team
These
Exodite
look great.
contains
All this stuff
3
looks good.
Exodites and
I feel like
2
I'm not
Dragon
really.
Beasts. Obviously, these models will be available separately.
We'll take a look at the
down
community
line, so if
page
you wanted to
before
put loads into your
I leave, but
army, that's completely legit. There are
I'm
loads of
interested in some of this
reasons
stuff.
that an
Now
Eldari
that I have a
force might
table, I
Exodites
do
in it as
want
well. When
some
you look at
stuff.
The history of the Eldari, the Craftworld Biel-Tan is so affronted at the state of the Maiden Worlds that they aggressively defend Maiden Worlds from any interference. Obviously, Alitok is known for the Rangers who travel around the webway.
Let me
visit
replace
all the
my
Maiden
mic.
Worlds on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
it's one of the main reasons the Eldari come into conflict with other races, right? They don't seek it out particularly, but one of the things that they have is this sort of cultural association with these planets, and whenever anyone invades, it's almost like it's sacrilegious, right?
Yeah,
This
sort
is
of
the
protecting the last true
absolutely
ancient
yeah,
Eldari,
yeah.
really.
This is almost always why the Eldari will get involved in a fight somewhere. Is that the craft worlds can fly off, but planets can't really. So when the Imperium shows up and decides to build a Forge world on your wonderful Paradise world, you have to kind of go and kick them off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth having a little look at the models, I think. So here we have a stunt beast snagger sort of drafted in to pose, and then you can get a sense of the scale of these things when you bring the Exodite up alongside. They're lithe. The beasts look really muscular, but they're still an impressive size model, and I think they're going to be quite popular with people who want to do just beautiful paint jobs. Right, they're going to lend themselves really towards that.
Yeah, I mean the models are beautiful. Like I think I really like the leader
That's
unit
in particular. That
yeah,
one, isn't it?
the
Let's get this
leader
out
of
the way.
the
Sorry, buddy.
Dragon Knights is just a really, really excellent miniature. I think just the kind of straight on pose.
That was the foot that they showed in the teaser.
Golden Demons and things.
And I
It's
was
got
like,
a
that's an
beautiful
Exodite
backband,
toe.
which is lending itself to kind of whatever showing off painting scheme you'd like to have a go
well, we'll
at.
see. I mean,
The
right now,
reptiles they're riding themselves.
let me
you can
mute this a
paint
little
in
bit.
Almost any color you can imagine.
Right now, Ivana's doing Spearhead with me. I think she only wants to keep playing Spearhead because we have. This past month, I've been trying to downsize a bunch of stuff, which I have. I've got a lot of stuff out. Again, donated, threw things away, sold some stuff. Just like, you know, we got to move eventually, so we got to clear out. And part of that was also getting a gaming space. So I went to IKEA. I got a few like Kallax things, which are like cube systems that I can move with me. They're not like a permanent fixture. So I now have a gaming space. Like I can actually potentially stream me playing games and everything. That's kind of why I'm even working on terrain right now. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but like I do kind of have like a place to play games. But it's a whole different beast when it comes to like setting up cameras and, you know, angles and different things that you kind of want to have with the board. That's it. Yeah, there's nothing else.
There was a lot of stuff. And we said it would be about 90 minutes, and we're very, very nearly there. So thank you if you are still with us and enjoying the Warhammer preview. It's been lovely to have you with us.
Cool.
I should round up. There have been a couple of questions floating around. One of them I can field right now. Somebody asked in the chat, what's the cost to the Warhammer Academy? The cost is nothing. It is free. You'll need to log in and sign up, but it is designed to help you just get started with your Warhammer journey. So it doesn't cost anything. Just join in and start.
Well, also the Warhammer stuff that we're working on. That's a whole different thing. That as well. Okay, there was nothing else in that show. Well, I'm excited, but I'm more so excited for the next show because they showed us no Fire Slayers, they showed us no Dwarves, but where is the Warhammer community site? I think once we're along with that project more, I'll announce it, but yeah, right now, no, we're still kind of working some stuff out. Okay, so let's take a look here. Real quick. The, what was it? So they showed Oh, there's the Exodites. It just got updated. What am I actually excited for with this? I'm not going to lie. Now that I have a gaming space, I kind of want to see more of like this terrain actually looks appealing. Not that I'd want to recreate Armageddon. You know, I don't need the Votan fighting across a fucking desolate Imperium, you know, war-riddled world. But like, this pre-painted terrain stuff looks really interesting. I don't know if I'd go with the pre-painted. Like, this is such an amazing thing for Warhammer. Like, this is so good. Like, the one thing to get you playing games is a gaming space. The one thing to get you playing games is terrain. You can build the minis. Look, you know what I did to do my spearhead? So I started building some of the spearhead, but like, as an example, that's one of the spearheads, right? This is probably the worst one, I think, of the three. I fucking cut out the back where it shows all of them on it, and I just put them on bases. Literal cardboard cutouts while I can build the minis is what I'm playing with currently. So, like, if you have a table, if you have space, I mean, this is so convenient, right? You just roll dice. It's super useful. And the fact that this is all in one box, even though it's not going to be cheap, that's pretty good. Better than what most people can make. Well, the price is going to be a bit ridiculous, but like, this is such a good thing for Warhammer. The minis are expensive. Like, everything about this hobby is not only expensive, but it's like time consuming, space consuming, everything. Everything about this hobby is so demanding. So having something like this, and if that's what it looks like out of the box, this is really good. Like, this actually looks really well done. It's probably about $400. This is most likely a $400 box. Maybe not 400. Well, probably 3 to 4. Maybe, I'm not sure. But you get the mat. I wonder if the mat is like a neoprene thing. That'd be cool. A fabric battle mat. Ugh. Just go with the neoprene, bro. $250? That's pretty good. $250 for a whole gaming board outside of the mat. Why go with fabric? They've literally partnered with what's that brand that does dice and tabletop stuff? It's Pro, something Pro. What is it called? Ultra Pro? I think it's Ultra Pro. Ultra Pro works with them.
I noticed people hate the same for every type of showcase stream. I saw funny comments saying people who type in games showcases streams unironically hate games.
They do. Well, they're just they're chuds. That's what the internet calls them. They're 40K chuds. No, we can show, I mean, this is so good. Again, if you like 40K or you want to get into 40K, this is so appealing. I love this. This is, like, as much as I'd want to paint my own terrain, make my own terrain, you can't argue that this is, like, such an amazing thing for games to just look good right off the bat. Right? Because you're not really staring at the terrain too often. And even though the paint job looks really well done, and probably better than what most people want to put into terrain. Not to say that people can't paint well or anything, but, like, this is like above regular standard, I would say. Like, this looks fairly good. That's amazing. What a great product. 2 boxes for a 2K game. 2 boxes of terrain. I mean, that seems pretty big, no? These are also great boxes. If you want to get into Warhammer, okay, the craziest thing to get everyone to buy this shit is they're literally coming out with, like, unique sculpts for the Space Marines and the Orcs that are only available in this box set, which is kind of stupid. So it's like, now, if you want new things, like your big shooter, your rocket launcher, or rocket launcher, you know, you got like a Space Marine reloading, you've got your typical lieutenant, stuff like that. I mean, they're here. It's cool that they're unique to this box, but, like, I'm not gonna, I don't do Space Marines or Orcs, so I'd never want them, but these are great too. Like, you buy a box, you get an army, and you get 10 paints, or 11 paints. I did see the RPG stuff. Quality is getting crazy good when you look at the Archon Studios Kickstarter. I've seen some of that stuff. It's really well done. Yeah. But I do believe, you know, in the tabletop industry, everyone kind of just bounces off something, right? It's like, oh, they're leading with this, we're doing it. Oh, same thing with any industry. When you see something blow up, you're like, I want a piece of that pie. And I think for the sake of GW, you know, the biggest wargaming company in the world, and to come out with terrain that looks this good, pre-painted, I'm sold. I think, you know what, as someone who's more of like an old, you know, back in my day, Warhammer was better type of guy, like for nostalgia's sake, I really like the stuff GW is doing right now. It's really, really well done. Not only are the sculpts like good looking and very, very dynamic, but like everything is very accessible, which is one of the biggest things for people getting into this hobby, is that over the years, it was very inaccessible. Right? Now they've got tons of terrain packs. They've got getting started boxes. They have a, you know, an introductory set where you can just play games right off the bat. Like, it's fucking cool, dude. That's great for new people. I don't need this stuff personally, but like, you know, who's going to look at Warhammer and say, I want to get into Space Marines? And then they're like, okay, buy this. Modern Warhammer is better in almost every way. It's better in accessibility. I will agree with that. Everything else is subjective. Like, in accessibility, new Warhammer is cranked. Like, this is how it should be. In an age of people wanting to do shit and people having money and wanting to spend money. What was that? Ouchie! You okay? What was that? Mochi's just looking at me. I don't think we're going to get old. Next reveal show should be a Fire Slayer. Should be the Khazalid Empire holds, whatever the fuck that new faction's called. This looks good. You know what? There's no better time to do Warhammer. Like, look at this. 40k fans are not in shambles. They want this. Cool. I like that. That's dope. What was the other thing? The Orc Truck. I mean, these just look great. I have like nothing to say about this. It's just good. I'm usually like, oh, the older sculpts are better, but to be honest, these are really good. What I like about it as well, you know, when people saw like the new Space Marines, the new Orcs, like, they're basic enough to where you can do whatever you want to them. You know what I mean? Like, this looks like a great base to make whatever kind of like clan you want, you know? Like, it's not festooned with detail that's so demanding. Like, all of this as well, you could literally just paint this as whatever, right? Like, I'm sure that banner isn't just, like, Bad Moons. Yeah. This was weird. I don't know what this is. GW feels like they're trying to go for some sort of, like, cheaper alternative, which, as a company, more money, sure. But, like, this is now a soft cover with a slipcase instead of a hardback. Fancy, but instead of getting the hardback, you get the slipcase. And I don't know who really uses slipcases. Kind of reminds me of, like, video games that would come with slipcases, and you're like, I don't really care. That's my opinion, though. That's a weird one. I want to see how this kind of progresses. A Lego crossover. It's too violent. Like, I know little Timmy wants, like, Minecraft, but little Timmy might also want, you know, orcs being sawed in half. If he was just a bit older. So, yeah, all these look good. The new truck looks great. It was about the right size as well from the old one. This guy's got a big ass arm. That's his right hand too. Damn, he's packing. I still wish the Grots had big ears, but like it just looks so good. Like, all of this looks really well done. The sculpt, the paint job, very typical. It looks great. This is still a throwback to, like, that old War Boss where you had the attack squig, and it looked exactly like that. Those were, like, the golden age of orcs, which were sculpted by... I think it was Mark something. It was an M word. Forgot his name, but he's like the GOAT. Anyways, Warhammer Academy. Yeah, this was like your free tutorial island. This is like basically YouTube for beginners. Like, if you want to get into Warhammer, but you don't want to go watch YouTube videos, this is like the official Warhammer YouTube video stuff. That's cool. And it's free, which is the only reason anyone's going to get into it. Otherwise, no. No. Yeah, this looks so fucking good. Okay, this is such an interesting thing because this right here kind of pens the rest of the old world. This is their first foray into making the old world an accessible, playable game. Of any of the core games that have like armies, this is the least accessible. Nothing about old world feels like you can pick it up and just play it without like 50,000 minis, right? The fact that they brought back Battle March and now you can play like little skirmish games, like that's cool, right? They even have their own little fucking companion for it. But this is such an amazing product. Like this is so perfect. Look at this. This is a Battle March army. And be it, you know, you're probably going to be able to tweak stuff because in Battle March you can, you know, put points in, take points out, put thing, blah, blah, blah. This is not going to be like you only play with this Battle March box, but like this is a full army in a box. Like how great's that? That's awesome. Now imagine them doing dwarves or this or that or this, right? And then this is your eroded, updated like core book. I mean, okay, you can buy it separately. I am going to pick this up though. What an amazing thing for Old World. These are a scam. I have, you know, typical cards, but like they're not needed. The new Chaos Lord looks so much better than the old slop. What are you, old slop? You mean hand fucking sculpted beauty? This is just crazy. These look crazy. These are so good. I have nothing of ill to note about any of this. It's just so well done. And it still is Warhammer Fantasy. This does not scream Age of Sigmar to me. This feels like the lower end of the spectrum. You're probably done with Grand Cathay for a bit, yeah. I mean, look at this. New Chaos Warriors. There's the command. New Chaos Knights. These things never rank. My buddy used to play Chaos, and he'd always have Knights, and these things would never rank up. And they still look like they don't fucking rank up. Like, look how big they are. Chaos Knights were never good on squares. That's all I gotta say. When they got thrown into Age of Sigmar, it was like, kind of look a little bit better. I mean, they look great here, but like, they're always going to be touching. They're just so beefy. But this is exactly how I would imagine a Chaos Warrior looking like, right? A little bit more like barbaric, obviously, but so good. So good. Look at this. So well done. I'll still always love the OGs. Maybe not all the OGs, but this is a very good, like, current rendition of Chaos Warriors. Some of the helmets, not a big fan of, maybe, but, like, yeah. These are great. Holy moly. The detail is so cranked. The fucking sorcerer on foot probably looks... I mean, he just looks ghoulish, bro. He's got like a little cranked out hand. Yeah, so well done. Crazy. Dude, this, like I said, this is setting some groundwork for like what's coming next. And you know what? These boxes aren't even, like that sorcerer right there is not new. This guy was in Fantasy Battles. So he's still sticking around. I think he was also in AOS. So even though you get everything brand new, this guy's kind of shoehorned in. I guess for the sake of points. No, yeah, the Chaos Dragon looks good. All of this stuff looked good. Yeah, 100%. I'm very excited for Battle March. For the sake of people playing again. Morgan Thorg. Yeah, this guy, this is like the old, this guy was on like most of the covers of like the edition boxes. He's just like your Ogre star player. And then you got the Minotaur, Rat Ogre, Spike Journal. I don't even own any of those. This is pretty interesting. Where they're coming out with like smaller games. of Blood Bowl. Again, everything is very centered around play now, play now, play now. Blood Bowl 7s is a small format game with a big impact. It's like Spearhead. It's like same thing with launching any of this. This whole show was centered around people playing their games, right? I actually, as long as this doesn't completely, water down what Necromunda is, I think this is an amazing thing for Necromunda. How many people do you know even play Necromunda, right? If you can get a full skirmish-sized Necromunda game in a box and play, willy-nilly without like a whole campaign system and having like big-ass board, tons of verticality, I mean, it's just so... It's accessible. That's the only word you need for any of these products that are currently coming out. Accessibility. Right? Accessible Blood Bowl, accessible Fantasy, accessible 40K, accessible Age of Sigmars, which has already been around. Right? And then you have the Ogre Refresh, which looks so good. Because all of these are just a rip on, what came before it, right? All the old fantasy ogres. And they look amazing. All of this stuff looks great. And these look more, like who's ever sculpting for GW currently, they really do, like they're fucking ugly. Look at these things, they're nasty looking, but that's how they should be. But they do look like the 4K upscaled ogres. If you put this side by side with like a bull, right? I mean, it's going to be a night and day thing, but you'll still see where they came from. You'll still see that evolution of like, this is what we once had and this is what we have now. And these are amazing. The new Rat Ogre with cheese, that was pretty cool too. They're star players are fun. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, though. That's the biggest problem, is there's nothing wrong with having an introductory game to a system, but you don't want to dilute the entire experience, right? That's just the last thing you want. And I hope that's not the case, but who knows? It's not out yet. Yeah, this shit looks so good. Like, these just look really, really, really good. They're just ugly. These are all so ugly looking in a good way. They're not going to win any beauty contests. Like, fucking nasty, brother. You got to go with the hood. That is fucking disgusting to look at. The hood makes them look a little bit better, but still ugly. So good. Ew. They're throwing it back. Look at his dumpy, bro. Ogres were always like, they're shaped like pears. But like really nasty pears. Yeah, these just look so good. Good cover. No clue who did it. They don't say who fucking does art for them anymore. These are supposed to be your new, like, Mornfang Cavalry. I think they said they were keeping around the Stonehorns, which should get an update and then should get shifted out eventually. Because, like, you need to have that distinction between fantasy to Age of Sigmar. Right? You need to have that evolutionary kind of, like, next step. And these, I mean, they look great. The gut plates are, like, the size of their torsos. They're covering their nipples. It's just so good. Yeah, these look really well done. Fuck, you'd even use these in fantasy. I could see people taking these and saying, like, hey, these are my ogres in fantasy, and that's valid as fuck. They're really well done. I think the biggest thing to describe GW right now is proportional, like, realistic, upscaled, whatever you want to say, in terms of, like, aesthetic, but it's more in line with, like, instead of a... what's the word? Instead of a style, they're kind of just going for, like, realism. If that makes sense. Like, the proportions are more believable instead of, like, a cartoony, like, wargame-esque type of thing. Like, heroic scale. Oh, those are not dwarves. No, you could never make them look like dwarves. And then, of course, the Exodites. These look really good. I thought it was an Exodite. You know, I wish they would show the rumor engine, but the rumor engine was literally this guy's foot. Where is it? Is that one of them? Is it all three? The rumor engine was this foot right there, and they flipped it. I'm like, that looks like an Exodite foot, bro. Yeah, these are just really well done. They're not dinosaurs, and they're not dragons. They're reptile things. I'm sold on the 2-player Old World box. Well, they had that too, but again, the biggest thing was that that was more typical of like a standard game, whereas this is more tailored towards Battle March, which is your spearhead, right? Like this is, it's good. Just play. I played a game on stream with Yak, kind of whipped his ass. But like, you know, if you don't have time for big games and they're big, they take a lot of time, you know, start small, right? It's hard for me to get armies finished these days because I'm overcritical about what I do, but I can still manage to build and convert and create smaller armies just to start out with.
Shut up, you dickhead! Now,
That's right. He was in the other chat.
For
I
a
saw
moment
him.
I hoped for Kitakan versus Exodites. Alas, I got Squig Hot Boys. At least they're not Cadians, again.
The Squig Hog boys are... you know what? I would just wait for the box to not be sold as is and just get the parts separately, because why do you even want, like, the Squig Hog boys? Yeah. Hal, thank you, sir, for the 2 months. Well, I saw Yak in the other chat. He was complaining about the Old World, the standalone book, because this is the core book, but, like, eroded. Which, yeah, sure. I'm gonna get this. I don't need any of this. Yeah, that's cool. They look amazing as Chosen. The Chosen look great, though. Like, yeah, I don't know. All this stuff is just, this is so good. I don't want, like, all of it, but...
Mochi! Oh!
Look at him! Oh! Pick him up.
Mochi!
Yeah, this is great. Anyways, I think that's about it. I don't think I really want to look at anything else, like, you know, Imperialis, Custodes. It's not my thing, but everything I've seen so far, even though it's not dwarf, it is adjacent to, I think, what I'm currently interested in, and that's good. Anyways, folks, that is it for me. I'm going to go shower. I'm going to go take a break. When you see me on next, you'll see me playing some League on the other channel. And without further ado, I will see you all later. So thank you for hanging out. And we will reconvene shortly.